like desert sands. I watch the stars' eternal play, while questions deepen day by day. The ground beneath stays ever still, as theories crack and bend at will. What eyes perceive, what hands can hold, more precious than what we've been told. In silence now I calibrate the truth I cannot navigate. The weight of observation pulls against the stories taught in schools. I'm drowning in empirical seas, while stellar paths paint mysteries. No spinning dreams can verify what level waters testify. The night reveals its patient signs, certainty slowly declines. Each instrument confirms my doubt, as calculations fade and flout. The readings stay consistent here, while textbook wisdom disappears. I trace the paths across dark skies, watch every model slow demise. In solitude I contemplate the patterns I cannot negate. Lost in waves of parallax dreams, nothing moves quite like it seems. Every measure strips away the foundations of yesterday. I'm drowning in empirical seas, while stellar paths paint mysteries. Each observation stands alone against the myths we've always known. The night reveals its patient signs, certainty slowly declines. Through endless nights of measurement, each truth becomes more evident. The answers lie in what we see, not what we're told reality should be. Should be.
Designed for scientific Earth imaging, right? So it's not like you said it's like a phone camera, Matthew. It's not like a phone camera.
In the sense that it's a digital sensor, they combine the red, green, blue electronically, and then they send the images through radio waves instead of Wi-Fi.
Yeah,
But his
cool.
speech was
So it's
August
one of those
20.
things where we just kind of have to, it's like a trust me, bro type situation where it's like, yeah, we're sending this data and then they'll, what, like NASA, like Robert Simon or someone like that will get the data and then they'll like transfer this alleged data into an image.
Yeah, my point is
What
that
kind of resolution
Obama wasn't being
capabilities?
inconsistent.
What kind of resolution capabilities and lens size would you even need to capture such things in detail from such distances as claimed?
Depends on the lens and distance. And I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
It's super high. I don't know. I think they're like 1,000 by 1,000 pixels, something like that.
Anyway, is there anyone new here? Because we've exhausted the
Yeah.
conversations with Matthew over and over. Is there anyone new here that would like to ask a question or speak with us about the topic?
I did watch the optics video that Jen sent me.
Mm-hmm.
Still doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
What doesn't make sense about the optics video?
So it says it cites a bunch of optical science and what have you, and the 0.2 degrees that we can resolve in terms of being able to calculate something at like a various height or distance away from you. So if we apply that to
Yep, go ahead, Sam.
if we apply that to the horizon and ships, the maths just doesn't add up.
Okay, so once something moves away from you and the object that you're looking at, say a boat, reduces in angular size, once it gets below 0.019 degrees or something like that, let's call it 0.02 degrees, the human eye can't resolve it anymore. And that's the angular resolution limitation of the human eye. Now, when we're talking about the horizon, right, now the definition of horizon is the apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. Okay, you think the horizon is the leading edge of the sphere, right? Essentially, anything that goes over it is going over the curvature of the Earth, and as it goes beyond that distance limitation, due to the size of the Earth, it would start to become obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. That would happen at a particular distance out into the ocean. Now, we've got so much evidence that just completely disproves that. But when it comes to, I think you were asking about boats over the horizon or something, when you were talking to the other guys, it was in the politics server, wasn't it?
No, it was in here.
It was in here? Yeah, okay.
A little bit ago.
Yeah, I was listening. Okay, cool. Yeah, so, I mean, a ship should start to disappear over the horizon at a certain rate. But, ships will disappear due to angular size most often. I mean, I know that firsthand. Growing up on the east coast of Australia, where we have a lot of cruise ships, growing up like fishing and surfing a lot, we would sit there and watch like the fishing boats going out, watching the cruise ships go out. And what happens most of the time is they, if you don't have big waves on that day, right, if it's pretty flat swells, then, they'll just kind of get smaller and smaller and smaller. And depending on the visibility, they'll either fade off into the opacity of the atmosphere, or they will just get so small that you just can't see them anymore. Now, if there's ocean swells, obviously they're going to appear like they're disappearing bottom up, as the ship moves away, it gets smaller and smaller, so it's going to slowly disappear behind the ocean swells. But yeah, other than that, I mean, there's very rare situations where you can have certain types of miraging effects that can make something look like it's sinking behind the horizon. But yeah, like there's tons of footage of ships, and then you can just, like, it looks like they disappear. You can still see the horizon, but the ship's gone. And then you zoom back in and you can see the entire ship again. So it's something that we can recreate it on a small scale consistently and make it so on a flat surface, the same thing happens. So it's not exclusive to a globe or anything like that.
Yeah, atmospheric refraction is a thing, obviously. But for ships to disappear off the edge of the horizon at 3 miles away,
Mm-hmm. It doesn't happen.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it's actually not atmospheric refraction. You'd be referring to terrestrial refraction, and there is a clear difference. So, atmospheric refraction is dealing with the apparent displacement of objects outside of the Earth's atmosphere. That's light entering into the atmosphere. Well, versus terrestrial refraction, which would deal with the apparent displacement of objects within the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah.
And light reflecting off it.
Yeah, fair enough. I've just used the wrong phrase.
Yeah. Regardless, like when we go out and actually test for the geometric horizon, right? It's not at 3 miles. We can consistently see magnitudes further. You know, I can show you observations where we're looking over like a 21-mile lake, and there's no horizon present over the entire 21 miles, just from 5-foot observation height, where there would have to be a horizon if the Earth was a globe at just 2.7 miles. So, I mean, I bet you can't show me a single observation where a boat starts to go over the horizon at 3 miles and that you can confirm that it's anywhere close to 3 miles.
Well, I did post a picture in the chat of 3 boats at different distances.
Right, but you can see that there's waves, like there's quite big waves there.
Yeah. So,
And we don't know the distance to the boats either.
Well, that's what it says there, nautical miles. It's labelled each boat with a distance.
Okay, so what's the observation height?
About 35 feet, I think.
Okay, where's the confirmation of the observer height? Like, is this from something?
It is. Let me find it. But yeah, if you plug.
But can you see the big waves? Like.
Yeah. But that.
Okay, and we can see that. Well, just let me say this one thing quickly. Okay, so we can see.
Mean?
Okay, they mean that. Okay, so something. Okay, so if you hold your hand in front of your eyes, right, you can block a giant mountain just with your tiny little hand. Now, that's the same kind of principle that I'm talking about. Because of the way that linear perspective works, we have the, say it's like 1 meter waves, even if it's small waves. Okay, so as the ship moves further away, it reduces in angular size, but the waves are still close to you, right? So something small in the foreground can easily block something big in the background, because the thing that's moving away is constantly reducing in angular size due to perspective. But those ocean swells aren't, right? They're still close to you. And because of the way, as you can see, the water looks like it's ramping upward, right? And that's the way that perspective convergence works, right? The ground ramps up, the sky ramps down, and it meets at a point of convergence due to perspective. So it's going to block anything that goes beyond that convergence point very easily if you have 1 meter waves.
And you would expect to see such big variance between small distances, like shown there.
Small distances, miles difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would expect to see the same thing that you're seeing here, right? So as it moves further away, yeah, it's going to reduce in angular size and it's going to be more and more obstructed.
So
right?
the
Because
thing stopping you from seeing the vast majority of the furthest ship is the fact that the bit that you can't see has reduced to 0.2 angular size.
No, this right, this has nothing to do with the angular resolution limitation right here. Let me give you an example of the angular resolution limitation. 1 second, I got an example here, right? So this one, so you want to try to find one that doesn't have waves to begin with, right? Because whenever I see these from the globe side, there's either massive waves or there's obvious miraging effects every single time. Okay, so I'm going to show you one that doesn't have any obvious miraging effects or any waves, right? And this is a giant boat as well. So it's just uploading now. Right, so this is an example of the angular resolution limitation, right? So you'll see that when he's zoomed out, right, this guy's just standing at the shoreline, so you can see his maybe like, let's just say 5 foot, 6 foot, whatever. When he's zoomed out, you can't see the boat anymore, right? Because it's
What, the camera?
Well, the viewer can't.
Well, how do you know? All you can see is the camera. Eyes work.
So
differently
you
to
think
cameras.
that not much differently than the camera, no. Right, so the
Well,
human
if you-
eye is
if
like
you zoom in all the way out.
it's like a 28 like 30 millimeter lens or something is kind of how the human eye sees.
What I'm saying is you can't compare the two. All that shows is a camera zooming in and out. If you were
so
stood,
let's
if you were
just
stood there and you could say,
Yeah.
"This is what I see,"
Yeah, so what's
you
your
could
point?
compare them.
Okay,
Well,
so we're looking
it's-
through the
it's-
optic. Do you realize that eyes are just a different lens, right? So
Yeah,
we're just looking through another lens here. So it's the same principle. Okay, so what's the reason you think that we can't see the ship through the camera lens?
Because it's too far away. That doesn't mean
Well,
that an eye would see the same thing.
Okay, it doesn't matter whether the eye would see it or not. Okay, because we can't see it through the camera lens because it's not that it's too far away, it's too small to resolve. Right? Why can't you see a fly when it flies away from you? It's the same thing, right? It's breached that angular resolution limitation and you just can't see it because it's too small. Same with the boat. Right? This isn't like some flat earth argument.
No, yeah, you can't see it, but you also can't see like the bottom of it disappearing off.
Yeah, there's
The
no
horizon.
like this is what happens most often, right? So just if the person's standing there watching the boat go out, right? I was talking to a physicist, bit of a dickhead actually, Professor Phil Bell. I don't know if you know who that is, but an Australian physicist, right? He says that you'd never ever see a ship disappearing bottom up with the naked eye over the curvature of the Earth. You would have to zoom in with some high-end optics to be able to see that. I can probably pull up the screenshot of him saying that to me in my DMs. But we have countless examples of this, right? So like most of these zoom cameras, I forget what the lens is, probably like 20 to 1200 millimeter lens or something like that, because it's like a fixed lens with like
So how
a super
far
zoom.
do we know how far away that ship was?
Yeah, so all I was trying to show with this one, because we don't have distance markers with this one, so it's a bit hard. We don't have the tracking radar, but I can show you somewhere we do know the distances. Okay, so we don't necessarily need a ship, right? Right, so just a second. Right, so this one we have some oil platforms that we can use as distance markers this time. So yeah, these could, just be considered similar to a ship. All right, so here we have Santa Barbara, California, and we have 2 oil platforms. Platform C is the closer one, 6 miles away, and then Platform Habitat is 10.1 miles away. That's the further one, obviously. So it's a little bit shorter of a platform, and it's like 4 miles further away, so that's why it looks a bit shorter there. So we can see the horizon beyond the oil platforms. Okay, so now we can just do the basic math and work out how far away the horizon should be. Now, the cameraman is 8 foot above the surface of the water. So that means that the horizon should be at 3.46 miles. Right, and then luckily we have the distances to the oil platforms, and we can confirm that the horizon is beyond the oil platforms. So here's a great example of the horizon being like many, many, many times further away than where it should be if the Earth's a globe. So that's just a clip from a full high definition video where he shows the entire process of the observation.
Is that no? That's just the GIF, isn't it? Have you got like the?
Yeah, I got the full video. Yep. Sorry, 1 second.
That's right.
Yeah, there's the full video if you want to check that out sometime.
Got it.
So I don't know if you want to watch that now, or if you want, I can show you just another one really quickly.
Yeah, if you want.
Yeah. Right, so this is a lake in Canada. And what the guy's going to do is he just holds the camera as close to the water as possible. He says it's like 3 inches or something like that. Okay, so what we can see in the zoom, right? So he's just holding it with his hand, so it's a little bit shaky, but the actual zoom section is clear enough to see what we're looking at. So what we can see when he zooms in on the right is we can see 2 like rocky peninsulas that are coming out into the water. Now that second peninsula in the distance that you can see in the still shots that are above the GIF, the second one's 13.8 miles away. Okay, so from approximately 3 inches observer height, the horizon should be just over half a mile away. Now, once again, like there's no horizon present at the distance. And then we can see the 13.8 mile peninsula, right? And that should be hidden behind the horizon by about 120 feet. So yeah, there's another example.
How high are those rocks?
Oh, they're very low. It's just like you can actually go there. Like if you have a look at the video, he shows you like exactly where it is, what the name of the lake is. You can go there on Google Earth. You know, I went there on Google Earth, and you can cruise over to that little spot in the lake, and it's just like, you know, it's kind of like a rocky peninsula, so it just goes down and meets with the water. It's not high. You know, maybe like, you know, because it's varying in height, so it's hard to give you a height, you know what I mean? It probably ranges from,
Lakes aren't the same as the ocean, though, are they?
Well, according to the Globe claims, right, all bodies of water will curve, but you would just have to take the altitude into consideration, and it will make like a tiny, tiny little difference, to the point where they don't even really take it into consideration. So I think this one, I've already looked into this, right? So because someone else said the same thing. So if you have like a body of water at altitude, it just changes the radius value a little bit. So I think this is 500 feet above sea level or something like that. And it changes the radius from like 3959 to like 3959.8 or something like that. So it doesn't really change the overall mathematics to the point where you would need to even worry about it, because like we can see like magnitudes further than you would be able to see. It would just change the horizon distance from like 0.6 miles to like 0.61 miles or something like that.
So yeah, I wasn't thinking of the altitude. I was more thinking of the gravity, which obviously is a problem for you guys anyway, isn't it? But like the ocean is magnitudes heavier than the water in the lake by volume. That's what shapes it.
Yeah, but they don't say that. They say that any body of water will conform to the curvature of the Earth. They don't say that just because it's a lake, then therefore it's not curving along with the curvature rate.
Well, no, they say that water conforms to the gravitational pull towards the center of the Earth. and that's what
Mhm.
forms the curvature of the water on the Earth. So it therefore follows that oceans would be totally different to lakes.
I've never heard anyone say that before. And never, like, we've debated, like, physicists, all kinds of people with these observations. No one's ever said that's the
Well,
case. I don't think you'd be able to.
Obvious.
You can. No, it actually isn't, because we have giant lakes as well. It's not like you're going to have a different rate of curvature due to the size of the lake. It's such a huge amount of water. I mean, if you can find me some kind of site, it's interesting because I've never heard anyone say that. So if you can find some kind of something to back up that claim, then definitely happy to have a look at it. But everything that
I haven't heard that either. We Globers typically say that the surface of water conforms to a sphere, no matter how big, if it's a swimming pool or a lake or a big lake or the ocean.
Yeah, you know, Matthew's pretty honest with stuff like this. I mean, he's a globe earther and he's a college professor or whatever. So, I mean, yeah, I've never heard anyone say it. You know, when I've been looking up this kind of things, you know, I've never heard that suggested. But it's an interesting suggestion. You know, I get your reasoning.
But like, I mean, it surely can't. I mean, it's interesting that you say that, Matthew. But like, how observable is it going to be at a certain point? Like, obviously, stupid example, glass of water, very, very small gravitational effect on a glass of water compared to an entire ocean.
Yeah, I don't know about a glass of water, but an Olympic swimming pool, 100 meters. I think I figured this out once. The curvature would account for less than the thickness of a piece of paper, so it's not going to be measurable.
On an Olympic swimming pool?
Either Olympic swimming, 100 meters or 100 feet. I can't remember now which number I used.
Yeah. No. I was just checking. I heard you correctly. So the largest lake in the world is 78,000 cubic kilometers, compared to like the Pacific Ocean of 714 million cubic kilometers.
Well, think about this. Like, you could have like
magnitude there.
Yeah, but if you drop a bowling ball and a feather in a vacuum, they still fall at the same rate. So I mean, would it really make a difference if you have a swimming pool or a medium-sized lake or a...
Yeah, absolutely. That's how gravity works. It acts based on the weight of the objects interacting with each other. And in a vacuum, there's nothing to interact.
I know that, right? But I think honestly, I don't think any globe earther would agree with you on that point that you made about the curvature being different for a lake or the ocean.
Well, it's just always the way I've understood it. The reason why water curves on the Earth is because of gravity. Therefore, a large body of water would curve more than a small body of water because of the difference in gravitational force. And the only reason a feather drops the same rate as a bowling ball in a vacuum is nothing to do with gravity, it's to do with air resistance. If you drop a large mass and a small mass that have the same air resistance properties on Earth, they will also both drop and hit the ground at the same time. So
it's not biased towards larger or smaller objects. Everything falls at the same rate, whether it be in a vacuum or you would just calculate the air resistance. It's still falling at the same rate, right? It's like the it's not something heavier. Something. No, we're not, right? You're talking about the same thing though. It's the same effect. It's being pulled down to the earth, right? The water. And that's what's making it conform. If maybe you can try looking something up about that. I don't think any respectfully, I don't think any globe earthers would agree with you on that.
But yeah, back to the whole ship horizon maths thing. The bit about that optics video that I started to have a problem with was the angular resolution at 0.02 degrees. When you start to figure that or start to calculate that out with the actual equations, you don't see the same results as you're claiming for the flat Earth model. It's only really possible with curvature.
What do you mean? No, what we claim is, what do you think isn't adding up, right? What we're saying is that a horizon is just an apparent location where the sky and the ground meet, right? Just like the definition says. Okay, so it's
happens at, like, all things being equal, if you say, like completely calm sea, no visibility issues, no atmospheric phenomena, that horizon should happen at that.
Yeah, but there's no evidence. Right? I've never seen. Look, I've been looking into this debate, right, for the last 8 years, and I've spoken with thousands of globe earthers, like many thousands. Not one of them has ever been able to show me a single observation where the horizon is at the distance that it should be, right? And especially being able to account for the atmospheric conditions as well, right? Because we always have, some kind of refractive effects taking place. But no one's ever been able to validate the geometric horizon. Like at any time that we go out and try to check for it, we can see way further than what we should be able to. But the horizon moves around, right, as the weather conditions change. Like if you take a time lapse, you'll see the horizon changes distance depending on all sorts of different factors. So you could go one day and the horizon will be at like 15 miles away, and then the next day it'll be at like 6 miles, but you're not going to see it at the closer distance where it should be. I've never seen that before.
That's kind of what I'm saying. If we're saying that the limitations of the human eye are what determine the horizon.
No, I don't think it's that, right? It's not just that. Like, okay, so in architecture or art or whatever, right, they'll say that the horizon is the straight line between vanishing points. Okay, so when you're looking out, right, you have unlimited vanishing points. It's like the point of convergence due to perspective. Okay, so the sky ramps down, the ground ramps up, and then they'll meet at a point, right? And that's the point of convergence, the limitation that you can see. Now that changes, right, when you're looking out over water or something like that, because there's always atmospheric conditions that you have to take into consideration. That's why the horizon specifically says it's the apparent location where the sky and the ground meet, because it's very much apparent.
Yeah. So what is it specifically that determines that distance on a flat Earth and prevents us from being able to see the entire length or width or whatever?
Perspective convergence and weather conditions, and obstruction like ocean swells and things like that. And then miraging effects are super, like quite often when we're looking out at the horizon, it's a false horizon because you'll have a mirroring effect that takes place just where the horizon line is. So sometimes it looks like you're zooming out and you can see the horizon. And I mean, you're just looking out with your eyes and you can see the horizon, and then you'll take out a zoom camera and you'll zoom in and you can see like dolphins, like, and they look like they're jumping in the air. Like behind that, it looks like they're super common,
and different differentials in air density can make it bend downwards.
Yeah.
So
Cobre.
What?
What's that, bro?
Is that someone speaking?
Yeah, chuck yourself on mute, Spirit Bird.
I'm so sorry. Okay, I'll just use this moment to say that, wow, what a respectful group you guys are. It's that so many people here, but everyone is so quiet. Sorry, guys, it was my bad.
Oh, that's okay, bro. Look, we were just having a conversation. Like, not everyone can talk at the same time. It would just be chaos.
Yeah, what was I saying? What were we saying?
Yeah, just talking about mirages. Yeah, so like we have like a list of mirages that we can agree upon that happen.
So,
but yeah, look,
yeah, sorry.
like well, I can show tons of observations where we can see magnitudes further than you should be able to see. I don't think that you would be able to provide any that match up with the globe Earth math, right? You know, and if there is something, right, it's not going to be consistent. It's not going to be something that's been repeated or something like that. Or there'll be like obvious miraging effects or obvious like ocean swells. And, you know, quite often when you look out into the ocean, it looks like it's pretty flat. And I used to like live next to the ocean. I had a boat and it was just a little boat, right? And I would take it out, like one of those blow up boats. And I would take it out into the ocean and I would look from a distance from the peninsula and I would be like, oh, it's nice and smooth out there. It looks flat. And then I would get out there and there's like massive ocean swells, right? You're going up and down over these big spread out ocean swells. So if you've got a boat and you're watching a boat go out over that, it kind of looks, you know, somewhat flat, the actual ocean, because it all kind of blends in together because the ocean swells are just everywhere, laid out kind of evenly. And then as the boat goes out, you know, it can disappear behind them. And then because what happens when those ocean swells go through the ocean, they make it towards the shore. And as the depth of the water starts to get shallower, we have an effect called shoaling. And then those ocean swells that were, say, 1 meter high out in the ocean, now all of a sudden they go up, you know, quite high in height because just because the depth of the water gets shallower and you have that shoaling effect, you know, and that's when they actually turn from swells into waves. So we have shoaling. So if you're standing at the beach and you're looking out, right, it can look like a ship is disappearing bottom up, but it could just be the shoaling effect, the ocean swells, or you could have like a miraging effect, like an inferior mirage, or a less extreme version of an inferior mirage, which is sinking. And now if you look at the definition of sinking, it says an object that is normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. So that can happen sometimes. And I've got like some good observations where they went out, right? And there's a ship like 13 miles out, big giant ship, and it's anchored. Checked on the distance on the tracking radar. It says anchored. It says 12.9 nautical miles or whatever, right? And in the morning, it looks like it's hidden behind the horizon drastically. You can only see like the top part of the ship. The whole hull of the ship's all completely sunk. Looks like it's gone beyond the horizon. Now, he stays there for the next 4 hours and he keeps like occasionally like zooming in on the ship. And you'll see over the next 4 hours, as the weather conditions change, the ship becomes more and more visible, even though the ship didn't move. And then 4 hours later, you can see the entire ship again. Right? It wasn't actually hidden behind the horizon. It was just a sinking effect.
Can I give a hypothetical explanation for that on a globe Earth?
Well, this is the explanation, even on a globe Earth. But yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, what do you mean? This is the explanation.
Oh, well, this is an explanation. Okay, maybe I misspoke then. No, I'm saying that this effect isn't something that's, it's not like something flat earthers came up with. That's all I mean. Right, this sinking effect.
I mean, like, so you're not saying that is evidence of a flat earth or debunk?
No, I'm not using any of these observations as flat earth proofs, right? This is just us testing the globe metrics.
Yeah, so it's more of a debunk to the globe.
Yeah.
In your opinion.
Yep.
So
let me actually show you the observation I'm talking about, and then you can tell me what you think, and you can give me like a potential rebuttal, because I got it right here, ready to go. Okay, so this is the ship. So I just found this image on Google because the radar said the name of the ship. Okay, so that's the ship we're talking about. Okay, so in the morning when sinking is more likely to occur, this is what we could see, 9:30 a.m. And you can just see the top part of that ship popping out over the top of the horizon there. Here's another view, slightly more zoomed out. And then what you'll see is 3 hours later, right? Because what happens is in the morning and during the night, that's when sinking's likely to occur, because you can have the air temperature gets cool overnight, but the water temperature stays pretty similar throughout the day, throughout the night. Now, the water, if you have like the water temperature is a little bit warmer than the air temperature above it, it creates like a slight gradient where you have a layer of warmer air above the surface of the water, and then it cools down as you go up vertically. So it creates like that sinking effect, and that sinking's like a mild version of an inferior mirage. So it makes the object look like it's bending downwards. So anyway, look, as the air temperature heats up, as the day goes on, the air temperature gets hotter than the water temperature. So now you've got, you know, like an inverted refractive index due to the inverted temperature gradient. And then look, all of a sudden, that's the exact same boat. And now we can see the entire boat. And we also have a bit of an effect called stooping, which makes it like kind of look a bit compressed, and a little bit of looming. It looks like it's a bit higher, but it's a little bit hazy as well. But you know, it just goes to show that it's not, everything's not always like as it seems when it comes to the boats over the horizon argument.
No, I mean that's kind of what I'm getting at. The lensing of it is what creates the effect that allows you to see over the horizon. So beyond that 3 mile rough 3 mile limit, and that as exactly as you.
Scientific, they can give you like, I'm not talking about the feet, I'm talking about the earth.
Okay.
So scientific,
So we like to ask people, show us scientific measurements of the globe. Show us just one. They can't do it.
A lot of people put their faith on science and what scientists say, because they have proven that they can you know, make things done. They invent things. They're powerful, so we accept that.
Sounds like a religion.
No, yeah, well, if religion works, then people will.
Religion
that's
works?
what, like, yeah.
Religion's just blind faith. I mean, it's not just blind faith, but it requires blind faith.
I mean, but if a religious person came and showed you some things of what their book claims, like Indians,
Yep.
they in their book it says that people who get enlightened, they can perform miracles, and if you meet somebody and he shows you a miracle, so you
Sounds like some mumbo jumbo bullshit to me.
I mean, if you see a miracle in front of you, like
Maybe you're just getting tricked.
or
You think
DJ,
maybe Chris Angel can perform some miracles in front of you, or Madame
or
Ruby.
DJ,
Madame Ruby could tell
DJ.
you things that happen through your life
maybe I'm being
with
tricked
her crystal ball, and you'll be sitting there. Wow,
Listen.
how did she know that? How did she know my dad's
Right.
name was Thomas?
That's right. But maybe I'm being tricked. But if I have a severe depression, I'm about to kill myself, and I go to one of these people, and I tell them, I want you to help me. I want you to cure my depression. And they make me the happiest person in the world. I am being tricked, right? But I'm happy being tricked.
Oh, that's why we're here. We're trying to fix this disease
It works, man.
that
It
humans
works.
like you have
Because
with your
it
perspective
works.
and your way of thinking and your logic. You are illogical, my friend. That is absolutely ridiculous.
No,
So you're
Oh,
happy to
DJ,
be deceived.
what do you say?
You're happy
Is
to
it-
live. You're just happy to be lied to. Basically, is what you just admitted then.
What can I do? Things works. What can I do?
Well, what
reject the-
works? What works when it comes to the globe?
EJ, you turn the topic in faith. We're talking about the scientific can know the
You're
difference.
talking about religion. We were talking about
No,
scientific facts, and then you started talking about religion, and then you started talking about mystic healers and things like that.
You turn the question, the topic in the religion. We're talking about.
No, I'm not religious. I didn't even talk about religion. Let's talk about measuring the surface of the Earth to check if it's a globe or not.
Look. That we're talking about a specific topic about the scientists. How do you don't know how they know in Earth? So you turn in faith. So scientific and faith is not same.
Measurement is
The thing is, even if
Yeah, so we just go and measure. Okay, so the scientists that you're talking about, they tell us that the water's curving. Yeah,
We
and then
accept
when we go and check for the curvature with a bunch of engineers and high-powered equipment, and the water's not curving. We check.
No, we accept science because it's based on
Who's
evidence,
we?
not
No.
Not
You don't just accept science.
They are evidence, not opinion.
So they could just tell you anything, and you just believe it because it's said a scientist suggests, and you just believe it. And they could do anything they want, and you're just going to believe anything they tell you.
No, not everything, but some things that taking evidence. Like
they're going to tell you that you came from a monkey.
They give you They give you a
yes,
knowledge.
Mr. Scientist.
I'm
a monkey man.
They give you a knowledge.
Science is evidence based. When they say they provide.
Are we live? Are you live on YouTube?
They give you science. It's evidence on things you can see, like measure and test.
We are live on YouTube.
Okay, so who went out and measured and tested that the Earth's a globe? And yes, we're live on YouTube on 2 channels.
We are live on YouTube. I can see my name.
Yeah,
I become famous.
Yeah. Okay, so who throughout all of history went and measured Earth curvature? We checked, we did it, and there's no curvature. Okay, we've done it thousands of times, and there's no curvature every single time. So where's the curvature at? That's where we're up to in this debate. If there's no curvature, you don't have a globe. It's very simple.
There's still, I still doubt their measurements when flat earthers, because they don't have.
Why?
Why
are you doubting them?
And which measurements do you have that you trust?
The experts, man. The people who spend most of their lives studying these stuff.
This is the problem. This is the problem. Everybody thinks some expert did it somewhere at some point in time, but nobody knows who did it.
But,
nobody knows. Everybody thinks somebody else has done it, but nobody knows who that is.
If you go to a doctor,
People have knowledge. No.
You ask a doctor, how can you treat me? He says, yeah. And you ask him, well, who told you? He said, no, it's built up over it's a knowledge built up over many generations. Same thing with science. It's not one expert, it's multiple experts. They built on each other.
Does that mean it's correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
well,
because
how come science makes reversals in their claims all the time? Like, oops, we had it wrong this whole time because we started building up inferences over generations and nobody fact check our claims.
Why you take
that happens too?
Why you take drugs like in medicine?
I don't. I eat healthy food and I exercise, and I haven't been to the doctor in like 20 years or something.
You don't go a doctor. You never go, doctor?
No, I haven't been to the doctor in 20 years. I don't need to. I'm fit and healthy.
Oh, you just
A few
talking
times
to-
I've needed to buy antibiotics, but I can just buy them
Why you buy it?
because I had an infection.
So you know it is make you good.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but you
so
can't know that the Earth is a globe. That's the problem.
I didn't have to go to the
Doctor is-
doctor though
Tested it.
to know that I needed some
I can
antibiotics.
test. Listen, kid. I can test if antibiotics work. I can also test the surface of the Earth.
You can't just have faith in things that you've not even researched.
Faith. Okay. Yeah. You don't have any faith. You. I'm curious. I'm curious.
Yeah, I
Okay.
have faith. I have faith in different things, but if you check the channel topic, this is about the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I had faith that the Earth was a globe,
Yeah.
but then I saw people going out and checking for the curvature, and their tests showed that there's no curvature. So I was questioning my faith. So I decided
Yes.
to do a lot of research and learn all about the globe model and learn all about the flat Earth claims. And then I went and did my own tests to confirm it for myself as well. And after 8 years, the more I look into it, the more evidence of flat Earth I find, and the more ridiculous the globe theory or concept becomes, because there's no evidence for it. It's just a bunch of people that have blind faith and no evidence.
So if people that has knowledge, except that
Who?
has deep knowledge,
Yeah,
like
we do. We do. We've been
Except-
researching all of
except-
these specific arguments for 8 years, 10 years, 5 years, a long time. And who else, right? Who's gone out and tested the Earth and proved it's a globe? On the globe side, who's the expert that you're talking about that's gone out, right? You just believe that someone has done these things because you have a belief system and you just assume that. When you go and
So you-
actually look
you
for the
don't know.
evidence, you're not going to find any.
how can I find? Because I don't have knowledge, but someone has knowledge done it,
Who?
and
Who has the knowledge? You don't know, right? You just believe that somebody has the knowledge, but you don't know who.
well, I can. I search if I can search his biography because you
Who? Whose biography?
like the Eratosthenes, like a man
You can't even. Eratosthenes never
Right.
wrote. So there's zero
was agreed.
evidence of anything that Eratosthenes ever wrote down. There's nothing surviving from Eratosthenes, and it's agreed upon amongst mainstream historians that there's not barely any evidence that he even existed.
So,
Right? You're
I
talking
can see
230, 240 years before Jesus' time. Okay, there's no surviving evidence. Eratosthenes is just a mythical
Okay.
figure.
I can see my eyes in that earth can become a circle and can become also not circle like egg and can
No,
become
you don't
like
see that. When you go out to the when you go out
Okay.
outside in reality, you see flat water. You see a flat
I
horizon.
see flat. Yeah, that's right. But why when the plan take in the east, why it's surrounding in west? If you
that?
go like, for example, if you go east,
East.
like if you east, yeah, like sorry, if you go east, you turn in west.
Yeah, but east is a circle and west is a circle.
That's why the earth can become a circle.
No. If you
What?
have
No, no.
if you have a magnet, okay, let me give you an example. Let's say we put a big magnet down on a football field. Okay, we put a big magnet down in the center of the football field, and then you have a compass, and you're standing a few meters away from the magnet. The compass is going to point towards the magnet. It's going to show north on the compass. Okay, if you want to go east, okay, you're going to have to keep turning and turning and turning until you go in a big circle and come back to where you started again. You just did that on a flat football field. Okay, that's east to west or west to east.
That's why. So you give me a football. Football is a circle.
Oh my God, a football field is flat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like a mirror.
Well, like a football field. Not like a mirror. It's not that flat, but you know what I mean. It's a flat bit of ground. Yeah, let me show you some diagrams that'll help.
Okay.
All right, have a look at this one first. Okay, I'm going to upload one. And then I'm going to upload another one that shows a globe. So east and west are going to be circles on a flat surface like this one. Okay, so he has a flat surface and he puts a magnet in the center there. Okay, and he's showing you east and west being circles. Okay, now here's a globe. Once again, we have the magnet at the center where it says north. Okay, your compass is going to point to north. And then if you want to go east or if you want to go west, you need to go in a circle. And you can do a circle and come back to where you started again. Works on a globe, works on a flat earth. Look at the two diagrams.
Hello. Right.
The globe is just a belief that people have. It's kind of like a tradition that's handed down generation to generation. It's not something that actually exists in reality. It's just a belief system. It's a concept.
This is another theory.
Mm-hmm. Right. See this red line here? Right, that's west. It's going west. If you keep following that all the way around, it's gonna make a circle. Any interesting news, Yoda?
I'm thinking about like the diagram.
Mm-hmm.
It's just looking. It seem like a circle.
Yeah, east and west are circles on a globe or on a flat surface.
So both it can become.
Yeah, you could go east on a globe or you could go east on a on a flat surface? Because the compass just points to north.
I'm a bit busy, but I'm listening.
Oh, yeah, no worries, man.
You've just explained with the difference in temperatures and the bands of air pressure above the ocean is what makes that change. But that would be evidence for curvature.
No.
If it was flat, it would just disappear altogether. Like the way
not necessarily. This is the thing, right? We can replicate this same thing on a flat surface over a small distance.
But that doesn't translate. Like scale isn't the same.
I think things can disappear. Things can disappear bottom up on a flat surface.
Well, that was another point actually. At the end of the video, the optics video, with the whole moving the coin around and then the book and stuff.
I don't like the coin example. I don't stand by the coin example.
Below the table, which is a really...
Well, it's not even that it's below the table, right? What I would say is that, like, you know how you have an aperture inside the camera lens?
Yeah.
And you know, when it's zoomed out, that aperture closes and it's very small. And then you can't see the boat, and then, or the coin or whatever, right? And then when you zoom in, it just opens up that aperture. It opens up like 4 or 5 times the size, and then all of a sudden, it, you know, the hole that the camera is looking through, or the light's coming in to the sensor in the camera, it's high enough now to see the coin again. You know, I think that could be an explanation for it, but. Yeah, so I wouldn't use that as like a perspective evidence myself, but I could be wrong. You know, I'm not saying other people are wrong about it. That's just my opinion. Makes sense. But look, what I'm saying is that we can replicate exactly what we see with boats on the ocean on a small scale. So it's not something that's exclusive to the Earth being a globe. Now, if you're talking about lensing, I think lensing's the wrong word to use, right? Lensing's not going to... You're talking about like terrestrial refraction or atmospheric refraction, whatever we want to call it, right?
Yeah. Terrestrial refraction, I think, is
well, it's actually what that is essentially a series of miraging effects. Now, yeah, I was listening to a debate the other day, and it was like, it's like Dr. I forget his name. Let me just check what his name is.
So just to clarify, miraging, as far as I understand it, is the opposite, where it bends light in a convex manner. And
well, not quite. No, it can do either. Okay, so there's different types of mirages. Okay, so what happens is when you have vertical temperature gradients, right? So say you're looking down a road and the sun is heating up the road, it creates like a warmer layer of air above the surface of the road.
Yeah.
And then when you look down like if you get down low and you look across the road, what will happen is it will, like the warm air makes the gas particles spread apart further, and it lowers the refractive index, and that will gradually get cooler as you go up vertically. And then the cooler air, obviously, it's more condensed, right? So that will create a higher refractive index. So you have like a density gradient that's caused by the temperature, and it's just like a gradual gradient. So when you have that effect, it makes like the light bend upward. Right, I'm just parroting the mainstream right now, by the way. So it makes the light rays bend upward, which displaces the object in the distance downward. Okay, so when you see inferior mirage, there could be something like a person walking down the road or something like that, and it'll look like the whole bottom half of the person is like sinking into the road or something like that. Now that's the inferior mirage. Now we can have the opposite of the inferior mirage, which is the superior mirage. And you've probably seen those images where you can see like floating ships and things like that. Now, that's when you have like the opposite. You have an inverted refractive index gradient or an inverted temperature gradient. Okay, so you have cool air down lower and then warmer air above it. And instead of the light rays bending upward, right, they'll bend downward, and it'll displace the object in the distance upward. So that's when you'll see like floating ships. It's just like the opposite of an inferior mirage.
Yeah, so when the typical kind of shimmering effect of, the whole I've found water in a desert, but it's just a mirage.
Yeah.
What are you seeing there? What is that reflection made up of?
Well, that reflection is called total internal reflection. And it
what is that? The total reflection? What is that?
Total internal reflection is present during certain types of miraging effects, right? So mostly, it's mostly present. It's like, okay, yeah, I'll put an example in the side chat.
Sorry, I don't understand all. But okay.
No, that's okay, bro. That's okay. I'm just gonna put an example in the side chat.
I ask. Okay. Yeah, let's go. Okay.
All right, just a second. This is a good example anyway, so I'll just find it quickly. Sorry, my files are kind of unorganized.
No problem.
Yeah, so when you see that mirroring effect during these mirages, that's like called total internal reflection. And it's just due to the angle that the light is hitting that part of the ground, and it's kind of like makes it bend up, and the light actually goes over your head, so you can't see that section of the ground. Instead, what you can see is a reflection of whatever's in the background. It gets super technical. There's people that can probably explain it. I'm probably butchering it a little bit, but this is the basic explanation of it. Now, have a look in the side chat. Does that make sense?
Bro, what the heck?
Yeah.
It's it's basically the sky that you're seeing, because it's refracting the light.
It's so interesting.
Upwards.
Yeah, I'm learning.
That's exactly what I was saying. Yeah. In that scenario, the light's refracting upwards, and in the boat scenario, the light's refracting down over the curve.
Which books? When I can ask.
Yeah, so this is an image I just posted. And you can see like a guy walking down the road, and it looks like he's like sinking into the road, right? And that's an inferior mirage.
Yeah, because he's further away than the mirage that's in front of him, and that's caused by the difference in air density.
Yeah, well, what's happening is
layers. But the reflective mirage that's as he's walking, you can see his shirt or his shorts. There's a dark patch where you can see him, and then you can see the sky around him. So initially, there's at the angle we're looking at it from, or the observer's looking at it from, the shininess, if we want to make a distinction simply, is the sky, and that's hugging right to the surface of the tarmac because that's where it's hottest. And then as it get, like you described just before.
Sorry that I interrupt. I go to the next channel. I come back and okay, this is very interesting. I come back and sorry, this I think this is not my channel. But okay, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Okay, I got you.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Yeah. So look. So when you when you have that,
when further away, it's different pockets, different bands of air, and that bends downwards. So you've got an inferior and a superior going on there at the same time.
Well, kind of. Yeah. What you get, like sometimes you can get like a soup most often of different miraging effects. So that's why if you look up a specific type of mirage and then you go to Google and hit images, you'll see like very like they're not uniform. Like sometimes if you're looking over a long distance, you'll have a different refractive index gradient at say 2 miles, and then you'll have a completely inverted refractive index at say 5 miles. So what you'll get in the distance will be like a soup of different mixtures of different miraging effects, or sometimes you'll have a particular miraging effect close to the surface, so the bottom half of like the oil rig or something will look like it's like squished, and then the top half will have the opposite type of miraging effect, and it'll look like it's stretched. And that's like
kind of exactly what we're seeing here.
Well, what we're seeing here is this is textbook definition. This is textbook definition inferior mirage. Same with the one up above, right? Because you can't have the superior mirage in this situation because this is over a hot ground. So it's always when you have the warmer air down lower and then the cooler air above it, right? That's when you have the inferior and things will sink. And then when you have the cooler air down lower and the hotter air above it, that's when you'll have the opposite. That's when you'll have the looming or the superior mirage. But look, have a look at this one, right? This one's with a little toy boat over just a couple of meters distance.
Can I just clarify? The shiny road is the sky.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So that's a superior mirage then, because the light's bending upwards.
No. That's total internal reflection from the inferior mirage. I got all the definitions and things here saved, so we can 1 second. Inferior is, you could have that mirroring effect. It'll look like it's happening kind of in the sky a little bit. It's and then an extreme version of that's the Fata Morgana. Right, so there's the like the definition of the inferior mirage, and if you have a read over it, it's like kind of technical, but you'll be able to understand it. So when I read over it, like there was some stuff that kind of confused me, and then I would just look up the terminology that they were using, so it would all make sense. But yeah, basically, if you have like a hot surface, right, you can't have a superior mirage in that situation. You would have to have the opposite temperature gradient. But have a look at the one I posted at 22 minutes after the hour.
terminology skills
this is
on my part.
It's all good. It's all good. But yeah, look, just have a look, like back to the boats thing again, right? Have a look at this little toy boat. Now, just picture that the pavement that the boat's sitting on was blue water, and then the background was blue sky. Right? It kind of all blends in together when you're looking over a vast distance, and it will look like the bottom of the boat is, disappeared over the horizon. But in reality, it's just a false horizon because of that total internal reflection, and then you've got the displacement due to the bending of the light, making it look like the boat is lower than what it really is. So that's a way of explaining some of these effects, right? And what you'll see quite often when you see these effects is you'll see, if you zoom right in, you'll see that total internal reflection, and you'll see like little see-through bits of the boat, like part of the bottom of the boat will look like it's like completely missing, right? Like you'll be able to kind of see like the sky. It's that mirroring effect, the total internal reflection. So look, all I'm saying is that I've never seen an observation that takes into account these things, right? These are factors that have to be taken into consideration. That sometimes when you see a boat and it looks like it's over the horizon, it could easily be an inferior mirage or sinking, right? Or it can be ocean swells. So I'd love to see an observation where those things have been negated, right? No ocean swells. And then someone's been able to validate the refractive index gradient so they can confirm that there's not this sinking effect taking place. But I've never seen that. And when it comes to like what I showed you earlier, the oil platforms, we see the horizon behind the oil platforms. We don't see any miraging effects, right? It's completely clear. It looks normal. There's no like total internal reflection or anything like that. It's just flat, right? And then we see the horizon line clearly behind the oil platforms, 10 times further away than what they should be. Like the horizon 10 times further away than what it should be. So
where should the horizon be in your on flat Earth model?
On a flat Earth, it will be apparent, like it'll appear in a different place depending on the weather conditions. So depending on that refractive index gradient, depending on the height of the observer, all of those factors come into consideration. But it's, some days you'll go there and the horizon will be like 20 miles away from just standing at the beach, right? 6 foot height. Other days it'll look like it's like 5 miles away, 6 miles away. But on a globe it should be 3 miles away. But, it's very, like, I've never seen anyone confirm that it exists. The geometric horizon. It's like the elusive geometric horizon that nobody can find, but it has to be there. So this is kind of what the globe side's claiming in these observations. Really, there is a horizon there at 3.5 miles, right? So I'll just pop this back to square one with this original oil rigs one that we looked at. Right, so I'll just pop that back in the chat. Right, so this is what they'll say. Really, there is a horizon halfway between the observer and that first oil platform. And everything beyond that horizon is starting to sink behind the horizon, but somehow everything's perfectly like refracting up and making it just all flatten out and look like it's completely flat all the way out to the horizon, right? And really that second oil platform's like hidden behind the horizon. Like half the oil platform's hidden behind the horizon, but it's just all perfectly refracting up and making it look flat. And that doesn't match any of these miraging effects, right? It doesn't match what should be observed with terrestrial refraction. Hey, someone's hot micing. Leonardo. Can you mute up? Yeah, so it's not a realistic claim, right? Because we go to like different locations, different weather conditions, and we have the same thing happen. We see the horizon like 10, 20 times further away than what it should be. And there's no miraging effects. It's just not there. Like,
that's not consistency though, is it? That's just variability and proving that.
Well, there's no type of miraging effect that will change the distance of the horizon like that. Now, here's a debate. I did bring this up earlier, but I think we got sidetracked. Now, here's a debate. This guy's a doctor. He's a high-level engineer. He's got a bunch of qualifications anyway. He was debating some flat earthers I was watching the other day. The flat earthers did a pretty terrible job, to be honest. And they were kind of butchering these observations and butchering refraction and stuff. But this guy, that says that he's a physicist here. I don't know exactly what his qualifications are, but he's definitely an engineer. And like Dr. Matthew Jelovic, you can look him up anyway. But super nice guy, very, very smart guy. And he was talking about refraction with the flat earthers. So I took 2 little clips, and these are just like 15 to 30 second clips. And this is what he had to say about how much of a difference refraction would make in these types of observations. Okay, so I'll just post that in the side chat. So if you want to just check out like those 2 little clips really quickly, they're like super short.
Just on the oil platforms, it seems to me that the legs particularly on the one further away, ought to be much taller. And like the whole image, like various different parts of it are squashed and distorted. So you.
Well, it's actually not. It's actually not, because what we have, right? We can look up close up. Like these are super like popular oil platforms, and there's so much information about them online. So we can look up pictures of what they look like close up, and I do have the pictures here somewhere. But if you compare what we see in this observation to what the oil platform actually looks like close up, you'll see that it's like not all distorted or anything like that. It's got very short legs. It's a small platform, and it's only 77 feet above the surface of the water. So if you compare the the close-up picture to what we see in this observation, you'll see it's very accurate. But it's I see the point you're making. But you've got to remember, it is 4 miles further away, right? That's what's that, 7 kilometers or something like that. It's a long distance further than that first platform.
The bit that sort of still comes back around and is that optical angular resolution thing from right at the start, 4 hours ago or whenever it was we were chatting last. If that clearly doesn't determine where the horizon is, because we're seeing loads further than that.
Yeah, I didn't use that argument myself, and I'm sure some other people, if you talk to Jedi about it, he might be able to explain that in more technical detail. But I just stick to what I researched about these things, right? With the angular resolution, I'll just say that my claim with that is that it just applies to things that are moving away from you, and once they get below a certain size, you can't resolve them anymore. Like a fly or a boat or anything, a plane, right? That's why when a giant jumbo jet is just 6 miles away up in the air, you can barely see it. It's like a tiny dot. If it was 12 miles away, you wouldn't be able to see it at all, just because of the angular resolution limitation. And then you could zoom in and bring it back to view again. But
yeah, so that was my confusion, because that was sort of being posited as the reason for things disappearing bomb first, because we can't, the angle becomes such that we can't resolve that, and therefore it appears to shrink below or sink.
Yeah.
Below.
Well, look, that confuses me as well, to be honest. I don't know. I don't use that argument myself, but maybe other people can explain it better than I know. how it works, but I don't use that. I think it only applies to like if you have you're supposed to have a horizon at 3 miles on the globe, right? So this is the argument, the best I know it. So you're supposed to have a horizon at 3 miles if you're 6 foot tall, making the observation. And then if you have a 6 foot boat, right? Just say a boat's like 6 foot high, 6 foot wide. Technically, it would breach that 0.02 degrees exactly at that 3 mile mark. But if you had like a 10 foot boat, it wouldn't work anymore. It would only work with the 6 foot boat. So yeah, I don't fully understand that argument. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me, to be honest. Yeah. Maybe someone could educate me on that. But what we know when we do these observations is we see no horizon over like 20, 30 miles, right? Sometimes it'll be at 5 miles in the exact same location. So it's very much an apparent horizon.
Yeah, for sure, because of all the refraction and
atmospheric refraction's like the globe earther's worst nightmare, in my opinion. It makes it super hard for you guys to be able to prove that geometric horizon exists. But that's what brings me back to this guy, right? So let's say the horizon in the oil platforms video that I showed you, it should be at 3.46 miles, right? It has to be at that distance. So hypothetically, if we were able to remove all the atmosphere, just for a thought experiment, right? So we're in a vacuum chamber, and then, so that would mean that the horizon line has to be at exactly 3.46 miles. If the Earth's a globe, has to be there, can't not be there. Anything that goes beyond that, right, has to start going behind the horizon, right? So technically, that oil platform is behind the horizon.
Yeah.
But so now we add in the atmosphere back again. Now we have to take into consideration the atmospheric refraction or terrestrial refraction, whatever one you want to go with. I think technically it is actually called. Oh, anyway, that doesn't matter. So yeah, now we've got the refraction to deal with. Okay, so here, please have a look if you can. It's literally just like 20-second videos, right? Both of those. So here's a professional that's not biased against flat Earth, right? He's a globe earther, he's a scientist, and he's a super honest, nice guy. Just someone that's actually researched about this type of thing, and he tells you how much of a percentage that refraction can actually make. Right, so just check those videos out if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'll look.
Awesome. Cheers.
Yeah, so he's just saying exactly what you said, that it doesn't account for very much.
Yeah, so the horizon, right? Like if the horizon
should some actual calculations on it.
Yeah, I can show you the actual calculations. Oh, calculations on what specifically?
Like what we would expect to see based on the refraction and the conditions based, all these photographs and videos and stuff proving one thing or another. And like we just discussed, it doesn't actually prove anything because there's all sorts of other stuff going on.
Well, it does.
It'd be interesting if we could actually measure.
Well, this is the thing, right? He just said that it would only allow you to see about like 8 to 10% beyond the curvature of the Earth. So it would move that. All that means is it would move the horizon from 3.46 miles to about 3.6 miles or something like that. Right? It's not gonna. Right? That's you just add 10% on to how far that horizon distance should be. We're seeing the horizon 1,000, 2,000% further. Right? Not 10%. It far exceeds the small consideration you have to take into account for atmospheric refraction.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'd love to see it actually calculated with angles of incidence and all the rest of it, and refractive indexes calculated to actually prove that. Because I mean, that obviously, I know I don't mean to be a dick, but that is just one guy's opinion, and he might be very well qualified for the rest of it. But I'm just saying, we need empirics.
No, I get you. Well, we got subject matter experts that write books on refraction. You know, they all say the same thing. And then we've got surveyors and, you know, navigators, and they all use the standard atmospheric refraction calculation, which is, I think, 7% or 8%. So, you know, there's tons of sources. It's definitely not just that one guy's opinion. It's the mainstream opinion. So
where in refraction he says that it causes balls to look flat, or do you say that in the refraction stuff?
No, he said it wouldn't do that. He said if you could show me an observation that exceeds that 8 to 12% or whatever, he said that would be shocking to him. He said if you can show me something that exceeds that, then I'll be like shocked and mind blown.
So where do globers get the idea that refraction is like a globe argument of some sort?
It's the worst nightmare for the globers. For the globe earthers, yeah, worst nightmare. But yeah, so that's the thing, bro. Like,
I don't think it is. I think the curvature increases these types of angles because it's like a fiber optic cable. If you bend it too much, the light comes out of it. You know, so curvature increases these types of effects, not diminishes them. And that's why I'm saying on a flat Earth, I feel like that exact thing wouldn't happen. No,
it does happen on a smaller scale. Like we can reproduce all of these known miraging effects on a small scale flat surface. I've got demonstrations of all of them.
I know what you mean. I'm not explaining myself very well. It's far too late.
It is.
I mean, I'll figure it out.
Maybe we can continue this conversation another time because it's like 4:40. Yeah, it's the same time that I'm in Poland, so it's an hour later for me.
It's pretty late.
Yeah. I should probably go to bed. It's a fucking stupid.
Anyway, man, it's actually a pretty fun conversation, but I appreciate the cordial conversation.
No, not at all. That's the whole point of these rooms. I can't stand it when people just want to shout over each other and like it becomes about winning the argument rather than trading points.
Yep, cool.
Nice one. Right, I'm gonna go.
All right, catch you next time, bro. Catch you.
See ya.
What's up, guys?
What's up, man? Who's that? Jemsy?
No, I'm the elegant.
Oh, the elegant. Hey, how's it going?
I am also elegant, but that wasn't me.
What's up, man? So,
not much.
You're talking about any topic right now or something?
Oh, yeah, we just had a long conversation about boats going over the horizon.
Okay. So you're taking a break right now. Am I right?
I'm just about to go to bed because it's like nearly 5 a.m. for me. But there's tons of other people here that can chat with you and answer your questions. Like
Okay,
Jamesy,
thank you,
for
mate.
example.
Thank you, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem, man.
See you.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I like that, DJ. It's the globe killer. Refraction.
What is?
It is, bro.
I don't think any of us Globers see it that way.
Of course not.
Well, quite often they do. Like,
Matthew, you speak for all Globers? Is that what you're saying? None of you Globers?
Is that what I said? None of us Globers?
What did you say? None of us Globers see it that way?
No, I said I don't think us Globers see it that way.
yeah, same thing. But yeah, dude, I explained the same thing to Eggshells, and after he said that he agrees and that any globe earther that uses boats over the horizon as a globe proof is retarded. That's what Eggshells said. He's one of your top guys.
None of us use it as a proof either. Anyway.
Yeah, they do all day long. That's nearly every person that comes through here.
Right.
Maybe not you though, but all the other ones. They definitely do that. Eclipses, boats over the horizon.
Sunsets.
Sunsets, as Matthew's go-to. All of these things. Yeah, the elusive geometric horizon.
They just decide when it's on and when it's off, when to take it into account and when not to.
Yeah, if we show a long distance observation from a mountain and we can see hundreds of miles, they'll be like, it's refraction. And then the next week they'll come in and present the same thing. And they'll be like, we'll be like, did you take refraction into account? They'll be like, no, it's on top of a mountain. It's too high for that to matter. Yeah, it happens.
And you're like, what about this infrared footage?
Yeah, that's why we've always got the infrared footage. I never see them use the infrared footage. Not once. It's always consistently. The globe earthers long distance observations are like just filled with like blurry shite and obvious miraging effects, like that Rainy Lake experiment. That's one of the dumbest ones I've ever seen. It's like crazy miraging effects taking place in the background. And they're like, well, that's happening in the background. You know, do you see it happening in the foreground? No. It's like, dude, come on. Imagine if we presented something like that. And then we'll present these, like, you know, super clear ones, and they'll be like, refraction is completely flattened out throughout the entire field of view of the whole lake. It's all perfectly bending up and somehow making it completely flat and hiding the horizon that's really there. Really, there is the horizon there, but you just can't see it. It's not 2,000% further that you can see. It's 0.0004 degrees.
Now go to the top of the Burj Khalifa.
Oh, bro, dude, I noticed they love that argument in this server. I guess because there's more like Arabs and stuff in the server. So.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, we hear that one quite often.
Would make a great YouTube video. Be like, look, it happens regardless because we're increasing our field of view.
Yep. That's Brian Mullen explains it well in that Perspective Balls Out Physics episode that I just posted in the side chat. He shows some examples of it as well.
Nice.
Yeah, that guy is like ahead of his time with his level of arguments against the globe. Yeah, a lot of those videos are from like 6, 7, 8 years ago, but they're like spot on in most cases.
Yeah, it's a shame what the Globies did to him.
Yep. Hey Flat Lloyd, did you see this? I think he's a Chinese kid who got arrested.
I did.
Yeah.
He was detained. Arrested.
He got detained, yeah. Where's the guns?
What do you mean? They didn't let him just land over there?
Who got detained?
This 19-year-old pilot was trying to raise $1 million for cancer research. I think he was Chinese, and his goal was to fly to all 7 continents or something like that. And he left Chile and he took a detour and went to Antarctica and landed there, and he got arrested, and then he got put in. Yeah, he got detained by the Chilean.
But my final experiment.
That's interesting. Too bad that he got detained. for traveling. I mean, if men made it to the moon, what's the issue about one guy going across continents? What's the big deal?
No.
Yeah, he was just trying to pop out the other side of the ball.
Well, he's probably lucky he didn't get like shot out of the sky or something like that.
Anyways, we do know that aircraft don't work on a globe because you need a pressurized system for that. Just like water. There's no water on a globe. Right, Matthew?
I have a question. Can I ask?
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Oh, go
do you
ahead.
guys believe gravity? Do you guys believe gravity?
Specific gravity? Sure.
No, like gravity. I mean, like a scientific gravity. What Newton's find. Like gravity means like space curvature. I mean, like
Maybe if it was 1913, sure.
yeah, like
But it's been
Einstein's
superseded
gravity,
by Einstein.
Einstein's space and time, gravity, kind of that way.
It's like a mathematical concept, isn't it?
No, guys.
Yeah, it's like you don't believe gravity.
Wait.
That was I was
Listen
asking.
to me. No, you have to listen to me.
No.
No. I have something to say.
No, but you're interrupting though. So don't interrupt.
Yeah, we don't do that around here.
If you have something to say, don't wait for someone to be saying something for you to say, no, I have something to say. Just wait for someone to finish, and then you say what you gotta say after. Or give it permission.
insult anyway. I've heard trolls before.
Sometimes open is mute. I don't care. I was just asking you guys believe gravity. I think you guys don't believe gravity, so I just mute myself. Thank you.
When you say gravity, what do you mean? You say
Like
Newtonian and then Einsteinian?
Like, Einstein made like a space-time gravity way, like Newton, like, gravity, what I mean, it's like, gravity.
Those are concepts on a piece of paper, like people writing the word gravity and an explanation on paper. Something that you
like,
cannot demonstrate.
Gravity is like the force that pulls objects towards each other. Like, it's one of the fundamental forces of nature. Like, like objects fall off the ground when you drop them. Like planets orbit the sun, and orbits the Earth. You stay on the ground instead of floating into the sky. Like these kind of things. Like, do you guys believe that? Like gravity?
Well, what happens if we let go of a helium balloon?
What?
What happens if you let go of a helium balloon? Does gravity pull it down to the earth?
Helium balloon, because it's helium.
Yeah, so it's less dense than the air, right?
Sorry?
Helium is less dense than the air, so it goes upward if you let go of a helium balloon.
Sorry?
A helium balloon, if you let go of it, it goes upward, not downward, but upward.
Okay, if something, I think when I break it down for you, it's something has a lot of mass packed into a small place. It is dense. It's example a rock like a denser than a sponge. So,
Wait.
Oh, hold on. How the hell did this guy get unmuted? Look, that's what we're saying. That's not gravity, that's specific gravity. So if something's more dense than the air around it, it's going to sink, right? It's going to go down, like an apple or a brick, or a pencil or anything like that.
I think.
Hold on, let me finish.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm almost done, right? So if something's less dense than the air, it's going to go up. If it's more dense than the air, it's going to go down. And then things will behave differently in different mediums, right? Like water. you can get a tennis ball and it's going to sink in air, right? So if I lift up a tennis ball, I drop it, it's going to sink. But if I do the same thing in a different medium, like water, which is more dense than air, the tennis ball is going to go up. It's going to go up, right? So it's just based on the density, just the density of the object in relationship to the density of the surrounding medium. Like you said.
So I was saying that helium doesn't escape gravity. It's still affected by it, but it still floats because but it floats in air because it is lighter and less dense than air. But helium doesn't escape from gravity. Like the
They're anti-gravity.
reason is helium floats because of the force called I don't know why it's that. So it is like oil floats in the water, boats float on the ocean. That's why helium is floating in the sky. I think that was a stupid example. Why you said helium. Because it is the same thing because boats floating in the ocean.
Yeah, same thing. The density. So nothing to do with gravity, just to do with the density relationship.
When you jump. Well,
let me explain it to you really quickly.
Floating? Why you're not floating?
Because I'm more dense than the air, and I don't live on a globe. Okay, so look, let me explain it to you quickly, right? So you have to have.
Oh my god.
You have to have.
I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Did it just hit you?
Bye-bye. Okay. Well, that was a good talk.
Nice little spiral out.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the chat, Sol, Axion, Curator. Welcome.
What's up? What's up, man?
Not much. Not much.
So, have you guys got into any topics?
Yeah, a whole bunch.
Could I ask you guys a few questions?
Of course.
So I just wanted to ask, what's your opinion of the International Space Station? People recording themselves having a ball of water floating in the air. Why do you think that happens? Is it CGI or something?
Well, you can do the same thing in parabolic flights, right? Which are zero-G flights. So you can do that same thing in those, right? But you can also use special effects like augmented reality and CGI to easily do that. So if you watch the episodes of The Big Bang Theory or anything like that, right? They're doing the same thing on TV shows, right? Where it looks like they're floating around in the ISS and they're manipulating things that are floating. But, obviously they never went to space or anything, but they're very easily able to produce something like that. Now, NASA gets $70 million a day in funding, so they're easily able to use the top of the line methods to be able to produce these kind of things. But
that's a contained environment. That's a contained environment. The globe is not. But you need a contained environment for that water to be liquid in the liquid state, pressurized system.
Well, of course. I mean, I agree with that, and it's pressurized, but it's still in a world without gravity. That's what I'm trying to say. It's there's a situation where gravity doesn't exist in a place, and
that's right. No, that's not an argument for the globe. A world without gravity is not. That's not helping the globe start.
Well, it shows the fact that if we have an environment without gravity, then that must mean that the environment we're experiencing right now must be an environment with gravity. That's what I would logically conclude from that.
Yeah.
So you would agree there's gravity?
You're saying that if something is happening differently with water, gravity, it's happening or not happening, depending on what's happening with water?
Well, there's no force we see that is giving the object the propensity to move downward. But in our environment, we see objects that give that force the propensity to move downward. And so, what I would say to that is that since we can observe a place that doesn't have it, in the place that we do have it, it must mean that there is a force that is actually real and doing that and applying it to those objects. And that would mean therefore
there might be something else happening, but you're going to the conclusion that it is gravity as a force when gravity is not a force. So it's got to be something else that is happening, not gravity.
Well, what else is there?
Not the non-force of gravity.
What else is there?
What else is there? Is gas pressure, a pressurized environment, water in the liquid state?
Well, okay, if I have like a vacuum chamber and I suck all the air out, I do agree that a colleague of yours had mentioned it once. But if I have a cup of water and I suck all the air out and then all the water evaporates, the cup still remains downward. What is applying the force to keep the cup downward? Because there is no air pressure in that environment anymore.
The force is the gases are applying the force, right?
No, but there's no gases in the vacuum chamber.
So then what was the argument for the globe there? You got a container.
No, there's gravity.
The pressure.
The gravity's keeping the cup down. That's what I'm trying to claim.
Okay, what was the gravity? Can you pick the gravity and manipulate it somehow and say this is the gravity and I have it here?
Well, no. We see the effects of gravity. We don't see like this force of being applied to it, but we know it exists because we see the effects of it.
So what is this? When you say you see the effects of this thing, what is the thing? What is that thing?
Well, I don't know exactly how it is, but I know it's there. I can't describe all of it. I know it exists. Kind of like laws of logic in a different way. I'm not equating gravity to the laws of logic, but I know the laws of logic exist. I don't know what it's made of. I don't know exactly.
Let's say there's a thing. There is this thing that we don't know what it is, but that has nothing to do with proving a globe.
Okay, what I'm trying to tell you is that if gravity exists, then it perfectly explains that there is no container in an environment anymore. And therefore, we can dispense with the container because we don't see a container up in the air.
But
we don't
all the examples that you're giving, that this thing that you don't know what it is and you're labeling it gravity, it always happens within a container. So how can you just remove the container when the examples include a container?
Because when I prove an example with the container and I take the air out, I still have the force applied to the cup. That was the example I was giving.
You have what force applying to the cup? Go ahead.
Well, the force that is maintaining, okay, that is maintaining the cup attached to the bottom of the object, okay, for a lack of better verbiage, there is a force being applied to the cup, okay, that is keeping it glued to the surface. Because again, there is no air pressure in the container.
Isn't the cup denser than the medium that it's in?
There is no air pressure applied to it. So what is being applied to the cup?
Why? So the gravity that force didn't affect the gases. The gases left the vacuum, the chamber. But you're saying that force that wasn't affecting anything. Now that you remove the pressure in the medium, now this force is affecting the cup.
No. I'm saying the force was always there. You were saying that the differentiation of air pressures and mediums is what makes what we appear to call gravity. But I've removed.
No, I didn't make any claims about gravity. You're the one making assertions about gravity.
I know I'm making the claims of gravity, but
what's that?
Were saying,
do you know what that is?
the force that is giving objects the propensity to move downward. That is what I'm claiming. There is a force that is giving objects the propensity to move downward to the
But they
Earth.
don't just go downward; they go upward too. So, are you talking about
Like
the
what?
phenomena of things going up and down due to relative density?
Like what? Yeah. There is relative density, and things are going to sort themselves out. But
Because I would say Newtonian gravity in itself was really more invented, not discovered. Right? They tell you a story that the apple fell on Newton's head. However, if it were to fall into a puddle of water, he would have realized, oh yeah, Archimedes' principle and relative density already explains that the apple fell through the air because it was denser than the air that surrounds it and floated on the water or
What
the
is
puddle.
keeping all the air down? You're going to say a container.
Pressure.
But yeah, pressure created by a container. But what I'm going to tell you is that
Well,
if
that's
I
what air
create
pressure
my-
needs.
Yes, but if I create again, going back to what I was
PV
saying,
equals nRT.
yes, an ideal gas law. That's not real gas law. But the thing is this, is that when I have like a container and I suck all the air out, there is no air pressure anymore. Okay? Air pressure is zero. There is no, it's a vacuum.
There is no such a thing as zero air pressure. Stop making stuff up. There is no such a thing.
It is a vacuum.
No, listen, bro. You just said that there is zero gas pressure in there. Can you demonstrate?
What do you want me to
zero
say?
gas
Almost zero? Almost zero? I can say almost zero. I can use
Is it zero or is it non-zero? Zero and non-zero are different things.
It doesn't matter. The air pressure is low enough. The air pressure is low enough where there is almost no air inside the container. So what is pushing the cup down? What appears to keep the cup down into the container at the bottom of the container?
Wait. Can I say something? So let's say you have a container with no air, because you remove the air with an engine, with a pump. You remove the air until there is no air.
Yes.
And then you close it. But inside this container, there is an object. So there is no air, but inside this container there is other objects, and there is no air around it. How come this object goes down? That's the question. There is no
because
pressure.
it was lifted up. Because it was lifted up, it never would have moved off the bottom of the vacuum chamber unless someone exchanged some energy to displace it. Now, all you did by changing it from regular air to a vacuum chamber is manipulate the medium and make the medium even less dense than what it already was. So there's no as much air as you could possibly get out, right? So depending on what torr rating you could get that vacuum chamber down to, all you're doing is making it the least dense medium possible that you know. So those objects are not going to just fall. Nothing just falls by itself, right?
Yes,
And some,
if you have gravity, it falls.
No, nothing. Hold on. Let me finish, and then you can reply. Right. So nothing just falls by itself. It has to be displaced. So something needs to force it out of its state of rest at the bottom of the vacuum chamber, right, where it's in equilibrium in relationship to the density of itself and the density of the medium. It will never move, right? So if you come along and you exchange some of your energy to force it out of equilibrium, it's just going to sink back to equilibrium, right? And also gas particles debunk your gravity as well. But it's very easy to explain.
How does it debunk my claim of gravity?
How does what? I mentioned two things.
How does gas particles debunk my claim of gravity?
Oh, yeah. Gas particles don't have a downward bias. Gas particles move at random in all directions.
Yes, they do. They have a downward bias.
But they have, so they have a weight, right? Like different gas particles have different molar weights, right?
Okay. Yeah, they have
so
different.
are they getting pulled down to the Earth by gravity?
Yes, I would agree.
No.
Well, you just said that they're going in all directions, but the actual definition of gas. Hold on, let me finish. Last thing. I'll let you reply. Hold on. The definition of gas particle movement says that gas particles move at random in all directions, and they travel in straight lines between collisions. right? And they move because of kinetic energy, and they're not affected by gravity. They don't have a downward bias.
No. That's an added point. Okay, they are affected by gravity. It is why they stay in the Earth, because gravity is keeping them down. It is also why
the Earth that is not curving. The Earth that is not curving.
The air that is not curving?
Now.
The Earth, you said they're sticking to the Earth, right? But that thing is not curving. So whatever you add into whatever phenomena we observing within the gas chamber, gas behavior, the cup staying down on the table or at the bottom of the vacuum, it has nothing to do with whatever additions you add into this word gravity in relation to the globe claim. Nothing to do with
yes,
that.
It does. Okay, because like I can disprove with the theory of gravity that there is no idea of this container. Number one, you haven't demonstrated where is this container at. Okay, what is the container made of? What is supporting the container? Why has no one ever called?
You yourself said that you don't even know what this gravity is, but you're gonna give all of these attributes. But remember, you gotta give it all of these attributes. You're gonna make claims on top of claims without any. You're gonna be making baseless assertions about what this thing is.
It's not a baseless assertion. I've proven several points of the existence and demonstrated the existence of gravity, and you've
never shown gas pressure without a container, brother.
And not
you thought you had a good point when you came in here, but it's not a good point, dude. We've had this conversation thousands of times. You're not going to come in here with a weak point like that. No, there's not. You're not. Go ahead,
DJ. May I? So I just wanted to ask, because Yankee, you did say that gas has a downward bias. Where did you get that from?
Okay, number one, because the gravity exists. Number two, there's the same reason of why we climb mountains and there's less air up there. Okay, if it was going in all directions, we should see like even air pressure in all places, and yet we don't. The higher we go, the less air there is.
This is called claim stacking.
Exactly. Yeah, so
claim stacking.
I'd like to pick it apart.
I'm not building upon the claim. These claims are supporting each other.
Bro, check this out, right?
I could use one or the other.
Yankee, hang on. So check this out. You're trying to assert that gravity exists by then saying or stating that gravity has a downward bias, and then because gravity exists. So you have a little bit of circular reasoning in that. Okay, number one. Number two, okay, with regards to the gradation of the air pressure, do you have another example whereby all the variables at play creating the pressure are static?
Say again?
And it does this? Do you have another example of this whereby all the variables at play are static, i.e. temperature, humidity, etc.? Those are static, they're not fixed. And with that, you can still show a gradation?
So you're saying there are areas on the planet where you're able to go higher and you would have more air? Is that what
Another claim stacked on top of the other claims. It's a planet, another claim, another basis assertion on top of the other one.
Yeah, so the reason why I'm asking that, Yankee, is because we know that temperature, for example, has a role to play in creating pressure, right? So if you have an environment and you're strictly measuring the altitude of something, but discounting the temperature throughout that altitude, and then state that the sole reason why it's gradiating is because of the altitude, without actually factoring in the temperature, you're making an error in calculation.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there's less overall air particles within the environment that you are in, not the fact that there's less air pressure.
No, that's fine, right? But first of all, unless you go ahead and count all the air molecules, I mean, you can't really state that. But by definition, sure, temperature, it can be pressure. It can be influenced by the actual number of particles for sure. You pull out the gas from thing, you have less pressure. I get that. But in an environment where that's not fully quantified, Okay, we just have air, right? We know we're surrounded by air. And then you can measure different degrees, different temperatures at different altitudes. And then you have a gradation, right? You can show, we know that, you influence the temperature, you can influence the pressure. So in this claim about the altitudes, right? And unless you can quantify that, strictly saying it's because of the altitude, it doesn't hold water.
Well, there are some things I would say that don't really need any type of demonstration of exact calculations. If you want me to find exact parts per million of calculations, I can bring that up.
I'm not asking for that, dude. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because clearly you don't actually have this material on hand to show. Okay. You're trying to skate past the notion that you did not consider this.
I could claim the same thing you are
before you blurt it out of your ass. Okay, so I would suggest that just on your first two statements that you retract.
No, it's not. You still look. If I have a plane, okay, and this has happened several times in several places where people have tried to climb into the wheels of planes. And they go up, and what happens? They get hypoxic, they pass out, and they fall out of the plane when the wheel opens back up. Why does that occur?
Dude, check this out, dude. It's not the point. Is not the point that there is a gradation. That's not in contention, dude. But the reason why
then what's moving the air downwards, closer to the earth?
Dude,
what is the air closer to the earth?
Relax. Listen, just to restate it, right? The point that the higher you go, the less pressure there is not in contention. You're asserting
not pressure. It's air molecules parts per million.
I get that, but listen to me. Calm the fuck down, bro. Okay? You asserting that the reason why that happens is because gravity is pulling all the gas molecules closer to the surface is what's in contention. You follow?
I follow.
Okay.
Yeah,
so if you can demonstrate that, then that's different. Go ahead.
No. The answer to the guy that asked a question, you cannot ask a question at the moment because the guy was in the middle of his sentence.
No. I'll concede. I mean, we can continue. It's just just a discussion. I'll let him.
Okay. Now. So when I jumped in, you were iterating through some stuff, right? If there was more in that list, because number one, I showed you there was a bit of circularness to it, so you may want to retract that. The second one, there's a bit of iffiness to your premises. Is there a third one or a fourth?
I'll continue on. Dude, I'm not gonna forget what I say. Again, we can continue it on. I'd rather have Axion say what he wants to say and then let him go.
Yeah,
actually, you can ask a question now. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. And I think DJ wanted
the question is, what keeps? So if you have if the atmosphere is maintained by pressure, is it this pressure? Because if you want to have pressure, must be somewhere, right? What is it? What is containing the pressure? Because if you as you can make experiments everywhere, you put pressure in anything, and then if you remove this container for the pressure, it's going to depressurize. So are you living in an environment with pressure? So
I'll tell you.
In that case, what is containing the pressure?
I'll tell you. Listen. So the pressure of gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container, right? So
we live in a container.
I'm not done. So since you asked, I'm gonna tell you. Pressure is caused. You hear that word? Caused by gas molecules hitting the walls of the container. You see?
What container?
So another one. The rapid motion and collision of molecules with the walls of the container causes pressure. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, okay, but can you explain what is the container that you're talking about? Because I don't get it.
And the antecedent for the pressure of the gases is an antecedent. It has to be in place for the gases to press against, causing the pressure.
So the Earth, it's inside the container.
Well, you have gas pressure, and gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of this container.
Is it yes or no?
You have gas pressure, yes. You do have gas pressure, yes. So there must be.
No.
It has to be contained.
If the Earth is in a container,
it's contained. You were contained, yeah. The Earth is contained.
So,
the air is contained. The Earth being part of that.
By what?
Container.
By what? There is a container. How can I see the container?
How can you see? Okay. So this is an antecedent relationship, right? You're asking about what is the color. You have a steak on your table. You have a steak. You have a ribeye. You have a corn. You have corn seeds, right? You have a corn salad, and then you're asking what was the size of the corn plant or whatever. There's as an antecedent to have the corn, a plant, soil, all of those things were in place to be able to have the corn, right? So as an antecedent cause and effect relationship, the pressure of gas is the force that the gases exert on the walls of this container.
I understand. You don't have to explain that because it's obvious. So I'm just asking about
that will be an unknown. That will be the size, the color, the make, the smell of it. That will be an unknown. If you want to go explore the edges of the world or the ends of the world, maybe find that. That's a good question. How big? How high? The total volume, all of the numbers. That will be a good question. That's a blank to be answered.
Okay, but you don't have. Do you have any evidence to support that there is this container?
Yeah, you have gas pressure. Yeah, the evidence is that you have gas pressure.
Yes, it's an antecedent.
Gas pressure only occurs if you have a force being applied to it. That force can be explained through gravity.
Dude, if you have a person, right? If you have the steak, hold on a second, right? If you have a person, they had to have had a mother and a father, right? To create that person, it's the antecedent, right? So, no, you keep saying you understand, but then you go back to the same argument again. So we have to give you different analogies to try to get you to actually understand it, right? Because we can't just let me finish explaining really quickly. Okay, we can only get so high off the surface of the Earth to check things in the sky. Obviously, if there's some kind of container, right, we would have to get up really high, much higher than what we can actually get to actually validate the specifics of the cow or the parents, right? Or whatever you want to call it, right?
You don't know any layers that are before you reach the container. But listen, let me give him the antecedent so you get it. Antecedent, one that precedes another. A preceding occurrence, cause, or event. Synonym, cause. You see? The cause of the gas pressure. So you need the cause for it to happen. You have the phenomena. You have the phenomena. You have the gas pressure. You need a cause. And the cause that can only be demonstrated is containment. And you're denying.
No,
I'm not denying nothing. I'm just asking.
The other guy saying the other guy is gonna say gravity, but he cannot demonstrate that. The only way you can demonstrate it is with it and container.
I'm just asking. Can I ask?
The other guy.
You cannot demonstrate, my guy.
Can I ask something? So, if you have pressure in a container, usually the pressure is it's equalized. If you can make this experiment anywhere.
You're talking about an isolated system.
Wait, I didn't finish. Don't interrupt.
Whatever, dude. An isolated system. We live in a dynamic system. There is heat introduced. There is
when you are interrupting, I didn't finish my reasoning.
There's depth. So, you're saying you said something that the pressure will equalize. You said that the pressure will equalize in this container that you put in.
Let me just finish. So. If
in the place that you're in is a dynamic system. There's different temperatures. Are you listening?
No,
So the pressure will not be
can
equal.
I
Well, you're
can I
saying
finish my reasoning, please? Do you mind? Okay, so I was saying there is if you have a container and then you put a gas, it doesn't matter what it is, and you put and there is a lot of you put pressure. You can do this with a machine, and then you put pressure. What's going to happen in this container? Any gas is going to be any gas is going to be everything is going to be at the same pressure in all points, right?
you're talking about an isolated. You're talking about an isolated container, like a propane gas tank. You don't have that in nature. You don't have that in nature. What you have is a dynamic system where energy can go in and out of the system. You have the introduction of you have temperature changing within different areas of the system. You have changes of temperature. The molecules are being excited at one point, being heated at one point, cool down at the other side. So you have this exchange that is happening. So you're gonna have different pressures happening all across the system. So it's not gonna be equal. He's saying
so
no.
If you pressure,
you also have something that is demonstrated that can be demonstrated, that you have depth within a container. You have depth, and also you're gonna have different pressure within the depth of the container. If you have a very long tube and you have water or gas, you're gonna have a different pressure at the bottom and a different pressure at the top with depth. So there's a lot of variables in place to have the dynamic system that you're in. So it's not analogous to you saying, no, I'm going to have a propane and all the pressure in all of the volume of the gas of the container is going to be equal. It's not the same.
What is the concept of entropy?
What is it? Tell us.
So entropy is the tendency that anything has to be chaotic, in everywhere. So as you say that the Earth is a system, etc.
When you look at a terrarium, is that chaotic everywhere?
I'm not interrupting you.
We're talking about gases, and the entropy of gases dictate that they will increase, right? They will expand, right? So if there wasn't a container, in place, the gases will be leaving your lungs. And when you expand your lungs, to open the volume, so the gas pressure around you rushes toward your lungs. If the entropy of gases was increasing, you wouldn't be able to breathe air. If the gases weren't contained, because they will be leaving your area.
Wait. When you go up a mountain and you are on top of the mountain, and when you are on top of the Everest, it's very difficult to breathe. Why? Because there is almost
that is pressure.
There is no more. So are you saying the pressure is going down so much?
You have depth.
You don't have. So to a point. So there is. Do you guys believe on satellites? Yeah, I don't know.
Are you jumping from gas pressure to satellites? Yeah, there's a technology that we can send very high up. Yeah, what's wrong with that?
So I'm just saying that up there, there is the atmosphere is almost nothing.
There's no such thing as an atmosphere. You have the atmos, the air. There's no sphere.
What shall I call it?
Air, atmos. But you attributing a shape to it.
Okay. But there is almost no air. How can you explain this inside the container pressurized?
There is almost no air? What do you say?
Everything.
There is a lot of air.
Yes. What there is, but it's not. There is not. There is a lot of evidence that you don't have breathable air, and the air is almost. And if you go really high, there is layers that the atmosphere is almost nothing. And then you go to a point that is the atmosphere is really nothing almost.
So what? That's a pressure gradient. This is not an argument for this. This is a pressure gradient. To have the pressure gradient, which is pressure, you have the container, you have pressure and pressure gradients.
Okay,
you see, this is not an argument against the container.
If you have pressure, okay,
to have a pressure gradient, you just acknowledge, bro. You just acknowledge that there is a pressure gradient, right? And to have that, a container is required.
Explain me. This pressure is a force, right? Because the pressure needs because the pressure doesn't come from nothing.
The force, what causes
what is
the
the force
pressure
that generates
is
the pressure? What is the
entropy of gases. The gases are expanding and pushing against the walls of the container and against other gas molecules. That's what's causing the pressure.
Causing the pressure. Because to have pressure, you need a force to push the gas.
That's gas behavior. The behavior, the gases are. You mentioned entropy, the entropy of gases, right?
But the entropy is a tendency to all systems in the universe. I cannot say universe. To all particles.
Gases move because of kinetic energy. So as soon as they get heated up, they move because of. No, bro, it's not a vacuum if you've got the gas in there.
So if you remove the air from a container, other container, if you remove the air, and there is something that is fields, but quantum fields, but there is no air because you can remove the air from a container, and inside this container, you still have something, which is quantum fields, and you can measure them. You know this. So explain. So if when there is pressure, the pressure is maintained by a force that is generating this pressure. Let's say you have a machine to, let's say, you remove the air. You need to put the air back in. You just open the container, and the air is going back by pressure. What is generating the pressure?
That is amazing phenomena. That's great. Real quick though, Exion, that is amazing that you are telling us that, and I would like to see that. But it has nothing to do with.
I just want to say, if you want to turbocharge an engine, you have to have a device that is increasing the pressure, right?
Yeah, you gotta remember that all of these phenomena.
What is the force
to do with demonstrating the globe.
The pressure in this container that Earth is inside?
What is the force that's generating? That's a very good
pressure.
That's a very good question. What is causing the pressure? Okay. The gas is pushing against the walls of the container. That is causing the pressure.
Yes. Yes, but
what is causing the gases to behave the way they behave?
Is pushing the gas are pushing what? The walls?
The gases are pushing against the walls, right? Causing the pressure.
But what? So if they are pushing, there is something forcing the gas to push. What is it?
The wall is there holding the gases. The force of the gases are pushing against the wall.
But why the gas
kinetic energy?
About that.
Because of heat.
Because of the heat of what?
Yeah, temperature, heat. The heat.
Yeah, where does the heat comes from? There is no planet. It's just flat. Where does the heat comes from?
Wait, there's no heat on flat stuff? Oh goodness, I didn't know that.
I don't know. Tell me. I'm not. You are the one saying that there is some heat, not me.
The sun.
Remember the sun. So all these forces must be generated by something. What is it?
Do you deny heat now?
No, I don't deny heat. I deny. We have sun. We deny sun.
Yeah. So when gas particles are heated, right, they move at like 500 meters per second, due to the kinetic energy, and they move in straight lines indefinitely to fill any available space, right? And they only change directions from that straight line path when they have elastic collisions, right? So if the gas particles bounce off of each other or off the walls of their container. Now, to have gas pressure in the first place, I can give you citations for all of this, right? Okay, this is the mainstream explanation for how gas particles move. Now, the definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas...
Formula, please?
PV equals nRT.
Pressure is equal to what?
Yeah, let me give you the... hold on a second. I'm playing a game of chess with Vivek at the moment.
Wait, I want to read part of the game.
I have to concentrate because he's like a master. So just 1 second. I'll just pull up the definition of gas pressure.
What is his rate? In chess.com?
What is Vivek's rate?
Is the lead chess? Vivek's like a freaking 2200 or something like that.
Oh my lord. Well, never mind.
Ooh. But yeah, so you can look it up right now. Just look up the pressure for formula for gas pressure. It'll come up with what I said.
But okay, wait. I'm gonna look it up. Yeah, but what about the heat?
What about the heat? The heat is what makes the gas particles move. Just heat in general. It comes from the sun or whatever.
Oh, comes from the sun?
Yeah,
so there is a sun? Because I don't know.
Yeah,
I had the idea
I don't think anyone's denying the sun, my friend.
Okay.
Why are you acting like this, Axion? Do you think people don't look outside and see the observable phenomena? People label the sun, call the sun El Sol.
I don't know.
Helio.
I'm just.
You don't know.
Yeah, but
you
maybe
don't know.
you
don't know.
Maybe you guys
really don't know.
Wait, maybe you guys. I don't know because maybe you guys could say that the sun is something else.
The sun is what it is. You are the one that claiming that you know what it is. Remember?
No. I didn't. Well, it's already already explained. It's already explained.
It's explained. What is that explanation? What is the sun? Since you know,
said there is a sun. There is fusion.
The sun is the sun. Yeah, is the sun.
There is fusion occurring in the sun, and you want me to explain how the sun works?
You know the mechanisms of the sun? You know that stuff?
Yes, but I don't want to go into that because we are in a container.
Do you really know, or do you believe you do? Is there a difference? Can you go to court and testify that you know the mechanisms of the sun?
Well, it was reproduced in a machine called
without a container.
You have many machines of fusion. A machine, so you know this fusion reactor.
Was that a container? Did they have a container?
No, it's not. It's a container. You can call it container, but in my point of view, like when you say container, I see like
it's not a container, but it is. Which one is it?
I see like a square with something inside. It's not a square. It's a reactor. Could be in the shape of
like a container.
Tomahawk. They call it tomahawk. And they call it, wait, there is one they call tomahawk, the other one they call a stellator, and the normal one, it's just a coil, because the plasma is maintained with magnetic fields.
So not gas, plasma, different phase.
Yes, I said plasma.
Yeah, we know. You are claiming in order to have gas pressure within a container, you need gas. Plasma, not gas. Plasma is plasma. Gas is gas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Liquids are
it's not
liquids. Solids
analogous.
are solids.
I'm just asking. Don't be offensive. Talk normal. I'm just asking you.
He's
Where does
talking normal. You're the one claiming. You're the one we're saying that you believe that people here claim the sun to be something else than what you believe.
No, I said maybe. I said maybe. I said maybe. You know, that's possibility. Maybe it's possibility.
Actually, is it a possibility that you have a misconception of what the sun actually is, and you probably don't actually know what it is?
No.
Is that a possibility, or do you 100% know what it is and how it works?
No, I don't know 100% because I was never there. You know.
There you go. That's a good one. So if we just observe the sun and the environment behaves certain ways, like the gases, we were talking about gases, and they get excited, and we get climate and all of these things.
And there is a force. There is a force that is applied to the gas. Where does the force come from?
There is what is causing the heat, isn't it? What is exciting the gases to do what they do?
So it's the heat. The heat is generating the pressure. I'm confused. Can you explain? This is question and answer.
You're confused about the sun exciting gases? Okay.
No, yeah. I'm confused. Well, I'm confused about your explanation.
That's not my explanation. You can look up the gas descriptions.
What is causing the pressure of the gas?
The container
temperature
and the heat. The heat is causing the kinetic energy, right? And
okay, where does the heat come from? Wait.
The sun, bro. We just went over this 5 minutes ago, dude.
Nice and easy, one step at a time.
But we are in a container, so this container doesn't block the sunlight.
Axion. The sun heats up the ground. The air that's against the ground, what happens when it's heated up? Rises. Creates difference in pressure because it's at a different temperature, so it moves around. That's it.
So are you saying that the sun hits the ground and the ground what?
That's a part of it. The sun is your heat source.
My heat source, okay.
The sun, yes, the sun is the heat source.
So the sun, but okay, is the sun inside the container or outside the container?
Don't know, dude.
You know why he's asking that, DJ? Because he's asking if there is a container, how can the heat be coming into the container?
No, I'm not. Don't assume. Just reply.
He's asking. He's being ridiculous right now. At this stage, he's being intellectually dishonest.
Hey, DJ, I'll bite. Yes, it is inside the container.
So this container is able to gather all the sun energy and doesn't blow up.
You are in an exceptionally large dynamic system. Maybe, just maybe, the sun doesn't put out as much energy as what is claimed by your scientists.
Or not enough energy to blow it up. Remember, because heat dissipates. Correct. Remember, you have the day cycle and then you have the night cycle, and heat dissipates. Remember.
I don't have scientists. You know.
Doesn't sound like it.
Axiom, have you ever seen a terrarium that you can build a container inside? You can put soil, water, plants, and it has like a dynamic system in it. And the heat source or the light can be outside of the terrarium, outside of the container. So, or you can put it inside too, or you can put multiple lights in the terrarium. You can put a light outside, and you can put lights inside of it too.
Yeah, but depends on the material, you know, because a material towards such a. So
it's not too difficult to conceptualize, right? It's something that can.
Can I finish?
That can be built.
So something Well, someone built this container. That's what you're saying?
I mean,
At no stage in the last 5 minutes did I hear somebody say they built this container.
No, I'm asking.
Or
I'm asking.
inferring that someone else did build this container.
well, the terrarium, I've seen people building them. The terrarium.
Axiom,
That's what I said.
the problem is we know there's a container there due to gas laws. We need the container for gas pressure.
So wait. So the sun. So this gas pressure is everywhere. It's even in the sun, right? The air is everywhere. So the sun, as the gas goes,
Bro, stop straw manning us, dude. This is ridiculous. The things you're saying right now, you're just trying to
trying to understand.
No, dude. What you're doing is dishonest right now. Now you're straw manning us constantly, right? You're being fallacious. Now we told you clearly, right? We have the antecedent, which you said you understood what antecedent meant, right? So you were trying to cut us off when we were trying to give you analogies. Now we told you we can only get so high. We don't claim to know the details of the container, but we have the antecedent, right? Just like if you have the beefsteak, you don't have to prove, right, the color and size of the cow that it came from because you have the antecedent. Okay, same sort of thing. We don't know what the sun is specifically, right? But we know that we get heat here on Earth, okay? And when heat excites the gas molecules, right, they move, yeah? And then you need a container and gas molecules, and then you can get gas pressure. But you're going to need the container, and you don't have that for your globe.
But you have any evidence for this container, or is it?
Dude, I just told you it's an No, we have the antecedent, right? So just like I don't have evidence right now that you have parents, but I know that you definitely had parents, right? Because you exist, because you're the antecedent, right? Don't make us keep explaining it over and over again. You thought you had a gotcha, but it's not a gotcha.
Are you saying that you're not conceding that a container? Are you not conceding that a container is required for the gas pressure? Are you saying there is a different mechanism?
I'm just asking because I want to understand
mechanism.
Your point of view. That's all.
Yeah, I think you want to.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, it depends on the premises, right?
Absolutely.
The premises will need to be justified via induction. Since they're synthetic facts, not analytic.
Why don't you go ahead and make a deductive syllogism for the globe? Can you?
Yeah, well, that would just involve abduction then. Right?
Can you do it? Can it be done?
Sure, yeah, it can be done.
Because we can make them for flat Earth and then prove it with evidence all day. I'm just wondering if you can do it with the globe.
Sure, of course that works. I can just do modus ponens
Great. So start off with that and then provide the backing evidence for your premise.
I'm not sure why you want to accept sort of abductive case based on parsimony, ontological economy, stuff like that, right? Because globe Earth seems to unify different phenomena in the most efficient way. It seems to be the most parsimonious of all the explanations.
As far as you know today, or as far as you think today, maybe.
Sure.
Right, but it flies in the face of other evidence, especially evidence that's verifiable and quite frankly irrefutable to the contrary.
Well, I'm not sure.
I am sure. I am sure. And in fact, I don't know if DJ's around. He's got a great presentation of such evidence. DJ, you there, man? I got to step back for a minute and take care of some stuff.
I mean, I could go over it if he wants to. I mean, I don't have
he has to want to.
Yeah, I got a stack of work to do, but yeah, I mean, it's already in the side chat. If you want to take a quick look at the math first, and then I can kind of walk you over what the observation is testing specifically.
Sure. I'm just wondering. Yeah, I'm just curious. Also, what do you like? what if I just make an abductive count of the globe Earth? Sort of make an inference to the best explanation.
Well, then what if we present evidence that blows your premises to pieces?
Sure, then we could talk about that, but
yeah, we're going to skip over that part and do that right now. Why don't you take a look at the evidence?
Well, no, it would be the case that if I have evidence and you have evidence, some countervailing evidence, if for every phenomena you posit some different explanation, then your hypothesis would fail on.
I can challenge you today to go find a measurement of the globe, and you won't be able to do it.
I'm not sure what you mean by measurement of the globe.
Well, then maybe you need to go figure out what that means.
I mean, the easiest prerequisite to test for the globe would be the water curving over distance. It would have to happen if the Earth were a globe. Okay, if you have gravity, if you have the claimed radius size, we can easily calculate how much that water should be curving over X distance based off the height of the observer. Okay, and we can go out and easily test for that curvature or the byproducts of the curvature that should be there, and that's been done over and over again. And the curvature is most definitely not there.
Sure.
If the curvature is not there, just quickly, if the curvature is not there, then all of the additional claims that require that prerequisite to be present are therefore invalid.
Well, not really. Just by
the really.
Thesis, right. But also, I'm not sure if it's the case that you can accurately measure such things via. I think the methodology is like using a laser or something.
No, I didn't present anything to do with a laser. But this isn't a hyperspecific claim. This is just testing for the curvature that would have to be there, which is the hyperspecific claim that we're testing. Now, it's off by orders of magnitude, so there can be additional variables that can be taken into account, but it's not going to change the orders of magnitude error margin that's present in these observations.
Oh, well, then I'm not really sure what the methodology is if they're not using a laser or something to measure the curve or something like that.
Yeah. So it's things that would be physically obstructed behind geometric, like behind the physical curvature of the Earth. Things that would have to be obstructed. Yeah. Like in this example here, we have a 21-mile body of water, or a certain section of the lake that's 21 miles from point A to point B. Over that distance, there would be 293 foot approximately of Earth curvature. And this is basically shoreline to shoreline. Okay, so he's gonna zoom in across, and he's gonna be testing for the geometric horizon, which would be at 2.7 miles from the 5-foot observation height. So anything beyond 2.73 miles would start to become obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth, physically obstructed. And the shoreline on the far side of the lake would be obstructed by about 223 feet, which is kind of like a 23-story building.
I see. All right, I'll watch that.
Yeah, they also do a laser test after they do a daytime observation and then a nighttime observation. But the laser test is just kind of like some icing on the cake, really. The observations themselves is the argument that I like to present.
Sure. But then it just seems to me that we have two different domains of countervailing evidence. Like we have like satellite images, and then we have this, so we just form a sort of contradiction. I'm not really sure why.
So the two domains are actually verifiable versus unverifiable. Great job. Yeah, like how do you independently verify proprietary tech?
I'm not sure what you mean.
You don't think satellites are proprietary?
Sure.
Okay, so by nature, they're unverifiable. So the two domains are what's verifiable versus what isn't.
Well, I'm not sure how they're unverifiable.
Because it's proprietary. Don't you think proprietary means you can't verify it?
I'm not sure how that follows.
Well, proprietary means you can't check. You're not supposed to.
Well, no, I don't. I don't think that's what proprietary means. Maybe you have some idiosyncratic kind of what.
Oh yeah, like
means, but...
ever try to just walk up to a rocket launch facility and go verify what they're doing?
No, I've not tried that.
I would want to.
I'm not sure why you'd want to.
Well, to verify, right? Because the two domains are that which is verifiable versus that which isn't, by how you define satellites versus an observation that anybody can do, like what DJ's showing you. So on one hand, you've got your evidence for the globe, which is unverifiable in this domain, and then DJ's evidence, which is verifiable in that domain.
Well, when you say unverifiable, are you just saying it's impossible to verify?
Proprietary.
Yeah, but again, I don't know how that denotes it being unverifiable. Maybe independently unverifiable, which I'm also not really sure of.
Oh yeah, I mean, I would imagine, I would want things to be verifiable and independently verifiable, especially. That'd be just great. Just like if you could go out in your car and go make the same observation that DJ's showing you.
Yeah, but I'm not really sure how that follows then that it's unverifiable.
Why you don't think you're not sure how that follows? Listen, trust me, bro. I've got verifiable evidence that only I can verify.
Yeah, well, okay, I'm not sure what you. Okay, can you just explain real quick what you mean by verification?
Well, simply put, that it's reproducible.
Oh, okay.
Preferably independently, like we were just talking about.
Sure, well, then it's certainly the case that it's reproducible, because it has been reproduced.
Independently, huh?
Yeah, it's been
So,
reproduced.
yeah, I can just go walk over to the rocket launch site and go independently verify and check, right?
I'm not sure, but it's been reproduced independently from...
Oh, yeah, so you're not sure your evidence actually holds up to the same standard of scrutiny that DJ's is, huh?
No, it's definitely...
No, you're right, no.
Verify, right? But
You're right, no, it doesn't. It definitely does not meet the same. In fact, DJ's standard of evidence is so reproducible. So very reproducible. Millions, literally millions and millions of people live in the vicinity where this can be done by anybody. No restrictions whatsoever.
I'm not sure how that's a virtue.
What, reproducibility, like in the scientific method?
No, reproducibility to that degree. I mean...
Well, it's great. Like, it's like open source, open access.
I mean, it's great, but...
Transparency, right? Don't we want transparency? Don't you want transparency? I do.
Yeah, that's something I care about.
Yeah. I can't go walk onto NASA's rocket launch facility and check to see that the satellite that they claim is orbiting is in that thing about to be launched.
Right. Yeah, but nonetheless, it's been independently verified, as in by different agencies independently of each other.
Okay. Yeah, show me.
Show you? Yeah, I can just like
in the manner we're just talking. Show me where like the Russians went and inspected a NASA satellite launch.
Oh no, that's not what I mean.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just
so it's going to be very specific, right, for your argument to work. I gotcha. It's not universal in that case. Bummer.
I'm not sure what that means. No, it's been independent.
I guess you're not making a universal claim then, so that's fine.
Look, I'm not sure what that means or how that pertains to what I'm saying, but I'm just saying that
cherry pick your instances that fit your argument.
By verifying, you just mean reproducible, and it has been reproduced independently of the different agencies.
Yeah, and you're just going to go define independently in a way that's very not independent at all. It's very not transparent.
Wait, is the NASA...
That seems a bit dishonest, doesn't that, folks?
Is the NASA independent of the Japanese Space Agency? Because I would say so.
I don't know, is it? I know that I am independent of NASA.
Sure. I don't see how that answers my question.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if the Japanese Space Agency is independent of NASA or what that even would entail. Like, how would that independence be demonstrated?
How would that be demonstrated? Well, that there's no sort of
Go prove a negative now? Great.
That there's no sort of...
No sort of. So proving a negative now, that's not going to go well for you. Try something else.
Rigorous internal connection between two or something like that, right?
Yeah, see, this ain't working. Try something else.
I don't see a reason to assume that they're sort of connected and not independent.
That's your opinion then.
Well, no, it's not just my opinion, right?
Yeah, that absolutely is your opinion. Because I could say I see every reason to think that they are working together.
Well, then what's the reason?
Well, we can show you videos of Japanese and Americans together in a space station.
So? I'm not referring to national...
Well, I mean, how independent are they of each other? They're working together.
Wait, are you just referring to a Japanese man and an American man in a space station?
Well, I mean, from their respective space agencies, where they're supposed to be independent of each other, I guess.
Oh yeah,
I don't know.
Denotes.
I don't know how you demonstrate that independence. Is my point. I can come up with plenty of cases where they look anything but independent of each other, and that's kind of what I'm trying to convey.
And your cases that they're not independent of each other is that there's a Japanese man and an American space vehicle or something.
Yeah, if that is true, then yeah, I mean that's not a case of independence, right? I mean that looks like they're completely working together.
I mean, I would say that that's independent of dependence and independent. Extraneous to dependence and independence, right? Because we're not talking about
justify it.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, how do you justify it?
How do I justify that they're independent?
How would I go verify their independence either? So, I mean, this is where it just gets really knotted up. It's like the fact of the matter is NASA's presenting proprietary tech, proprietary claims.
Yeah, I'm not sure that you've made your case that that denotes that it's unverifiable. If by verifiable, you just mean reproducible, and it certainly is, at least under like.
Well, just one aspect of verifiability, in my opinion, would be reproducibility.
Okay.
I mean, what we're sort of presenting here is reproducible by just about anyone. I mean, this is right here on the Earth, directly testing the thing in question. This would actually debunk the unverifiable images that you're talking about from the space agencies. This would be direct evidence against that, and you could go and do it yourself if you wanted to, like I did, just to check for yourself. But you're never going to be able to reproduce or go and check what they're giving you. You could just choose to trust.
Conditions extraordinary.
Yeah, you could choose to trust NASA and then choose to trust Japan and have blind faith in either of those, right? But this one that we're showing you, you can actually go and replicate this yourself, or you could do it very easily as well.
I just don't understand how something being or something having the property of being replicatable easily is in at least a non-trivial virtue.
Well, it's analogous to open sourcing software. The virtue lies in the transparency and the ease of reproduction.
I mean, it's telling that the only rebuttal that you have of this observation is by saying pictures from space. I mean, if that's all you've got, then anyone listening to this stream is going to see that, okay, this guy can't rebut what they're presenting. He's just gone straight to appealing to pictures from outer space. That's how it's going to seem to the audience listening to this.
Right. Well, I'm not really. That's not of my interest. But I mean, that's certainly not the only objection I mean, there's different phenomena, different sort of extraneous phenomena that are each explained separate, in separate, with different explanations on flat Earth, which are all explained or unified under only a few common principles on the globe Earth. And so that would just be a theoretical virtue again.
Is that begging the question? I mean, we're trying to determine if Earth is a globe in the first instance.
Yeah, I'm not claiming that it is a globe. It's just the concept of a globe would denote the sort of unification of different phenomena.
Okay, so religious explanations can do the same thing of different phenomena.
Oh Jesus, no, they can't.
They can actually, yeah. They often were.
Oh no, if you have some agential explanation, right? I don't see how that's of any interest, because it's just so story, right? So the explanandum is just tailored to the explanans, which I don't see how that's explanatorily virtuous. Also, I mean,
I'm not claiming it is.
Right? Yeah. But a deity would just be compatible with every state of affairs, in theory, and that's the problem with these intentional explanations or agential explanations. That they're compatible with, that they have no real constraints, right?
So back in Mesopotamia during the Chaldeans, the astronomers back then were part of the priest class, and they understood the cycle of eclipses, and it was a big secret because they used the cycle of eclipses in order to make predictions about their occurrence and appear to be all knowledgeable, being able to predict something to the public that is in fact a post-diction all along. The cycle of eclipses, called the Saros cycle, Sar, coming from Babylonian, meaning lord or king, also derives from star. Sar, the Saros cycle, is a cycle of kings. They would do coronation events and welcome new kings and the birth of kings and so on whenever there was an eclipse with the Saros cycle.
Yeah.
So the public's religious experience became a foundation for their belief in this reality that eclipses and kings coincided with each other by divine order, when it was just a human fabrication from the beginning. So they had a unified explanation for all of this stuff. It was accepted for a long time. The Saros cycle, the funny thing is a Saros cycle, the post-diction cycle that we have is actually used by NASA today. There's some irony in there.
What you've just described just sounds to me like spurious unification, right? Which is to say that
yeah, isn't the globe like that though?
No, it would just boil down to saying that there's an agent who has the desire, who has the desire to do X and rationalizes X, and then that's for every phenomena. That's not unification.
Yeah, well, there's a phenomena of a globe that nobody actually sees or can measure.
Well, now we're just swaying off topic.
No, this is right back on topic.
No, not really. So yeah, agential explanations don't unify phenomena.
Well, in this case, what's happening is the agent is man, and in the case of this cosmic religion called the Big Bang today, the agent is also universal mind, which they attribute man as being a part of too.
I don't really understand what you just said. Universal mind?
You ever listen to people who work at NASA talk about their cosmology?
No, I don't know anything about physics.
It's okay. Well, it's definitely not physics.
Right. I don't know.
They're literally invoking Kabbalistic emanations of Sefer Yetzirah. Not even joking. They're using that language.
I'm not sure what that means.
They have a cosmic religion, and it's not really identifiable because there's no singular titular godhead or some agent that acts as a force, some thoughtful person that provides it's behind all the phenomena that everyone experiences, or thinks that they experience. It's a godless religion, essentially.
Well, I mean, that sounds pretty peculiar, but that's not what I'm referring to when I say that the globe Earth unifies different phenomena.
Yeah, like what? The curvature that nobody actually sees?
No, it'd be things like tides, different rotational directions of stars, Newtonian mechanics or something like that, which is all unified.
Well, okay, but it's really not, because things like eclipses are not able to be unified by the heliocentric explanation.
How so?
The Selenelian lunar eclipse presents the exact opposite geometry of what occurs in other instances of lunar eclipses. You have a sunrise and you have a sunrise and a moonset, or a moonrise and a sunset, where both the sun and the moon are above the horizon at the same time, and the moon is fully eclipsed. And what's worse is what is considered the globe's shadow enters the moon from the opposite direction of what the sun should be doing. And this type of eclipse is quite common.
Wait, what's the name of the eclipse?
The Selenelian lunar eclipse. NASA calls it the impossible eclipse, and they have a crazy cope where they describe, well, refraction makes it work. And then you look at the geometry, and it actually doesn't work, even with their explanation. So that's just one instance. Another instance are sunrise and sunset solar eclipses. Anytime you see a sunrise or sunset, and the moon is at peak new moon in full syzygy alignment, it geometrically does not align with where the placement of the sun, moon, and earth are in the heliocentric solar system. So what you see is actually an impossible geometric alignment if Earth is in a heliocentric system. So these are just two examples. And also the tides don't coincide with lunar phases.
Why would they sort of coincide with them?
Well, that's the claim, is that the moon is yanking on their bodies of water on the Earth.
Oh yeah, but how would you derive the expectation that under certain lunar phases the water would behave differently?
Oh, that's what I've heard claimed. I mean, that the tides are dependent on the moon's position.
Oh yeah, but I mean, I don't know.
I guess the phases are not quite that. But yeah, that the moon's location does not coincide with tidal interactions completely in all places of the Earth. There are quite a few exceptions. There's some places where there are three cases of peak tide throughout a 24-hour period, and most places it's 2.
Right. With the Selenelian lunar eclipse, why do you reject the explanation through atmospheric refraction?
Because first off, the shadow, if the sun is coming up and the moon is setting, the shadow will enter the moon from the top, not the bottom. And then as the sun and the moon become closer and closer into full alignment with each other above the horizon, the moon gets more and more eclipsed. The irony being is the sun becomes in more direct contact with the moon, the more the moon gets eclipsed, which is kind of crazy.
Well, but I mean, how's that exactly sort of evidence against this explanation of atmospheric refraction?
Well, this explanation doesn't describe the direction. The direction of the shadow over time. You don't get to see what's happening over time here. And also, how is it that the moon turns red if it's in full eclipse? You ever see a red shadow?
Yeah, like a blood moon.
Yeah, like you ever see a red shadow on Earth produced anywhere for any other reason? Or is this just a special plea?
It's the scattering of light, Yoda.
Scattering of light. Okay, so the sun and the moon are both in the sky. The moon is fully eclipsed now, and it goes from turning dark to now bright red. And it's supposedly sitting in the full shadow of the Earth. The diagram does not predict what happens in reality.
You can look at the diagram that I've sent, GIF.
Yeah, it doesn't comport with what we actually see, is what I'm telling you.
How does it not comport with what we see?
Because of the directions of the shadows.
Right. Do you have some
the phenomena that are observed over time?
Do you have some video or something?
Andy, I don't. I mean, we can direct it to our home server. We got tons of videos over there.
Okay. I've sent the video of lunar eclipse. In this video, we can see that the initial color is red, and it gets black as the eclipse ends.
Cool, red shadows, awesome. This ain't even a Selenelian eclipse like what we're talking about, but still a problem.
Due to scattering of light, red color travel the most due to its longer wavelength.
So that means it's not in a shadow?
It is shadow, but it's also reflection as well.
Reflection?
Oh, no,
So,
not
I don't think you know what you're talking about.
It is shadow. Earth is casting its shadow, but light from the sun is getting.
So it's not a shadow.
What's the word for it? Refracted, I believe.
So it's not a shadow?
It is shadow and refraction as well. So there are two phenomena.
Shadow's an absence of light. How can it be both reflected light and a shadow at the same time?
Oh, okay. If you examine the GIF that I've sent of how lunar eclipse work.
You don't need to explain it to me. I understand the claim.
Okay, let me explain. So Earth is casting its shadow. That's why moon becomes dark, right? We can see the moon. And at the same time, sun rays are incident on the topmost points of Earth, and then they are getting refracted as and as red rays on the moon. That's why we see the color.
So no shadow.
Shadow, but the colors at the same time.
So red shadow.
Shadow, but red color as well, due to refraction of the red light.
You know this is happening because
So Yoda, I've sent 2 images. Can you see them in the side chat?
yeah, so what you're describing there is refraction.
Yeah, refraction, yeah.
But you don't know that it's refraction, number one. Number two, I think the principal effect here is actually diffraction. But in either case, yeah.
Mm.
In either case, then what's being presented is not a shadow.
Oh yeah. It could be diffraction as well.
Yeah, so how do we know? Like, which is it? Which one of one versus... Nobody knows. This is just a satisfying explanation to keep the globe alive. But the problem is during the Stellanellian eclipse, the shadow directions are the opposite of the motions of the celestial bodies.
By the way, Yoder, see the image that I've sent. It's the top view from Mount Everest. We can see the curvature.
Oh, that's BS geometrically. You know why?
Why?
Because I've done the math. I can show you the math.
Yeah, that's obviously, beyond obviously, just a lens distortion effect that's taking place right there.
Right. We need to get the camera's data, like what was the field of view, the lens type, focal length.
Yeah. Notice how the horizon's above the center of the frame.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's going to cause the line to distort in a convex way when it's above the center of the frame. If you could find more footage from that exact footage right there that you showed, if he just panned the camera up a little bit and that horizon dropped below the center of the frame, it's going to be curving the wrong direction. So I'll show you some footage from the top of Mount Everest right here, where we can see the horizon is at the center of the frame. And he also does a 360-degree pan around, and you don't see any curvature. And this isn't proof of flat or globe, because from this height you wouldn't see any curvature anyway. But from the top of Mount Everest, yeah, we just see a flat horizon. Even from 4 times that height, if we send up a non-fisheye lens camera, we don't see any curvature. Like a weather balloon height, for example.
Yeah, according to the geometric claim of the globe, you'd see less than 0.07% of the globe's surface from that mountain peak. You think you can see curvature? 0.07%, less than that.
I see.
Yeah. So if we were to take this same, let's say that was it. I mean, your camera would have to be such that it's angling downward. And if you were to do a 360 shot, Yeah. Right now, as it stands, if you were to like look behind you and take a picture, would it also be curving left to right like that? And how do you connect the ends to each other? If you were to turn left, is it also curving left to right? And if you turn right, is it also curving left to right? Is it just going to make humps? So yeah, the geometry doesn't work out. We understand cameras and optics, so no. Barrel distortion is a reality. I mean, you can, like basic camera software will do barrel distortion lens fixes for you. What you do is you upload the raw image, and the raw image contains metadata from the lens that was used to take the picture. And then the software queries a database, performs calculations, and then flattens and straightens out the image again.
Do you know about the North Star?
Yeah.
North Star. So the thing with North Star.
Just quickly before you change to the North Star, I was just looking for some screenshots. I just wanted to share these just really quickly. Okay, so this is when I was flying over Alaska. I was filming out the window because I was shocked in how perfectly flat the horizon looked. So I decided to film it so I could show people. And then when I got home, I was like, damn, that's crazy. It doesn't look like what it looked like when I was looking through with my eyes. Okay, so here's a couple of screenshots from my video. So this is at about 40,000 feet above Alaska. And it looks like you can see a little bit of curvature.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and then what I noticed is that when I would pan the camera upward, and then the horizon would be lower than the center of the frame, this is what you could see. And when you would have the horizon right in the center of the frame, it would just be completely flat. So it's just a lens distortion. You need to take that into consideration, that's all.
Oh, yeah. That's weird.
Cool.
Speaking of North Star, the thing is, if you go to North Pole, you can see the North Star if you go to Greenland, for example. But when you go to Antarctica, you don't see any North Star. So isn't that a proof of globe?
No, it's the way our perspective works. We have a limitation. Things will converge towards the horizon as you move further away from them. And once they get below a certain degree in your vision, you're not able to see them anymore because of the angle of view. You're looking through a ton of air, essentially, a ton of atmosphere when you're looking over that distance. That's why we can't see stars when they're just slightly above the horizon because of the thickness or the opaque air that we're looking through. And things converge. It's just basic perspective. For example, if you were standing on it, just say you had just hypothetically, say you had a giant football field and it was 100 kilometers across this giant football field, and you had a big light, like a big street lamp in the center of the field, and you were standing under it. As you move away, as you start backing away from the light, it's going to get lower and lower and lower in your field of view until eventually it's going to converge into the horizon. As you keep moving further and further away, you're not going to be able to see it anymore. It's just due to perspective and atmospheric extinction of light.
I see. So DJ, can we say that Earth revolve around Sun or not?
No. You can say it, but you don't have any, even Einstein himself said there's no optical experiment that could prove that we're orbiting around the sun. Or the sun's orbiting around us or whatever.
Yoda, could you post it for me, please? Because I can't post.
There are two possibilities, right? Either we are orbiting around the sun, or is sun is orbiting around us. Don't you think that? Because at the daytime we can see the sun, but at night we don't.
Right. Or if you go down just a couple of 100 meters into the ocean during the daytime, you can't see the sun either. It's pitch black. You can't see any light from the sun at all because it can't push forever through a medium. So if the sun was much more local than what we get told it is in the globe theory, then as the sun moves to a different section above the Earth, as the light pushes through the medium, through the atmosphere, right, it's going to lose intensity due to the inverse square law of light, firstly, and it's also going to be scattered and it's going to be absorbed by the medium over distance. So light can't travel forever through a medium. Depending on the density of it will determine how far it will be able to push through.
What's twilight then?
I've sent a GIF in the side chat. What do you think about this model?
That's a straw man flat Earth model essentially. So that's kind of showing like a disk in space with a globe projection map as the flat Earth. It's what people kind of use to straw man our arguments in here, and there are definitely some flat earthers that kind of think that the flat Earth is something like this, which is a poor argument. There's a lot of bad flat Earth arguments out there. I will agree, and that could be one of them. But generally, this is used as like to strawman flat Earth. Yeah, we don't think that's what it is, and we absolutely don't think the Earth is like a disk floating in space, like a flat planet. Most people try to replace. Most people try to replace the globe in the heliocentric model with a flat planet, and that's not what we're claiming. That would be silly.
DJ, can I get you to post the picture, please, that I sent you? Because I can't.
But DJ, like, what do you think about?
Yeah, hold on a second, Richter. Yeah, what's that paradox?
Yeah, I was saying, what do you think about gravity?
Gravity? Yeah, so gravity is something that would cause the water to be curving on a globe. Okay, so you need a globe to have gravity. You need gravity to have a globe. If you're talking about mass attracting mass, for example, everything being pulled towards the center of the globe, it means that the water would have to be curving at a specific rate, depending on the size of the globe. It would have to be happening if gravity were true. And when we go out and test, over large bodies of water, it's absolutely not curving over distance.
But still, we can see gravity working in moon, for example, right? Moon is spherical. Even the sun is spherical.
Yeah, I don't know about the sun. I can't tell what the sun is. I will grant you that the moon looks like it's a sphere. But that doesn't mean that the Earth is also like the moon. Okay, that's just... I mean, I understand why you're claiming that, because we grew up being taught that we're in a big giant space vacuum, like the universe, and then you've got all of these spherical planets and suns, and that we're also one of them. So I completely get where you're coming from. But I don't think the Earth has any characteristics in common with the things that we see in the sky. I think there's something different to what the Earth is. kind of like, just to give you a silly analogy, it's like looking at a tree and thinking, oh, why isn't this other thing also a tree? Well, because it's not a tree. It doesn't have any of the characteristics that the tree has. It's obviously not a tree when we test it. So I think you could think of the Earth more like the foundation or the floor of the system that we live in, and then we have celestials in the sky, sun, moon, stars, planets.
I see, but how I'm thinking is there's a space, right? And we can see objects in space, how they function. I can see moon with my own eyes. I can see the sun, and I can observe
we all see the same thing. Yeah, we all see. Well, you see a round light. Even NASA and whatnot, they refer to the sun as the disk of the sun, or the moon as the disk of the moon. That's kind of what we see from our perspective. We see a round light in the sky, essentially. And we've been fed a whole big story surrounding what we can see, and we've been told that outer space is a big giant vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 Torr deep space vacuum, and that these things are certain distances away, and that suns are burning balls of plasma gas right in the vacuum of space. And I deny that claim, because I would consider it textbook definition pseudoscience.
There's a logical gap, right? The logical gap is I look at the moon and conclude that Earth is a globe as a consequence of that observation.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get why you're doing it. It's not giving you a hard time for doing that because of the way that we were brought up. Thinking that we're on another round planet, that's like the moon or the other planets or something like that. You get taught about gravity, and gravity forms these things into balls and so on. But we're testing that. We're testing the core of those claims by testing for the curvature that would have to be there. It's the prerequisite or the requirement for the Earth to be a globe. You have to have X amount of curvature over X amount of distance.
I see.
I can give you an example in the side chat if you want to have a look at one.
Okay, I want to see that.
Yes, send it.
Yep, sure. Okay. All right, so this is all out of a high definition, full length video that goes for an hour and a half, where Dr. John D goes over all of the details. So I'm just showing you some small sections out of the video just to explain it. And at the end, I'll share the video if you want to watch it later on.
Yeah.
It's just uploading now. So this is just a clip. So what he does, he goes to the ocean on a nice clear and still day where there's no waves, no wind, and very nice clear conditions. And he sets his camera up on a tripod. It's a super zoom camera, a Nikon P900 camera. Has amazing zoom capability. And he's zooming out from 1 meter height to a windmill platform. Sorry, a windmill that's out in the ocean, a windmill farm. Okay, so just focus on the windmill on the right-hand side. That's the furthest one away. Okay, that's 11.2 miles away. Do you want me to? I can probably do it in metric if you use the metric system.
Yeah, I use the metric system, kilometers.
Yeah, okay. So he places the camera at 1 meter height, and that windmill is about 18 kilometers away. So now we can do some basic math. Yeah, what's your question, Ali? Okay, so the windmill tower should be obstructed. What's that?
Yeah, go on. I was just asking him what happened.
All right, so let's just, I'll post a screenshot from an Earth curvature calc. Actually, I don't have it in metric. I only have it in imperial. Okay, so basically the horizon should be 3.4 kilometers away. Okay, so we know what the horizon is. So I'm just going to post a little diagram so we can be very clear on what the horizon would have to be if the Earth's a globe. Okay, and I'll just read it out. So it's in the side chat now. Okay, so a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. The physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and the sky can be observed to meet. So basically, it gives you a picture of it there, and you notice how you can't see any water beyond the horizon. You shouldn't be able to see any water. That's the maximum distance you can see the water up to if you're doing an observation over water. Now, we can also calculate how much the windmill tower should be obstructed by behind the horizon. So you should only be able to see a portion of the windmill tower sticking up from behind the horizon, and the bottom 52 feet, which is about 16 meters, should be hidden behind the horizon. So what I'm going to show you now, just quickly, is a close-up. Right, this is just a close-up of the windmill towers that he's looking at, just so you can see what they look like close up. So that's just uploading now. And what you'll see is that we can see the entire windmill platform. Sorry, I keep saying platform. The entire windmill tower. Well, it is kind of a platform, I guess. Anyway, when it's low tide, we can see the black portion at the bottom where the paint's corroded off because the salt water goes up and down there.
Yes.
Okay, so have a look at the zoom footage again. When we zoom in, we don't see any obstruction of the windmill towers. In fact, we can see the water going beyond the windmills. We can even see a boat off in the background that's going past. So if the Earth's a globe, anything that goes beyond that geometric horizon must physically be obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. So the bottom 16 meters of the windmill should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, and that horizon line should be at 3.4 miles. Sorry, 3.4 kilometers, approximately.
I see.
Yeah.
There's another experiment, like laser light experiment, which also proves this, confirm it.
Yeah. There's actually this guy, Dr. John Dee. He's a PhD. He's got a PhD, and he's a professional when it comes to optics.
I see.
So he also does laser tests. He uses different spectrums of lasers, and he shoots lasers over huge distances. So on his YouTube channel, he also has a ton of different laser test videos. We've got dozens of laser test videos that we could show you as well, which is a similar principle. Basically, you're setting up the laser at a certain height, and then you have a target at the same height on the other side of the body of water, and they're attempting to hit the target with the laser. And if the Earth were a globe, then the laser should be way, way up in the air and shouldn't hit the target. But the lasers hit the targets consistently.
Then why we don't have any?
Share those videos.
Why?
Share his YouTube channel. I'll watch it later on.
Yeah, I
because
will. Just a second.
Okay. Hey DJ, I have a question. Why we don't have any endpoint of this Earth?
Well, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, and I have no idea where the endpoint would be. And I would say that nobody has ever just kept going south to see what happens that we can verify. So if you keep going south and the Earth is a globe, then you should come back to, eventually you should come back to where you started. You should come back around the other side of the globe, and come back to where you started. On a flat Earth, if you kept going south, that wouldn't happen. You're not going to come back to where you started again. But nobody's ever done that. Nobody's ever just kept going south, which is interesting. Considering,
small.
Yeah, I didn't say Earth's small. I said no one's ever kept going south Okay, so if there's an end at some point, we're not able to get to it. And there's also certain restrictions that make it very difficult to freely travel and explore in the south. Right? Once you get to 60 degrees south, there's actually a treaty called the Antarctic Treaty that prevents you traveling past there without a strict permit. A very expensive and strict permit that has a whole bunch of very difficult conditions that go along with the permit.
Not true.
But still, there's a lot of people.
Not true. Not true. He says, okay, who name one person since the Antarctic Treaty that freely traveled beyond 60 degrees south?
Jade Hemaster.
Okay, he didn't have a... Okay, post your evidence.
You said name one person.
Actually, there was a guy recently that did do it. He was a Chinese guy who was flying his plane around the world, basically, to raise money for cancer research. A Chinese pilot, a young guy. And he decided to fly to Antarctica and land there without a permit. And he got thrown in jail.
That's the same thing also in the Arctic Ocean, in just Antarctic.
Well, not really. You can travel to the north. Okay, they don't have the same type of restrictions, even though it is monitored, but they don't have the same type of restrictions as they do in the south. So in the 50s, they came up with the Antarctic Treaty, and you're not allowed to travel beyond 60 degrees south without a permit, without permission.
Who's not allowing you?
Who's not allowing you? Yeah, so all of the countries basically that signed the Antarctic Treaty, which is it's over 50-something countries that have signed it now. Who's not allowing you? It's I can find you the permit if you want to have a look, right? So on my server, Pickled Minds, there's a whole section called Antarctic Treaty. Refracted Space Ghost just put it in the side chat. So there's a whole channel dedicated to the Antarctic Treaty. If you want to go and read all about it, you can do that.
Okay.
Or the treaty itself is only 6 pages long. It's not difficult reading either.
See the geopolitics. There's America, China, and Russia. They are big enemies for each other. But if the Earth is not globe, then why they didn't talk about it?
Well, if Russia and doesn't Russia and the United States share a space station? And they like when the astronauts apparently got stranded on the space station, and then the Russians said that they're going to be the ones that go and rescue them. So when it comes to space travel and certain things, they seem to be friends. Okay, so it really depends on how you're looking at it.
Not even China and Russia. India recently launched a mission on Moon, Chandrayaan-3. They also have a video on camera that Earth is globe. So
yeah, but have you looked at the India footage? Have you looked at the footage that they gave you from there? You know, India's one greatest recent achievement. Have you looked at the footage? The footage. Look, I'm going to post the footage in the side chat. Like the footage looks even more ridiculous than NASA's footage of the moon landings. Okay, at the end of the day, you're just going to have to trust them anyway. You're not going to be able to go and check if they did what they said they did. But this footage, right? This is basically the only footage that they released of the moon, right? The rest of the footage was just CGI. Like admitted to be CGI, and this little bit of footage is just silly. It doesn't show anything. It doesn't look realistic. Could easily be shot in a studio, but we can't validate it either way.
don't think that is real.
It's all faith-based stuff. When it comes to things that are too high for you to validate, you're just going to have to believe or not believe. Okay, after spending years looking into the fakery of the NASA moon landings, even if I believed the Earth was a globe, I would still be calling fake on NASA going to the moon. And the Indian footage, I mean, most of the Indian people that come in here also agree that the footage looks very fake and that they probably faked it.
That means the whole world is celebrating a fake news.
Yeah, I don't know if the whole world is still celebrating the, like, I mean, I don't think, most of the people that come in here, even if they believe the Earth's a globe, they call bullshit on the India and NASA. Well, not most people, but quite a lot of people call bullshit on the footage. People that have looked into it. I mean, I can post you some NASA footage now. I could post you some NASA footage that NASA claims to be real footage. It looks so ridiculously fake that I don't know how anyone can take it seriously. But at the end of the day, we can just go and test the surface of the Earth over and over again to try to confirm if there's curvature or not. Rather than having to believe in pictures from space, we can just go and test if they actually match up with reality.
But DJ, bro, why do you think that governments are lying to us? And every single government is lying to us.
Yeah, I mean, are they lying though? What are you lying about? What in particular? Going to space or lying about the globe?
Yeah, the Earth.
I don't think most people that work for the government or the education system or scientific industries, I don't think that they're lying. I think that they are just repeating the information that they learnt at school. They're just memorizing the textbooks and repeating it to people. They're not going out and actually checking. You know, they're not going to college and they're not saying, "Oh, Professor, how do we really know that the Earth is a globe?" That's not a question that they're asking. They were taught that it's a globe their whole life. They've never questioned it, for the most part, right? They've gone and tested it.
Let's say that India landed on the south pole of the moon, and NASA appreciated it. So why both the India Space Organization and NASA, why they both are lying?
Well, why would they not? I mean, if they're both lying and it further confirms that people can go to the moon, it's going to add more legitimacy to whether NASA went to the moon. Someone else did it too. It's going to say, okay, well, that's more evidence that we went to the moon because look, somebody else has also done it.
So, do you believe on Elon Musk? Do you think that he was also a lying person?
Yeah, I think I don't think he's lying about the Earth being a globe, but I wouldn't know if he's lying about that. But he's definitely lying about things like sending a Tesla car into space, for example. Remember when he said he sent the Tesla car into space? And even he said it looks fake.
Yeah, it's
so
okay, but
DJ?
Yeah.
Okay,
yes. Hold on a second. Off the Richter. Just want to answer his question. Yeah, what were you going to say?
Yeah, I'm not gonna talk about countries or like that. But I wanna know that if the Earth is flat, then why we don't have any end point of this Earth? Like,
well, maybe there is an end point. We just can't get. We just don't have anyone that's been able to go there and confirm this. We're not claiming to know that. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. The globe side are claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're testing that claim. And when we test it, it doesn't match up with what we're being told. Remember, flat's not a shape. Right? A globe is a shape, but a flat is just a descriptive term to describe, in this context, a surface area that's not curving over distance. Like bumpy, smooth, flat, rigid, it's just a descriptive term. So what we're talking about is the surface of the water, which covers most of the known surface area of the Earth, not curving over distance. And by default, if you have a large surface area that's not curving, it's flat by default.
But it's not. Can I get you to post that picture, please, DJ, that I sent to you, because I can't post.
Sure.
Thank you very much. And that Chinese guy that got arrested, he got arrested for filing incorrect flight plans by the Chilean government.
Yeah, because he went to the part of Antarctica that's owned by the Chilean government.
It's the incorrect flight plans. He's what he got arrested for.
Incorrect flight plans. So if okay. So he went to Antarctica and he got arrested for incorrect flight plans.
Not for landing on Antarctica.
Okay. But that's what he did, and that's what got him arrested.
Getting into trouble and being forced to land on Antarctica was what drew it to attention that he had filed incorrect flight plans. If he didn't get in trouble and he didn't need to land in Antarctica, no one would have been any the wiser.
Okay. So who's gone to Antarctica and not got in trouble without a permit?
About 10,000. I think it's about, no, I think 2022, there was 106,000 people, I think, visited Antarctica as tourists.
Yeah, they all had permission through the jurisdiction of the tour company or travel company that they were going there with, whether it be a flight company that does the drive-by tours from Australia, okay, to a particular section of Antarctica that's owned by Australia or designated to Australia, and then the other ones going from Chile or whatever, okay, they have permits, right? They have deals with the government where they need to have permission. We're talking about an independent person going there, not with a tour group, not with an organized tour group that's government run.
It's not government run, it's private enterprise. You said you couldn't go there unless you had extremely difficult to get permits. So the story's changed.
No, it isn't.
So you can go with the tour.
You need to get you need to go through a designated.
Don't need any permits.
Yeah, that's not free exploration, though, is it? I said freely explore. Yeah, so that none of them are freely exploring Antarctica, are they? They're going to designated zones on tours. It's not free exploration. You can't just jump on a boat yourself and just go to Antarctica past 60 degrees south without permission.
Can you go to the Ukraine without getting permission? Can you go? Can I land in America without permission?
No, you can just get get permission. You can easily get permission to go to the Ukraine. I could drive there right now, probably, and get across the border with just a basic tourist visa.
Paperwork, yeah. Passport.
Yeah, so it's probably $50 or if not free, and you just fill out a form and then you can go. It's not the same deal when it comes to freely going to Antarctica. For example, there was a U.S. Navy SEAL that just wanted to carry to tow a little sled across a little section of Antarctica for an endurance challenge. And he had to raise over $1 million to pay for all of the conditions that went along with his permit just to be able to drag a sled across a small section of Antarctica. He had to pay hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to have safety teams on standby. And he had to pay, he makes videos on Instagram explaining all of the crazy costs, right? Because he had to raise the money independently, which he did do, and he did go there. But it cost him over $1 million just to land there and drag a little sled across a certain section because of all of the restrictions that were basically requirements to be able to get the permit to do what he was doing. It's not as simple as just getting a visa and going to Thailand or something like that.
I understand that.
It's a false analogy.
Which country's just going to leave you to die? None of them. They're going to have to come and get you if you get into trouble.
Yeah, that doesn't change the fact that it's expensive and difficult and that there's restrictions to the permit. Yeah, all of those things. Okay, so you can give reasoning for it. I'm not saying there's not reasoning behind it.
Anyway, there's 4 in the morning. You still haven't posted that picture. I've got to go to bed. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Yeah, hold on a second. I got the picture ready to post here.
Okay.
All right, so explain the picture. It's uploading now.
So that's Brisbane Airport. Just to show there's no window distortion, no lens distortion. Straight lines are straight lines.
All right.
And then out the window of the plane. Taken by me, 36,000 foot.
Okay. All right. You take it with your mobile phone or what?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the focal length on the lens of your mobile phone? 18 millimeters, probably something like that.
What's the difference? There's no distortion on the ground one, and there's curvature in the right one.
Yeah, so there's no distinct lines to be able to check for the curvature in the top one because we have topology, we have planes and buildings and terrain and that kind of thing. We don't have a horizon. We don't have a horizon for comparison in the bottom image. In the top image, okay, you're using a phone camera, which obviously has barrel distortion. Okay, it's like a wide angle. It's like a wide angle shot.
Why can't we see it in the left photo? Why can't we see it in the left photo?
You don't have a line in the left photo. You don't have a horizon line. You have a local horizon, which is obviously topography. What lines? What lines? It's like a big roundabout, a green roundabout. We've got curving lines. We've got terrain and planes and buildings in the background. What line are you talking about? What horizontal line? What horizontal line? So you're denying lens distortion right now, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, I am, because there's no distortion.
Yeah, I am. Great clip. Thanks for that little soundbite. Yeah.
Well, everyone else can see the photo, man. They can make up their minds. Anyway, thanks for having me on, everyone.
Yeah. So I'm going to show some counter footage right now from 40,000 feet, where I was flying above Alaska. Okay, so I'll just post some images in the side chat. So obviously when we have a low focal length lens, we have lens distortion. Anyone can look this up. Just go on any AI or any optics website and you can just double check. Okay, so as you pan the camera around, you're going to see distortion of lines in the distance. Happens every single time. All right, so here's two pitches, horizons above the center of the frame and horizons below the center of the frame, 40,000 feet. All right, we see a convex horizon in the top one and a concave horizon in the bottom one, proving that it's just lens distortion. The Globers' arguments are getting weaker by the day.
Hello.
Virula, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, so the way lens distortion works. Okay, so that footage, I took that footage myself. Okay, with my eyes, it looked completely flat as the horizon looks from that height, whether the Earth be a globe or flat. When I took the footage with my camera, I looked back at the footage when I got home and I'm like, oh, it looks like it's curving. Yeah, do you not understand how lens distortion works?
No, but like do you like as a genuine question, do you actually believe the Earth is flat? Like
It's not something that requires any belief. Okay, the globe requires belief.
I'm just asking you a question. Do you actually believe this?
Yeah, it's not something that requires any belief. It's something that we can go out and actually. Yeah, but it's it's a malformed question.
Then, okay, so if I throw in a ball in the air, why does it fall down?
Because it's more dense than the air, and because you threw it up in the air.
No, it's because of gravity. Gravity is pulling it towards the center of the Earth.
Oh, really?
You got any evidence for that?
Throw a ball, then. What do you mean evidence?
Yeah, the ball is more dense than the air, right?
What?
Yeah. So what the balls?
You're demonstrating a cause, or excuse me, an effect, but not the cause. How do you prove that gravity caused the ball to fall?
Wait, can you say that again?
When you throw a ball up in the air and then it falls down, you're observing an effect, a phenomena.
Wait, by the way, you said it's denser than air, right? That means the force, what's it called? The force going down on the ball, which is gravity, is greater than the force pushing it up. So obviously it's gonna fall down.
Yeah, it's going to. Okay, the air cannot support the ball, so the ball's going to sink. If it was a helium balloon,
due to gravity, yes, due to gravity.
If it was a helium balloon, it would go up because it's less dense than the surrounding
force
medium.
Underneath is stronger than the gravity pushing down on it. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. So if you have gravity, that means the water should be curving too, right?
What do you mean?
Okay, so if everything's being pulled towards the center of the globe, that means the water that covers over 70% of the globe should be curving over the surface of the globe.
Curving over the surface of the globe?
Yeah, if you have a globe and it's covered in water, 70% approximately.
It does curve over.
Water.
What do you mean?
No, when we go out and test over the surface for the curvature, it's not curving over distance. Therefore, debunking your gravity claim. Yeah. So have you ever gone and tested the Earth?
Tested the whole Earth?
No, you don't have to test the whole Earth. You could just test a small portion.
You're saying water doesn't curve over the Earth. That literally makes no sense.
Yeah, water doesn't curve, right? Water needs a container and the surface doesn't curve over distance. Water is flat over the surface of the water.
So you have to ask yourself, how much flat water do you need to make a globe?
Obviously a lot of water.
How much curvature do you think there would be over, say, a 20-mile lake? Or a 20-mile distance of water? It's actually...
so then, how come on the moon... I mean, explain to me how eclipses happen then.
Well, that would require the water to be curving once again, wouldn't it? So let's test the water, and if the water's not curving... Yeah,
you would need... curving causes an eclipse.
No, I didn't say that, right? You're claiming the eclipse is the shadow of the curving globe on the moon. If the water's not curving, if there's no curvature, then obviously it's not that. It's a prerequisite, right?
What's causing the eclipse?
I didn't make any claims to an eclipse. You're the one talking about an eclipse. You're making a positive claim about an eclipse. I don't know how the sky works. It could be something beyond our comprehension, for all I know. But if you want to make a positive claim about it, I don't know. I just gave you my answer, right? But it's whatever's happening in the sky. Whatever's happening in the sky. No, that's not the only explanation, right? Explanations. Yeah, your explanation requires the Earth to be a globe, which requires Earth curvature. Okay, when we go out and that's something we can actually test.
So then
so
when
when-
ships go over the horizon, we literally have videos of that. Ships going further out in sea, you can see the top of the ship appears to go over the curvature later after the hull, like the bottom of the ship.
No,
Due to
that
the
only
curvature.
happens. That only happens occasionally if you have certain conditions that are present, such
Okay,
as
what conditions?
okay, obviously ocean swells or sinking
Ocean swells.
sinking
Then it would be
refraction
temporary.
effects. What do you mean it would be temporary? No, the ocean swells are uniform, right? Ocean swells come in uniform. So when you're looking
You
over
think they
distance,
last hours?
yes.
So the waves just rise up for an hour and they just don't go back
No,
down.
they come in one after another, after another, after another in sets.
Yeah, and you'd be able to see that.
No, you don't see that when you're looking over a vast distance over the water. It looks uniform. I can give you an example if you want.
Marilla, do you believe that the Earth is curving, that the water is curving?
What do you mean? The water's curving.
Yeah, like basically, if the globe is a sphere and the globe is 70% water, then, let's say a 10-mile lake, or a 20-mile lake, that would be curving.
The water does curve over long distances, yeah, due to the Earth's curvature.
So how much drop over distance? Let's say you were at the top of the Earth looking at a lake that went 20 miles. How much do you drop?
I don't know what the calculation is for that.
Do you know there's an Earth curve calculator where we can take the claimed radius and know exactly how much?
And they've literally proven that it's true. That there is a curvature with those calculations.
All right. Do you want to walk
How about
through
that time in that documentary when they try to prove through shining a light through those holes, if the Earth really was flat, then the person on the other side wouldn't have to crouch with the light, but he ended up having to crouch due to his distance to be able to see the light from the other side. That was flat Earthers, by the way.
Oh yeah, what was the distance? What was the distance?
I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know because it doesn't even tell you the
it's fake.
distance. It's a 50-second clip out of a mockumentary to try to tease
Why
flat
would
Earth.
flat Earthers? They were flat Earthers. They were long-time flat Earthers.
It sounds like you're truly not interested in investigating the details. Am I correct in that?
I don't need to investigate this stuff because it's obvious.
No, it's not
Okay,
obvious.
so you believe it then?
Okay, so how come different stars in different places, in different countries?
Oh my god,
bro,
Just
you're
galloping.
No, like I'm asking. You're just saying, "Oh my god," you can't give an answer or something.
You got to stay focused.
Yeah,
And
bro,
stars.
you're jumping from one topic to the next
Because
topic.
I'm
It
bringing up
started with
I'm allowed to-
ships, and now you're going
Am I
up
not
to
allowed
the
to bring up
sky
one?
again. Well, we're not
Am I
getting to the
supposed to bring up
bottom.
one point?
We're not getting to the bottom of any points, right? As soon as it starts to get difficult for you,
I'm
you
not
just switch to another
asking
topic.
to get to the bottom of any points. I just want to know what you think about all of these points. There's stars in different places. There's
Yeah, you have a
time zones,
limited field of view. You have a limited field of view, and you can only see a certain amount of
Okay,
stars
if the Earth
depending
is
on where you're
flat-
standing.
If the Earth
Oh
was
no,
flat,
scattergun away
what is
from
the
that
map?
one again.
Yeah, but the thing
What
is,
does the map look?
there's actually like studies.
Yeah, there's
What does the map
actually okay.
So are all
Maps.
planes
Like
flat Earthers?
half
Oh
of
my god, bro! Hold on a second, guys. We're gonna go back to the original thing we were talking about, and we're gonna come to a conclusion of each point. So I found the image that I was looking for with the waves. Okay, bro. So just have a look at this image. Okay, we can see that there's large swells here on this day. And as we look further out into the ocean, those swells are still there, except because of the angle of view, it just looks like it flattens out. Even though when you go out there, it's not flat at all. This used to catch me by surprise when I would take my boat out into the ocean, and I would get out there where it looked nice and flat from the lookout, and I'd get out there and you'd be going up and down these giant humps of water out in the ocean. Okay, called ocean swells. If there was a boat there, it's going to look like the boat starts to disappear bottom up as the boat decreases in angular size as it moves further away. Did that get run off or what? Still here?
I think he might have ran off.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's like right when we start to get to the details, it's oh well, what about this? Let's completely change the topic because I want to cog this and not think about the details.
Yeah, it's insane, isn't it? Even after we called him out for doing it, he did it again straight away. Even before I could finish one sentence to answer his previous question.
Oh yeah, he was clipping pretty much every sentence we said was clipped. But I think the details is where people they just tune out, man, and it's fascinating to observe or listen to, and really almost daily, whether on the streets or in Discord. How the minute you get to the details, well, what about this, and they just forget
until So yeah, and each what about this will get further and further away from things that we can validate. It'll get deeper and deeper into space. Well, what about the moon? Oh, well, what about the stars? Haha, you're not going to be able to answer that one, Fluff. It's crazy. But yeah, I love it when they bring up boats over the horizon, or horizons in general.
Yeah, I have to admit that mockumentary really really entrenched a lot of people. Like it conditioned them to think, oh yeah, it's if they were on the fence a little, the people who didn't think about the details, they saw that 50-second clip and were like, this movement is crazy.
Yeah, it's an effective propaganda technique to use the socially unacceptable tactic to try to make it socially unacceptable, and that if you believe in this, you'll be mocked and ridiculed, and that flat earthers are just dumbasses. Look at these dumbasses, right? And then they misrepresented what happened in the test, and they chopped the footage up and put bits together that didn't even happen. It's just insane. So we shouldn't get baited into these situations like Jaren did.
Yeah, it really shows the power of that the fallacious appealing to majority, because I see it a lot in the health space, in health optimization, or like toxins or whatever, and 10 years ago everyone thought someone was a conspiracy theorist for talking about fluoride, and now finally it just got banned, and there's probably still people out there like trying to justify it.
Yep.
Come on, man. Didn't you know that ships go over the horizon because uneducated sailors said that? Did you know they proved the globe 2,000 years ago, even though we didn't develop high altitude flight until the 1930s? We didn't develop good telescopes until the late 19th century. And the first big, large telescope wasn't developed to the 20th century. But yeah, they knew it was a globe, despite having no knowledge of physics. Well, I mean, not the people who built the pyramids and all that. They clearly had knowledge of physics. But the Eratosthenes, he had absolutely no knowledge of physics. And all he proved was that sunlight rays are not parallel.
If he even existed.
Well, of course he existed, because this other guy, Cleomedes, wrote about him. But if you ask about Cleomedes, when he lived and died or whatever, they can't figure out when this guy lived or died. It's like a 500-year span of his lifespan somewhere, either 100 years BC or 400 years after. So,
yeah, and where did he get the information about the Eratosthenes test as well? That's another thing they say, oh, we have no idea.
Yeah.
The historians that I've listened to just say that the Greeks loved making up these types of characters, like Pythagoras and Eratosthenes.
Yeah, they like to embellish. Like, look how wonderful their mythology was, right?
Yeah.
And named all the planets after gods. Oh yeah, that's a scientific endeavor.
There actually is zero evidence that Pythagoras ever suggested that the Earth were a globe anyway.
And were the Pythagoreans the worshippers of triangles?
I don't think so. Just spheres. And they really liked the number 10.
Yeah, they need to love their spheres. And it's the same thing with the heliocentric system. They loved their sun so much they had to make it the most important thing in the solar system. So they put it at the center, despite having no evidence that it exists at the center, and plenty of evidence that it does not exist at the center.
Hey, DJ.
What's up, sheepdog?
What's up, man? Hey, I was looking at this event. I was like, usually people come in here when there's an event. I know we didn't start it because classroom stage. We put the event international.
What's that?
Was it you that set up the event?
Yeah. Yep.
The voice channel is in the international room.
Oh, what?
The one with all the flags.
Oh shit! I was wondering why those flags were there.
I don't know what to call it. It looks like Muslim rooms, but I don't want to be like pointing just to Muslim. It looks like international.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, thanks for noticing that.
I've done it before, so that's the sort of reason why I do.
All right, I'll fix that up.
Since it's just us in here, though, happy weekend, man. Did you complete your move? Are you where you said you were moving to?
No, I'm still in Poland, freezing my freaking ass off. It's like negative 12 at the moment.
Oh shit!
Is that all?
Yeah, it's
plus 2 here.
It's still a bit sketchy in Cambodia with the border dispute with the war that's going on there.
Yeah, Cambodia is on the land, right? It's not one of the Asiatic islands.
Yeah, it's attached to Vietnam and Thailand.
Okay, so it's actually more north than. I understand a little bit of the geopolitics around there. I know China is like building a train track that goes all the way extends all the way to the ocean, but they have to go through other countries in order to do it. It's almost kind of like the German pipeline.
we've kind of changed our mind. Like, we think we're probably gonna go to Sri Lanka instead.
Okay.
Because we kind of have people we know there, because we spent 6 months in Sri Lanka in 2024. So we're probably going to go to Sri Lanka, even though it's a bit more annoying because it's freaking hot, man. It's so hot in Sri. It's so hot there, but it's hot everywhere in South Asia, Southeast Asia, both
until the rainy season.
Oh no! Even in the rainy season,
and it's just warm and humid, 100% humidity.
It's definitely still hot. Yep. Yeah, I've never sweat so much in my life than when I was in Sri Lanka.
Yeah. 24-hour a day sweating.
Yeah. Yep.
Leave your deodorant at home. That kind of. What's the point?
Yeah, pretty much. But we have to do. It's just annoying because Cambodia was a good option because you can just pay 1 year at a time visa, and you don't ever have to leave the country. But in Sri Lanka, you have to leave once a year. Get a trip over to the Maldives or to India once a year, and then re-enter.
Right.
Yeah, that's a pain in the ass.
It's a pain in the ass, yeah, but it's also a cool holiday as well, especially if it's Maldives. But India is awesome as well. South India. But yeah, definitely a pain.
Yeah, I think they do something similar if Canadians want to visit the States. The most you can stay is like 6 months at a time.
Mm-hmm.
You have to exit and re-enter. You can do it the same day, but still got to do it.
Yeah.
So if you're in Florida, you have to fly all the way to Canada and then re-enter.
Explains why there's so much business between Detroit and Toronto. Did you delete the event, or if I could change the room? Nope, it doesn't give me an option to edit anymore. Only the event owner can edit. But yeah. Oh, it's the supporters room. That's what.
I think you want answers to questions that you have no way of getting to a frame of reference to answer these questions. You want to understand the sun, you can't get to the sun. You want to understand this place, and yeah, it's natural. People want answers to these questions, but simply trying to infer that somebody else has the answers, it doesn't make it so.
You guys probably already read about fusion reactors. That's how we believe that the sun works. To achieve these temperatures.
Exactly, they believe it.
You're not going
But
to.
nothing to do with the globe, though. That has nothing to do with the globe. That doesn't demonstrate the globe.
What globe? I'm not talking about globes, dude.
Exactly. So nobody's disagreeing. If we can demonstrate a reactor with plasma or whatever, sure, yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, you
What's
want
that
to know
got
what
to do with the gas pressure argument? It's got nothing to do with the gas pressure argument that we're having right now. Right?
No,
your argument was how do you have heat? And we said the sun. And you said, oh, what? You guys believe in the sun? What? Like, you're just being ridiculous.
Because I didn't knew because maybe, because you guys don't believe in a lot of stuff.
You guys are so crazy. No, what don't we believe in?
No, because you guys... No, I'm not saying that. Did I say that you guys...
Dude. So bullshit's not going to fly here.
I'm just trying to understand because you say NASA is not real.
Axion, stop. What do flat earthers do not believe in?
Believe in?
You guys don't believe in going to space because...
Why?
Because a guy told me here.
Something to do with the gas pressure. Yes?
No, there is nothing to do with gas pressure. What it
really?
Is, I guess nicely what it is. You can tell me. I don't know because I don't know what's your idea about this. So
do you
there was
need,
a guy.
Do you need a container for gas pressure? Yes or no?
Sorry guys, I'm about to be heading up. Peace.
No.
So you don't need a container for gas pressure. Please demonstrate that for everyone here scientifically. Whether you use somebody else that's done this or whether you show us an experiment you've done yourself. Scientifically, please show everyone gas pressure with no container. Or how about I be very specific?
I don't want to troll because I was going to
difference. No, you're not going to sidestep this. You've just made the claim that we do not believe in space. You were questioned on this. Why? And then I'm quite certain with the guys that are in this panel, and I can only see the top half of it at the moment, down to Immortal.
I'm not
the
seeing
guys that are in here.
I'm not seeing this.
I can assure you now that they would have explained to you why space is not real if you are talking about gas pressure when I come in here.
Huh?
And now he acts stupid, right?
Okay, so no, I'm not saying. So I'm just saying. So if you want an explanation, the explanation is gonna be.
I don't want explanation. I want you to scientifically validate your claim.
Well, that's an explanation. Like, hello?
No, it's not. Any drunk down at the pub can give you an explanation. Whether it's backed scientifically or not, that's another story.
Yes, it's backed up on Einstein theory. So
gas pressure, as in high air pressure.
If I cannot stop shouting, dude. Relax.
I'm not shouting. My microphone's cutting out. Axion,
you are shouting. Stop shouting.
You are going to prove to us gas pressure without a container.
You can use Google.
So go for it.
Why are you asking this question?
I don't want to use nothing. I'm
no, you don't need to answer his question. You can just go to Google.
You guys are interrupting, dude.
I don't need. Let them talk.
They don't. If you want to make positive claims, if you guys want to make positive claims in here,
against how many guys? 5 guys.
Axion, you're interrupting me right now, bro. Right? You're in our channel. Come in here with respect.
Okay, so I don't talk.
Okay, so your White Knight's gonna get muted right now, and if you interrupt me one more time, you're gonna get muted, bro. You're in our house right now. You're mocking people. Yeah, you're in our house right now. You're a guest here.
I was going to explain.
Yeah, but you look, dude, you're acting like an absolute douchebag. You don't think that we can click onto it just because you're not shouting doesn't mean you're not acting like an asshole. Okay, it's obvious to to us
Well, don't
that you're
call me
acting
if you
this
are call
way.
me if don't call me
Acting,
if you call me
bro,
asshole. I'm gonna call you dumb.
Okay, whatever, bro. If you want to be childish like that, don't act like an asshole. I'm not
No, but
acting
don't call me
dumb, dude.
names because
I'm the one that
I'm
had to
being
explain
normal.
you the basics of
I'm having a normal
kinetic
conversation.
molecular theory. No, you're not, dude. You're being an arrogant dick, right? That's what you're doing.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
So
you
I'm
are.
going to explain. You want? Shall I explain space time
No, you don't need to
how
explain.
mass
No,
change the
no, we
curvature
don't
of
want
space time?
explanations. Dude, shut the fuck up, right? You're gonna go on mute too, right? Because you can't shut up. You have double standards. Right? Anytime anyone else talks, you just interrupt them. But then, as if anyone speaks while you're speaking, oh, you cry like a little baby. Oh no, he ran away. Does his White Knight want to take over? You want to take over, Mr. White Knight?
Because DJ, you're just not really good at your
Yeah,
job.
let's go 1v1. Yep, sure, let's go.
Like, can you
All
go
right.
back to DJing because you're not really good at like what are you doing right now? You're just embarrassing. What are you doing?
No, I'm not. Actually, what he was doing was
Can you shut up
embarrassing.
for a
I had to
second? Thank you. Good boy. Good boy. See, this is how you're doing it.
I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, this is not how we're doing it, bro. Right? So if you want to have a 1v1, right, you're in our house. Right? So do you have any
Bro, what is
evidence of
going on
Earth
with you? You're
curvature?
in our
Yeah, you
house.
can't
Like,
have
what
it.
do
You can't
think?
have. Okay, so I'm the one, right, that can mute you and ban you from the channel. So if you want to come in here, you can have a normal, respectful conversation, or you can piss right off. Simple as that. Right? So if you want to act like a douchebag, it's not going to go well for you. Nobody cares, dude. You can just piss off.
Just so you know, Immortal, before he unlocks you, chanting over him is a form of muting. Probability, and I'm just throwing this out there, he's just going to hit the red flag on you. So if you want to answer the questions or ask your own, you're more than welcome to do so. But you trying to talk through the top of somebody is exceptionally rude. So please don't. DJ, he's yours.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm going to ask you the question. If you don't want to have a normal conversation, then you can go back on mute. But you're going to answer the question, right? Or go back on mute. So I'm going to ask you, do you have evidence of Earth curvature?
Well, first of all, it's really funny how you're abusing your.
Can't answer the question, can you? You're not here to have a good faith conversation about the topic, right? The topic is flat Earth. Okay, you just want to come in here and you want to whine about flat earthers. It's not going to go like that, dude. Right, so unfortunately, you can't partake in the conversation. I just had a good 2-hour conversation with another guy before you came in here. All right, so I can have a good faith conversation with people about any topic related to this. But you don't seem to be able to do that. You just want to whine. So unfortunately, it's just not going to work, bro. You can just keep spiraling out in the side chat until you get banned.
Yeah, you got to keep some type of level of control of the conversation, or it just spirals out of control and you have people yelling over each other and no one gets a point across. It's just not constructive.
Yeah, he just wants to insult. He's not here to have a proper conversation. So he needs to take a time out, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you get into the meta of, oh, well, you're abusing your ability and your power and blah, 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 blah. It's like, dude, now you're not even having a conversation. You're discussing the nuances of Discord and moderation. It becomes like this cyclical, nonsensical discussion of, minutia. But yeah, that's what happens when we get into theoretical mumbo jumbo that people accept as reality about places that they have no frame of reference of. They don't even know what they're talking about. It's like, it's basically you're just living in the land of make believe. Well, let's talk about this imaginary place that no one can verify. about these imaginary conditions that no one can verify. Yeah, so yeah, it's not constructive, other than
We've got a
to
couple of new.
expose. Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry, you're lagging a bit, John. Didn't mean to. I was just going to say we've got a couple of new ones in here. There was Sky, Pew Pew, Nautilus. I think there was someone else just disappeared. But anyways, if any of you fellows, ladies or gents, have questions, queries, concerns, curvature, please step right up, bring forth your claims. Let's see what you've got.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Do I sound better now?
Yeah, it's coming through fine, man.
You sounded clear. It's just that you were lagging a little bit. Like I saw your green light come on to say that you were talking, and it held on for about 3 seconds before the sound came out. That was all. It's just really odd.
All right, cool. Yeah.
You want to see if anyone else in here that wants to have a chat about the topic? An actual good faith chat, right? Without insults, without interruptions over each other. Just ask questions or present evidence for the globe.
I see Sky.
Yeah, we got Sky in here. Welcome, Sky. We got not Alex. Welcome.
Yeah, he's a flat earther, not Alex. Not Alex.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if the people who want to have conversations with us are basing all of their information on unverifiable content, really, it's almost like a non-starter, because it's literally make-believe. Let's talk about make-believe. That's why it doesn't work when you're talking about empirical evidence. Like a matter-of-fact claim about how the sun works and what the sun's made of. And I thought Gemsey was really doing a great job at, picking him apart. About how many things he's assuming to be real. Same thing with that Yankee guy who was in here earlier.
We got Sekai. Sekai, welcome.
Yeah, and I mean, you didn't insult Axiom 2. You said his behavior. You were critiquing his behavior. You weren't critiquing him as a human being, which is
he was being passive aggressive. He was being very passive aggressive by the end there. It's like he thought he had like a gotcha type argument when he came in here. And it didn't quite work out for him, and then he started kind of spiraling, but in a way where he tried they try to act like they're still being calm, but then they ask these like sort of trying to trigger you with these like types of questions. Oh, you guys believe the sun exists? Really? Like, just absolute nonsense.
Yeah, definitely loaded questions there.
Yeah, super loaded. Yeah, they think that, show me the container or you can't have, the gas pressure or something. I don't even know what their goal is with that argument. It's kind of ridiculous. Like, what's the container look like? But they're the ones claiming.
Even if their aim is to truly understand what's going on, that's a good faith query. But when you're speaking about something that can't be confirmed or denied, other than the fact that it has to exist, right? The container has to exist to have the gas pressure. They're one and the same. The two are linked. That's where they're getting lost in the sauce. It's like, that replacement theory problem that happens all the time in these conversations where people are like, well, you have to replace, you have to replace what we already have in our mind, these concepts. So,
yeah. If we've already explained to him 3 or 4 times that how antecedents work and that we don't know specifics about the container, but we have the antecedent, and then every 30 seconds he keeps asking for specific details on the container. That's just a sign he's just not being honest. He's just like, that was his little gotcha he thought about before he came in here, and he's kind of clinging to it.
yeah, wouldn't it be great for everybody to know everything about the inner workings of this realm and how it was created and how it all works? It would be, it would give you that nice little warm blanket, right? But at the end of the day, it's not important when you're trying to stick to what you can know, not sit here and make assumptions based on other assumptions,
It's also cool to have things to discover as well, like kind of like in the Truman Show, right? How they kind of broke his will a bit, and he was in school and he wanted to be an explorer, and they just kept shutting him down. They're like, "Oh no, Truman, everything's already been explored. Don't worry about it." That's kind of what they want us to think about this place. Oh, we've worked out everything, don't worry about it. Just listen to us. We know how it rains diamonds on Uranus and sideways glass rain, and, we know everything about the universe, and just trust us.
Welcome to the new people. Welcome, Vanessa.
Yeah, welcome, Ark.
You guys got any questions, you can direct them to
Gemsy,
John Luna, or DJ. Beast, welcome, Beast. Beast, if you got any questions about the topic, go right ahead. Any of the new people, you're welcome to open your mics. and ask your question. Sky just joined. Go ahead, Sky. Go ahead, guys. I'm just checking on the new people. Go right ahead. That might be a good question for Sky. How does the sky works on a globe? Go ahead, Sky.
Yeah, and if anyone doesn't want a VC, you can chuck some questions in the side chat if you want. Tell me about clouds, says the beast.
What about clouds?
Yeah, clouds are another thing that debunk the globe.
When water vapor goes up, bye bye globe.
Yeah, you can't have clouds on a globe, can you, Jamesy?
No way, no way. Can't have clouds, let alone water on a globe. Raj, if you want to ask any question to the panel, go right ahead, Raja.
I don't have any.
You don't have a question. All good, Raj. Sounds like you want to be quiet. He sounded quiet. Most people around these times I want to keep it quiet.
So topic still going on, the flat earth.
Can you repeat that, Raj? Just try to get it clear. Get it out clear.
He said, "Is it?" Well, he just said, "Is there a topic going on?" But maybe Raj, you can think of the topic. V, welcome.
Thanks. Hello.
Hey, what's happening?
Welcome, V.
What are we talking about?
Is that V for volume? Volume?
V for vengeance.
Ooh. Thought it was for volume.
Nope.
Got any questions for the panel, V? Go right ahead, V.
V's left to go get some vengeance somewhere else. But we have user. Welcome.
I'm guessing user is a Tron fan.
All right, so we have Beast in the side chat, and they want us to tell them about the theory of evolution.
Oh Lord, here we go.
All right, so
Oh, damn. So wait, we have a sound bot in here now?
yeah, we have Vivek is awesome, bro. He got us our very own music bot that lives in here.
Wow, that's so W.
So it can play anything on YouTube, but we just got to be careful for copyright. So I mean, when I played that clip just then, I just deafened the bot for a second just in case.
Damn, man. Shout out to Vivek. That's awesome, bro. Thank you so much.
Yeah, man. So yeah, if you type in arrow left and then help, yeah, just like that, and it comes up with all the commands and stuff. So basically, you just hit the little whatever the left pointing arrow and then type play and then just paste the YouTube link after one spacebar.
Hey, was that you who pulled that clip up?
Yeah, I just pulled it up on YouTube and then just played it.
Have you seen that clip from Sunny in Philadelphia where they're like, science is a liar sometimes?
Yeah, man. I know the one.
That's a really good clip. We should play that sometime too.
Yeah, I
Because
agree.
they talk about Newton, they talk about like Newton and stuff, you know? Especially when they come in, they're like, Newton, it's Newtonian gravity. Whatever.
It's hilarious, man.
Do they talk about El Newtonio?
Who?
El Newtonio.
What's that?
Is Newton's cousin. He was walking one day. He was walking one day in Mexico, and an avocado fell on his head, and he invented guacamole.
Okay. Shout out to DJ. You've been cooking all day today, bro. Is there any ops in here?
Yeah, I've been on for way too long today, man.
No, you're doing a great job, bro.
Meant to be doing a bunch of work on my business, but been procrastinating.
Damn, I know the feeling, bro. Sometimes you just want to feed the people the flat earth.
Yeah.
Well, I think DJ deserves some W's in the chat, guys. Throw a W in the chat for DJ, guys. I don't know if I should advertise this just yet because there's no plans in place. I got a spoiler. I don't know if I should drop it yet. But be on the lookout. We got a surprise coming to you guys on Thursday. So be on your P's and Q's. I'm about to drop a freaking bomb on you guys on Thursday.
You can't say that.
Yeah, I'm teasing it, man. I can't give away too many details just yet.
Go ahead,
But there's some
FLP. FLP. You've joined. Shut up, CB. Shut the fuck up.
Why?
Oh, my bad. My bad. This is the English channel. I should use proper English. Can you close your mouth?
What did I do?
I was addressing FLP. You just joined. We have to cater to the new people. Cater.
Okay.
Sky. Oh, Moshkin just joined. Moshkin, you're gonna be joining CB's events?
I don't know. Maybe.
CCB, I just got you someone to go to your events. Easy.
It's like a debate. Is it a debate?
It's a surprise, man. Can't say too much.
You like surprises much, King?
I want to debate Flat Earth Dave.
Who's that?
Flat Earth Dave.
He's offering bitcoins for debate or something like that. So I would like to collect that.
But you have to provide a one globe proof to get your bitcoins. That's where you're gonna fall short.
So what are you going to offer Dave as proof of Globetard? There, Mushcone?
I thought it was like a debate. Like we'd have a referee and you get points or something.
Yeah. So you're going to try to debate someone. How about you practice putting forward your arguments with us? If you can't get past us, you're not going to be able to take someone like Dave down.
You guys are too easy because I always beat you guys like every day. So.
That's fucking cap.
You struggle to beat time with a stick.
Yeah.
So what arguments are you going to put forward as proof of curvature? We're sitting back pretty going, you know what, it's measured flat. And what are you going to say when we say it's measured flat? You're going to say prove it. We're going to bring out our laser tests. We're going to slap down citations of how water at rest is flat and level. And then you're going to say, nah, I've got... And that's where you speak.
Yeah, I'd way rather do a debate with Flat Earth Dave than the FE 24/7.
Come on, he doesn't want to give out his... He doesn't want to give all his guns out here. He doesn't want to beat anybody because he doesn't want Dave to be ready for him. He doesn't want to.
He wouldn't want to give away his best globe proof, man. It's worth 3 bitcoins. Why would he want to give that away?
So, Mushkin, if you give your evidence now, does that mean that after you give it here, it doesn't work anymore and you lose it after you use it here? Or will it stand?
In debate, I don't know.
You can use it here and then you can use it there, and you will win here and then you'll win there.
Yeah, your evidence still stands if it's true and factual. It doesn't just magically become null and void because you've ran through us like a dose of salts and then you're going to try someone else.
Yeah, let's just be clear though, Mushkane, I'm sorry. If you don't look, you have to get his app, right? If you have looked into his contest, like seriously, you'd have to get his app. You'd have to watch the featured video for 2 weeks. Plus, all of the evidence that you would have to bring, like any questions that you have or any globe proof that you have, you'd have to look through all of his all of the links in his app and the frequently asked questions. You'd have to do all that. And then if it wasn't in any of there, then you would have to bring your evidence to him.
I have weeks worth of content to fucking look at me, so we just both go in blind, and I'll just take him down. I don't need to do research. I've already heard what he says.
No, that's the requirements to earn the Bitcoin. That's what I'm saying. You would have to do those things. That's part of his contest.
Yeah. Well, make his contest then. It's unwinnable. He's the judge and the referee. You can't win that.
No, bro, listen, you have to take this a bit more seriously. Once you present your evidence and it's irrefutable, if he says, no, I'm not paying you, you sue him. And then in court, you demonstrate, the globe, and you win again. You win in the debate. He doesn't pay you. You go to court, you win in court, and then you win.
I'm not litigious. I'm against that.
You get more. You get more than the original price.
You're gonna sue anybody? That's evil. Suing people is horrible. Getting people involved in I would not.
Are you saying?
Don't wish that on your worst enemy, dude. You don't want to be
suing. Then scratch that. Are you pre-assuming that once you present the evidence, he just won't pay you?
Maybe he might not. I don't know. If I really changed his mind, I got to change his mind though. It's not really about me presenting the evidence. Well, it is, but the evidence has to be so good. It's really about persuasion. I just got to persuade him in a debate. Real time, give him real time cog dis, and then boom, slam it home, and then he might just like break down, and I win it. I think
the only one that suffers from cog dis is you, my friend. So how are you going to give him real time cog dis? He knows, as we do, the ground is measured flat. So if something is measured a particular way, how are you going to say, nah, it's still a ball or it's still round when it's been measured as flat? How are you going to get around that? Unless you've got measurements that say otherwise, in which case we then have contradicting terms, your measurement versus my measurement, and then we have to look into it further. So unless you come forth with a measurement of drop over distance, you're not going to stand up against him. You can barely stand up in here. Actually,
welcome to the new people.
You may as well stay laying down. Keep your head below the radar.
I think a debate with Flat Earth Dave would be way easier than a debate with like somebody with you. So I wouldn't agree.
I'll take that as a compliment.
It was.
You just put the opposite a second ago.
I said that about Flat Earth Dave. Whenever I hear his debates or his little arguments, I don't think they're very good. He doesn't do a good job. One time I thought he could admit it was round. It seemed like he was really thinking about it. I was like, oh shit, but then he didn't. He was like taking the other guy's point, like, oh yeah. Which is, I don't know, that's good if he's being honest, I guess.
Anyways, there's a whole truckload of new people that have just rolled in and out. We've still got Talk down the bottom. We've got Sky. Awais Tariq. Who else have we got? Hamil.
Brownies.
Al-Himar. And CB with his little salute there. I don't know whether he'd have to be a baller for sure.
Oh, CB is definitely a baller.
I know you've been camping out there for a while. But anyways, guys, for all you new ones, welcome. Please, ask your questions. Don't worry about Mushkane. He's just a pretender clown.
Oh, shit. Mushkane will sit there and take that?
Like a man. But if any of you new guys have questions, Skal, you're another new one. Welcome. Well, Skal, sorry if I pronounce your names wrong. I apparently speak English, even though it doesn't sound like it sometimes. I'm not as lucky as a few of you who are bi and polylingual.
All right, Mushkin. If you debate CB and you can win, you're ready for Dave.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Wait, what's
Go ahead,
that?
Hydrug. No, nothing on Hydrug. Go ahead, Hydrug.
What's on the line?
Welcome, Hydrug.
Thanks, bro. It's cool. It's cool.
It's cool?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not hot. It's cool.
Right now it's pretty hot.
It's pretty hot.
Yeah.
But it's not cool.
Well, it's not cool. Yeah, it's pretty hot.
There you go. Welcome to that. Heat and cold don't work on a globe, so therefore no globe.
Oh, are you French?
Yeah, I am.
Wait, are you Mexican?
No, I am French.
All right, W Baguette boys. Is the Earth moving in France?
What?
Do buildings move in France?
The buildings move in French. That's what I understood.
Yeah, like does the Earth move?
Sorry, I didn't understand. Sorry. I'm trying to.
Are you on?
I'm trying to enhance my English.
You're doing great, man. You're doing good.
Thanks, bro.
Do you think the Earth moves?
Do I think the Earth move?
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Me neither.
Good job.
Just the
That's
Earth
way better
rotates.
than many people.
Wait, rotates?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
So then it is moving then.
No, it's moving, but it's rotating. Yeah.
Okay.
Like it's turning on itself.
Why?
I don't know. That's just how the the nature is.
Okay.
That's why right now this beach turned on the sun, so that's why I feel the summer.
Because it's turning?
Yeah, it's turning. It's turning.
I don't think so, man.
Well, yeah, it's rotating now. Or is it the sun
Yeah.
that the sun
Good
that
question.
rotates?
Good question. Yeah. Do you see the sun moving across the sky? Do you see that?
No, I don't see it.
I got 2 and I'm done. Gotcha.
What was it? Oh, Hydrug. So you saying that you don't observe the sun moving across the sky? You never seen that?
Well, the sun is just the sun just stays still. From my perspective, from my human eye, I just see a sun. But
so when you look at the sun in the morning, rising from the east, and then 6 hours pass by and it's noon, 12 noon, midday. Did the sun change position in the sky?
No, I think no, the sun just don't move from my knowledge. It's the Earth.
Would you be able to test when you with your eyes, with your vision, your senses. You know, you use your when you cross the street in France and you're gonna cross, you observe the cars coming and going, and when it's clear, you walk to the other side of the street, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then when you see the birds flying across the sky, you see the airplanes flying across the sky.
Yeah.
You see the clouds moving across the sky.
Yeah.
And then you see the sun moving across the sky.
No, the sun for me don't move. Oh, I just see the sun. Just see the sun. He stays still. You know.
Have you ever seen a time lapse of the sun? Have you ever seen a time lapse? Because it takes hours for it to move from one side to the other side.
Well, no.
You're saying you don't see this in France? When you're in France, you don't see the sun moving across the sky? Nobody sees the sun moving across the sky in France?
Well, I just wake up. You know, the most time I spend is in night. So I just do my thing in night, and then I go to bed, and I wake up, and I see the sun. I don't even notice the sun, because it's something normal, you know. And for me, the sun just don't move. It's just here, you know. I just wake up.
You don't go outside to look at the sun. You don't see it moving, but still that still happens. You know, morning, noon, afternoon, moving across the sky. That's cool. You've only learned, like in cartoons, like you think the Earth is spinning and that the sun, like you were saying, it doesn't move. How to approach it with you? The Earth is not curving, and the Earth is not moving.
It's not really important, but yeah, it's a scientific question. Yeah. Does the sun rotate over the Earth, or is it the reverse? But I don't really care, you know.
So there's places across the world like the Arctic Circle or the Antarctic Circle, where people can go there and they see the sun doing a 24-hour sun across the sky. Have you ever heard this?
I heard from I just heard that Sweden people have an endless night, you know. Yeah, I heard from Sweden people that have an endless night. They because of the sun. I can't even.
They have 24-hour sun. 24-hour sun. So even though you said that you don't see the sun moving, people out across the world, people observe the sun moving, right?
Well, from France, I just see the sun, and I notice he's still.
You see the sun still? That's hilarious. I never heard anybody saying that. You're the first one. You're a unique person. Never seen the sun moving across the sky.
No, for the sun just stays still for me.
Do you think it's the same for everybody in France? Everybody sees the sun still in France? It's like a French thing.
It's not a French thing. It's just my point of view.
What about the moon? What about the moon? Do you see the moon moving, or does the moon also stay still?
The moon just stays still too.
This is a French thing, I'm telling you. Only in France.
It's not a French thing. It's just my point of view.
It is a French thing because you just said that in Switzerland, you said that they saw the sun moving. Remember?
No, I didn't say that.
What did you say? I told you the 24-hour sun, the sun moving, and then you mentioned Norway or something. You mentioned one of the northern countries.
I mentioned Norway because I know Norway or Sweden have
Sweden
have endless night. You know, they have
a longer day.
No, they have, you know, at some point they have
24-hour day
that can last for they have night that can last for not just a night, but just the night can last for
24 hours.
No, more
than 24 hours.
Yeah, but anyway,
1 week, 2 weeks.
Yeah, maybe 2 weeks. Yeah.
Yeah, that happens. That happens in many countries. So you see, if you reference that, that means that the sun is moving. Because if it wasn't moving, that wouldn't happen.
Yeah, the school is not like I give a shit, you know.
Because some days during the year they have the sun, and some other days they don't have the sun. You see, so the sun is moving.
Okay, the school don't give a shit. I mean, why would I give a shit if Earth move or Sun move? You know, it won't change my life, and I don't really care, you know. But yeah.
That's a great attitude.
Okay, go.
Well, just out of curiosity, if you don't give a shit, what are you doing in here?
Well, I'm just
practicing his English.
I'm just trying to talk English with English people.
Fair enough. It's not to do with what the shape of the ground is. It's the questions asked after you understand reality better. Questions that you will ask, not that what I will ask of you.
So I didn't understand, bro.
Well, the Earth is flat. How did it come into existence? In the heliocentric model, we're told of this Big Bang. If it's flat, does this Big Bang still apply? I think not. So that means if it didn't just magically appear out of left field, it must have been created.
Big Bang has no. I mean, Big Bang. Why do you talk to me about flat Earth and then you talk to me about Big Bang? There's no.
No connection?
No connection.
Good. That's what I'm getting to. There is no connection. So if not Big Bang, then how did it get here?
Bro, I cannot. No one can answer specific question, bro. It's impossible to answer.
Well, it was either created or it magically appeared from nothing.
Yeah, it's not the only thing we can speculate from human point of view is that it just appeared magically.
So it appeared magically. These are the questions that come forth after your realization that the Earth is measured flat.
Bro,
questions of creation.
Actually, for magic, you need a magician and a mind to be able to observe the magic.
Yeah, well, welcome to everybody who's joined the room recently. We're just having a conversation with Hydrog here from France. If anybody has any questions regarding, if anybody has any questions in regards to the room topic, feel free to mic up and introduce yourself. Or if you're just here to practice English, please join the conversation. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching and listening.
Hydro.
Yeah.
If something like the surface of the Earth, it's not curving, can it be a ball?
That's what?
Can you repeat your reply?
What?
If the surface of the Earth is not curving, can it be a ball, a sphere?
Yeah. So what, bro?
Okay. If it's not curving, can it be a sphere?
Huh? Bro,
You get it?
It's not even a question, bro.
It's a question. It has a question mark at the end. You know, questions have question marks.
Oh, you can't express a question mark in vocal, you know? I don't know, bro. Are you just trolling? I don't know, bro.
No, not trolling. Listen, we have measured bodies of water across the world. Big percentage of the surface of the Earth is bodies of water. You know this, right? Oceans, lakes, rivers, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So the surface of Earth, or the waters across, are not curving. Water is described as flat, horizontal. You get it?
Yeah, I got it, but I mean...
So the Earth cannot be a ball.
The Earth has not be a what? Sorry, I didn't understand the last word.
The Earth, you know, this place that we walk across and navigate across, the place that we're standing on, this place that we're in, the Earth, it cannot be a ball, cannot be a sphere. It's not a sphere.
What do you expect from me to answer, bro? I cannot speak about that, bro. I don't know.
No, I'm just saying, like, remember, like I said, the surface is not curving. It's not a sphere. I'm just saying.
Bro, I don't know. You just say things without really knowing it, so... And then you just try to... Like, ask me a question. If I understood well, bro, I can't answer this, bro. So yeah, I can't.
It's an observation and a measurement. It's not. I mean, the question that I asked you was about if something is not curving, can it be a ball or a sphere? And the answer, you say yes, but the actual correct answer will be no, because spheres will have to curve, right? Is that correct? A sphere curves like a basketball, tennis ball, football, they curve.
Yeah, sphere. Sphere is a sphere. It curves. It's a ball. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you have a ball that doesn't curve? A ball that is not curving. Can it be a ball?
My favorite sport is skateboard. I play skateboard.
The who?
Easy. Can you wait your turn? Jemsy's talking to Hydrog.
Oh, someone else has a question? You can ask questions. Hydro, it's okay.
It's easy E.
Tell me.
What happened, Izzy? You got a question for John Luna?
Repeat, please.
I
Can
think
you
someone
repeat?
wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, we're discussing the room topic of the flat Earth. Just seeing if you had any questions, or if you're just here to practice English. Welcome to the room, by the way. Welcome to everybody who just joined recently.
Wait. What is the Jesus Christ? What is the topic in the discussion?
The topic right now is that balls curve and horizontals, straight lines or horizontal lines don't curve.
Yeah, but why do you speak about this, bro? I don't. I mean, you're trolling, or I don't know.
Man,
it's not true.
No, it's not a troll. But if you think it's a troll, just it's okay. Just don't worry about it, because you've been saying that multiple times now. It's like you're not even serious about the conversation.
Bro, you're saying like a sphere has curves, and then you speak to me about horizontal line.
Yes, you know, when you build the structure, the place that you're in, right? The building that you're in, we use a water level, and we establish a horizontal frame of reference, right? You know that, right?
No,
with the sea level, you know the sea level.
The sea level, yeah, but what?
So we have levels, horizontals, parallel to each other all across the world, and you cannot have this on a sphere, on a ball. You cannot have horizontal lines on a ball, but we have a bunch of those in reality.
You can have a horizontal line on a ball.
Exactly.
I mean, a sphere. You can just, you cut the ball in half. But I don't really know where you want to go with your
line of questioning.
Speaking of ball, bro, I don't.
You know the sphere that people show you in the school books, that people say, and they show you in the cartoons. You live in a sphere. You live on a globe. Remember the globe that they showed you in the TV shows? The superheroes saving the planet, the ball, the sphere. Remember that?
Bro, I don't have memories of that, bro.
Hey, good for you, man. Good for you. So therefore, you don't live in a sphere. That's it. That's the topic of the VC. If you don't believe in that, good for you.
Bro, I believe the Earth is a sphere, but
you do believe it's a sphere?
Why would it matter now? I don't know, bro.
Never mind. You don't care about it, so it's not a big deal, dude.
Yeah, I don't really care about the.
Yeah, that's fine. You don't have any questions. You don't. You just here in the VC, just asking about why it doesn't matter. It's okay. If you're not interested, I'm not interested in talking to you about it either. That's good. It's okay.
I'm sorry, bro. I just don't really understand your point. You're talking to me about balls. Well, a ball. Then you're talking.
Remember, you're the one that believes that you live in a ball, and I'm trying to tell you, it's not there in reality. It doesn't exist. Even though you believe it, but it doesn't exist.
Like you mean a ball doesn't exist?
He's talking about the Earth as a sphere. the Earth as a sphere is not accurate, right? It's a concept that has been pushed on the youth, right? Pushed on people as children. So
Yeah,
what he's
maybe.
trying to
Anyway,
explain.
why would it matter
Yeah, he's
to think the Earth is a sphere or I don't know, a square,
if it's
bro?
not a
Don't
sphere.
give a shit. We don't really give a
Yeah,
shit.
no, I
Anyway, so.
understand. No, we've gathered that, brother. It's okay. If you don't want to discuss the room topic, that's totally fine. So we respect your position, and your English sounds pretty good, brother. Sounds pretty
Thanks,
good.
bro. Just I'd rather speak about something meaningful, you know, because if you talk about the Earth form, I mean, I don't really give a shit. Can be a sphere,
Well, if you
can
don't
be a
mind,
square. Why would I mind, bro? I'm just living on here, so.
Yeah, just put
if you
yourself
don't
in
mind,
mute. Go ahead, Hydro. Just put yourself
if
in
you
mute.
don't mind.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
No,
I
for
was
now,
about to ask him.
I have no subject to talk, bro.
No, it's okay, brother. Thank you for your time, man. Thanks for chatting with us. Yeah, just mute yourself, and we're gonna move on to a different speaker.
Yeah, man.
So, Easy E, did you have something that you wanted to ask, or were you just trying to clarify what the server topic is in this room? Okay. Well, if anybody has any questions or just wants to practice their English in regards to the room topic about the lack of curve on this Earth, please mic up and we could talk. Otherwise, if you don't feel comfortable miking up, please just put your questions in the side chat. Be checking the side chat to see if there's anything that we could clear up or clarify for you.
Well, you just wanted to have a conversation with me. I'm sorry, but yeah, you wanted to talk about the lack of curve in the Earth. That's right.
That's correct. You're starting to get it, I think.
So, okay, I'm interested now. So, explain your point, please.
Yeah, did you? I posted something. I tagged you in the chat. If you click on the text bubble in the middle of your control panel there, and what time was it? It was at 48 minutes past the last hour. I tagged you. That's a long distance observation that proves that the Earth is not dropping. It's not curving away from the observer. So
I have a hard time to understand what you mean by curving. Curving, you mean it's a sphere, ball, right?
yeah, from your position. Yeah, from your position, right? Everybody has their own position on the surface of the Earth. So everybody has a position. From your position, if the Earth is a sphere, there has to be a measurable drop down from your position. So down and away from your position. That would be curvature. So I mean, be curving down. So that's what we would call drop over a certain distance.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what we're looking for to prove the sphere. And if we don't find that, then we know that we're not living on a sphere.
But when I look at my balls, they are very round.
Hey, lad. Try and keep your conversations appropriate for the audience, please. We have many people here that don't deserve to listen to that nonsense.
My bad.
So it's a French guy. Stop, guys.
So like that guy said, there's examples I brought up earlier. Balls that we have in reality are round, right? Basketball, footballs, all of those things. We can measure curvature, and given the geometry that we label them as spheres. But when we go to the Earth, we measure the Earth, and it doesn't measure to be curved, so it cannot be a sphere. It's not a sphere.
Well, you're talking in scientific language, bro. Do you have scientific knowledge to say that Earth is not a sphere? I don't know.
Like 100 meters.
No,
Over 20,
no.
yeah, over this distance.
Here's the problem, guys. So, like, from where you're standing, the farther something gets away from you, the more it curves down away from you. So, at 10 miles, right? But we'll just go with miles and feet for the time being. 10 miles is 66 feet. At 100 miles, it's 1.2 miles. Like, it gets farther and farther behind the ball. It drops further and further away from your sight. So, like, let's just say you could see something at 100 miles away. If you're seeing it and it's not 1.2 miles tall, there's a problem with it.
How much 1.2 miles in kilometers?
1.2 miles is like, I don't know, DJ, what would you say? Like 1.8 kilometers?
1.8. Let's say 1 kilometer, because miles are basically maybe more than kilometers.
Well, I mean, okay, like, so
1 mile is 1.6 kilometers.
there you go. So 1.8 kilometers is 1.2 miles.
1.8 kilometers. Interesting. Look. This is pretty interesting, bro. I've never searched this up before, but now I have to go to the mosque to pray. When I come back, I'm gonna continue my research and maybe join the call again. All right.
No, thank you for joining, and we'll try to be as clear as we can. I know things will be confusing in the process, so just bear with us. Okay.
All right, thank you so much, guys. I really enjoyed this.
Yeah, have a good day.
Good convo.
Sorry,
everyone.
DJ. Yeah, sorry for interjecting, DJ. It sounded like he was confused. Like, for every 10 miles, it would be 66 plus 66. I want him to be.
Yeah, I appreciate DJ stepping in. It's his presentation. I'm used to copycat. I use it all the time myself if someone wants to talk about, because I think it's the best one. I'm not as good as DJ at explaining it. So whenever you're online, if you want to step in while I'm doing my little shtick, it's just that's better actually. So thanks, actually. Thank you.
Oh, no worries. I was just adding on to what you said. That's all, because I have the a lot of the screenshots and stuff saved and memorized.
Yeah. I'm trying to get to that level, but I'm not quite there yet. So they get the short version from me and the more in-depth from you.
Anyone in here? Anyone alive?
Oh, yes, my friend. We're in here.
Please. Someone. Clarence. What's
Yes, how can I help you?
Yo, how's it going?
Pretty good. What's up?
Yo, you remember me? You remember me, bro?
Yes, I do remember you.
Yo, what's your name? What can I call you?
Well, I've got my name written right there, Matrix.
I can't see your icon. So you talk about before the flat Earth, and you showed me the video. And when I went to the mosque, tried to pray, and I couldn't focus on my prayer because I kept thinking about this.
That's a common thing.
Yeah, because this is not something that I really think about all the time. You know, it doesn't cross my mind daily. Yeah.
Interesting how when you start to think about it, you realise all the lies that we've been told.
I'm sorry, bro. Just my sister came to my room. I didn't catch what you said.
All I said was interesting how when we start to think about it, and we realise all the lies that we've been told.
Yeah, something crossed my mind about the flat Earth when I was like praying. I really should be focusing on my prayer until I finish, then I can think about. But it just keeps coming up on my mind. So, if the Earth were flat, and I keep thinking about this Antarctica place, you know, right? It's like in the, Antarctica.
Yes. Snow,
Yes,
ice, penguins, cold. Yeah, Antarctica, yeah.
Yeah, the sun is like 24/7 right there, right? Is that right?
Allegedly.
I've heard that. Yeah, because I didn't do a lot of research about this. So if actually the Earth is flat and they've been lying to us all this time, those pictures and those claims that they went to the moon and like doesn't pilots know is the Earth flat or round? They must know, right? Pilots.
Well, it's interesting. There's quite a few videos where pilots will say yes, flat, and other ones will say no, flat. So it leaves us with somewhat of a conundrum. So can we trust them? There's also been stories that pilots get told that they must keep their mouth shut about it. Can we trust them? It seems the only way we can trust people is to do it ourselves and check things out for ourselves.
But they're gonna try to stop you.
Well, being that I'm not a fan of the cold, I can't really see me going to Antarctica.
Awesome.
But there's nothing stopping you from going down there. As long as you fill in the applicable paperwork for the area that you're going, or you might be working in a particular spot, I don't know.
Yeah.
They do tours down there. There's a peninsula you can go to for us in Australia. I think it costs about $25,000, and you can go down to this peninsula, and they've got a little place you can stay overnight, and you can look at penguins and cheer and take photographs and go home.
Yeah, I'd definitely do it once in the future. So
yeah, if that's what you're into, then yeah, I'm not going to stop you.
So you've done the measurements, and not you specifically, but the guy in the video did the measurements that it must be like around I don't know, it must be curved every 10 miles, and it wasn't in the video because he measured the lake and used those cameras to prove that 10 miles is straight. It's like
Yep. So over 10 miles, it's not every 10 miles. The claim is it's not a giant mirror ball, so it's not every 10 miles there's a curve. It's over 10 miles. It should be a 66-foot drop. So if you were to move that 10 miles up 1 mile over that particular piece, it should be a 66-foot drop. So it's not go 10 miles, 66-foot drop, hard line, then go to the next one. We'd look like we'd live on some kind of a mirror ball if that was the case. It'd look spectacular, especially if you're flying over oceans and whatnot.
Yeah, speaking of the ocean, why didn't they just try to do this experiment on the ocean instead of doing it on the lake? The ocean is like more, you got more space, you can just like go more than like 20 miles.
Agreed. But the problem is there's swells and there's waves. It makes it somewhat difficult when you're trying to shoot a laser across long range. I agree with you. That's where it should be done. That would be the ultimate. If we could predict the weather perfectly and get an absolute perfect day to do it, I suggest doing that. We set a boat out some ridiculous distance that we know should be directly hidden behind the curve. So you pick something like 30 or 40 miles where it's guaranteed to have crazy numbers behind the curve and then hit it with a laser. I agree with you. But predicting the weather and tide conditions, swells, waves, good luck.
Yeah, that's totally fair. And I was trying to say... So for the calculation, the calculation that the picture that you sent me in the chat about the picture of the Earth, and yeah, here it is. It's like 3,959 miles radius. So this picture keeps popping on my head while I was praying every single time because I'm not really convinced, but it's like in my subconscious, I always believed that the Earth is round, but I also doubted that, just as an instinct.
Just don't line up, do they?
Yeah. Because
the only way you're going to fix this problem is to go and check it out for yourself.
Definitely.
So at the moment, you've got two lots of data. Number one, what you were taught when you were younger at school. And number two, what we've told you now. Now, both of those sets of data conflict with each other, even though the information given standalone seems correct. Now, you've got to make a choice. Is what you were taught when you were younger true and correct, or is what information I'm giving you true and correct? And the only way you're going to separate those two is to go and check it out for yourself, my young friend.
Definitely. It's like I don't really care if the Earth is flat or round, but it's like it gets into like everything you believe in. It's like important and not important at the same time.
It'll mess with your head. Don't worry about that. I can promise it will. Because everything. A lot of people base that. A lot of people are right into the whole get their science monthly books delivered, and that it's a cult. It really is. And when you step away from it, and when you understand it, yes, at the moment it's messing with your prayer time, but when you realize and you go and check this out for yourself, I can assure you your next prayer time after that will be a lot more meaningful.
Yeah. So I didn't join the Flat Earth Muslim version, but I'd like you to tell me what they're saying out there before I join. What do they say? What do they have to say? What did they say about it?
How do you mean? I don't understand what you mean.
I meant that I didn't join the Muslim version of this group. Yeah, and you
They say the same thing. It's just not in English.
Oh, it's not in English.
No.
Oh, I thought that it's in English too. All right. I check it out. Can you give me the link to the Muslim version if you have it?
I don't have that on me. Sorry.
That was DJ. He has the link. If he's on, maybe he can paste it for him. I don't know the address to it either.
I might have to grab hold of that one, just so we can redirect some of our young friends in that direction.
Yeah, I need to save it as well. I know DJ has shared it a couple of times. I should have just taken it then. But yes, if you hang out a little bit here, or if you come back at the later time, DJ is here a lot, so he will have that link for you.
All right, understood. I'll try to log in sometime.
Yeah,
So
just
guys,
check it out every now and then.
what's your purpose of this experiment? You know, talking like trying to not really convince people, but trying to give this idea to people that the Earth is flat. What's the purpose of this?
For me,
yeah,
I just want people to check things out for themselves, to think for themselves. That's all. What conclusions you come to afterwards, that's up to you.
All right.
It makes a big difference. We can only show you the door, but you have to walk through it yourself. And it's really difficult to explain what's going to change in your life until you actually do that, until you realize Earth is flat. Then you're going to start thinking about all other things differently. So, yeah, that's the way it is.
Yeah. Did you guys do the research yourself?
I did, yeah.
What's your conclusion? The Earth is flat.
Yeah, absolutely. I went to a place where the lake is 6 miles wide, and I could still see my friend's laser from the other side with my camera, and he could see my laser in his camera. And I didn't have a good enough zoom camera to zoom in to see actually his face, right? But we could see each other laser pointers, and 6 miles is good enough to. You can look in the diagram there in the chat, and you can see that there should be. How many feet is it over 6 miles? Let's see. I can't look at now, but you can look in the diagram and you will see it's plenty. So there's no curving water anywhere on Earth. So that means it cannot be a ball.
What do you think about what's going on? It's like after the limit of the Earth, you know, if we could just like took a jet and kept flying on one way, like past the limit of the quote unquote Earth. What do you think is going on out there?
We don't speculate in this channel. There could be anything. We only talk about things we can prove empirically. So, is there more land? I have no idea. I don't think anybody has been, exploring the whole thing. We don't make a shape claim. We have no idea what shape the Earth is. We only know that water is flat, right? And it's covered by a lot of water, so it cannot be a ball. And flat isn't a shape.
Hey, everyone.
Hey, security.
Hey. I never heard that. I love that. I never heard that you didn't claim to know a shape. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, nobody can know. There's no way for us to figure that out. So No shape claim made at all. But the surface property, we can tell you that is flat, because that we can measure. I was just telling my friend Yas here that you can easily test this yourself by finding a lake maybe 10 miles wide and put the friend on the other side, get a good zoom camera. Can you zoom in and see him? Well, then you know that water doesn't curve, because if it was curving, your friend should be hidden by 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles. But it isn't. So
Where
water
do you
is
get
flat.
that? Where do you get that number from? I'm curious because I'm not
I
good
can
with
post
math.
it. I can post it in the chat if you give me a second.
Because if they were actually lying and you used the picture
There it
that they
is.
and the
Secrets
numbers they provide.
security. Are you able to see the picture Matrix posted? Security.
Left.
Did we lose her? Oh. Well, I hope she comes back.
Yeah, she's gonna come back.
So when we look at that, there should be 24 foot of drop, right? And my brother is only 6 foot tall, so unless he would have had to been at least 24 foot, or I should not be able to see him on the other beach. But I did see him, so you can probably find a place like that, maybe a 5 mile or a 6 mile wide lake, and then you can do the test there. And I heard you ask before why we don't do these over oceans. You know, there's people who have done over on the ocean. They can see those wind farms, for example. I think I might have a link to that test. It's done by a guy named Dr. John D. Might be interesting. He zoomed in on wind farms 10 miles out, and they're in the ocean outside of England. Should not be able to see them from the beach there. There we go. But you're able to see the whole things from 10 miles away, and they should be hidden by 66 foot of curvature.
The turbines can be seen even to sea. There is no hidden turbines.
Right, and and there's even a video of him zooming into them from 10 miles away. The camera is 3 foot, I think 3 foot up from the beach there. Very good video. That's 10 miles. You even see a little boat behind them that's even further out. And you know, when you're 6 foot tall, the water should start curving away at 3 miles. But I promise you, in your life, you've seen further than 3 miles. And I'm guessing you're maybe 6 foot or something like that. Average height.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
But bro, this if the Earth is flat, that means the Earth is limitless. You know.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know how far it goes.
We don't know, right? Yeah, we don't know, but
yeah.
If the Earth is limitless and they're creating limits to us, so we can't explore the other side, maybe.
Right, we're basically in jail here.
Damn.
People pay their taxes and do whatever they're told, right? But
yeah,
the more people we can wake up, right? Maybe someday someone is going to be rich enough to actually go explore it for real. But I don't know. I don't have that kind of money.
it's really not. It's really not literally about is the Earth flat or round? It's about it's about the lies and
it's about the control. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're already waking up. Now you see that there is a big difference knowing it's flat and not knowing it. because all of a sudden you realize how manipulated you are by society, right? And look, they probably don't even do it on purpose. Maybe there is a secret group somewhere, but I think the vast majority of everybody who tells you live on a ball, they're just regular people. They were told this, their father was told this, his father's father, and so forth. It's basically just tradition at this point. That's all it is. It's a mythos, and it's being carried down by tradition through the generations. Your teacher in school when you were 9, she didn't know what she lived on. She just told you what she had been told. You live on a ball in space, okay, and that's how it carries on. I think even most people at NASA are just carrying it. They probably actually believe they live on a ball, but they have no evidence for it.
They lied about this. Imagine how many other things they lied about.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Because if they can get you to believe you live on a ball in space, they can get you to believe everything. Go fight war for them because they're running out of resources. The oil, we're running out of oil. We have to go to war for that because of that, and things like that. They can tell people to do a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
The climate is changing. It's going to be an ice age. Next year, it's going to be like super hot or whatever. Everything is a hoax. Everything is upside down. Everything you ever been taught. Just think of the opposite, and you're probably more correct. Well, yeah, we're entering into speculation Sunday here. We don't usually speculate like this, so I just like to make sure that this is my opinion only. I'm not representing everybody in the room. I'm just saying that I think that the vast majority of people really believe they're on a ball. They're not lying intentionally about it.
Yeah, because it's like digged into their subconscious. They can't just.
And they can't come out now and say it was a lie, even if they figure it out, because it is about control as well. America wants to be the best at exploring space, and they've gone to the moon landing, and they did the moon landing 60 years ago, and I mean, normal people nowadays don't believe it, right? But it was probably easy to fool people back in the 60s. They didn't have those kind of zoom cameras or lasers and stuff that we have now, so there was no way for them to verify it. They just believed what they saw on TV. But now when they show us these pictures of the ball in space and we go out to try to verify that curvature and it's not there, what are we going to do? I mean, the picture it must be fake, because we don't see that curvature down here.
Yeah.
And I think even 99% of all the pictures that they send out, they don't even claim they are photographs. They're calling them composites and images and computer generated and so forth. There is like a couple that they claim are the real thing. Like one is from 1972 or 1973, 72, I believe, the first blue marble, right? Taken by some Apollo astronauts. And the other one, I don't even know what the other one is. Maybe there is only one that they claim, but the rest are used CGI and computer generated graphics and images, composites. Like they released the Blue Marble 2012, and it was like the background picture of all the iPhones. They even came out. There was a documentary about it. The guy who did it said, "Well, we made that ball in Photoshop. We took flat pictures from satellites and wrapped them around the ball, and then I added the clouds and the water, the colors and all of that stuff later." And people today think that that's a real picture of Earth, but it isn't. It's all done in Photoshop.
Yeah. I've seen John Rogan hosting a guy that analyzed the pictures that NASA has shared,
Hmm.
and he somehow proved that, I don't know, some details proved that those pictures was like generated by Photoshop or something like that.
Oh yeah,
Definitely, they're not like viral.
yeah. I saw that show. It was. I think that might have been Bart Sibrel. He's a pretty famous guy who has made it his life mission to tell people about the moon landing hoax. A good interview just a few weeks ago with him talking to one of the astronauts. Maybe someone has the link to that. Very interesting.
Yeah. Do you believe that there's someone controlling all of this? I believe so. That there's a really bad, evil power in this earth. They call it the Illuminati, but I don't know. I don't know. They claim that they're secret, but everyone knows it, and they appear in money. They appear in movies. They appear everywhere.
Yeah, I know
But
about that.
I don't know. Is that really exists or true? Do they really out there? I believe that they are out there, but I'm not really 100% convinced. I believe, but not really convinced.
Yeah. I don't know. I've heard about it. I read about it. It's all speculation as far as I'm concerned. Interesting to think about, though. Yeah. But yeah, there is so much more to this, and I don't think we should overload you at this point. You need to take a few days just to think about it, maybe go out and run a test yourself, and then just
Yeah.
hang out a little bit more here, because you're going to hear so much more. There is so much more. We've only showed you the door right now, but when you walk through that door, there's going to be other things opening up to you. You're going to understand a lot of other things about physics and so on as well. But I hope we don't overload you here today. So just think about what you learned already, and then try to confirm it yourself.
Yeah, what I've learned is enough already, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, because the brain also has a function. It's called cognitive dissonance, right?
Yeah.
Cognitive dissonance is when you are presented with some facts that go against what you already believe. And your brain is going to fight that as much as it can. And if you overload it, it's going to talk you into weird things like that it's not true.
Yeah.
So, just take it one step at a time.
Yeah. It's been a pleasure, man, speaking to you.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you so much.
Feel free to add me as a friend if you want to. Let's see. Do we have any flat Earth deniers in the room? How about you, Carol? Have you been here before? Or maybe not. It's just us. Okay.
What's the time on your side right now?
It's 3:39 p.m. I'm outside of Boston, Massachusetts.
It's like 9:39 p.m. on me right now.
Yeah.
Night.
That's the same time zone as Sweden, I think. I am from Sweden, but I lived in the States for the last 20 years.
Nice. I'm planning in the future to go to the US to do some business. Like right now, I'm trying to improve my English speaking skills, so I can like do some business from now, like earn some money, then try to go and expand my business and like scale it, only in the US.
Yeah, dude, you have better English than I do, and I lived here for 20 years. I'm very impressed.
No, not too much, bro. I still need some practice, the accent, I feel like my accent is a little bit good, not that much, but it's like 60%, like 60% of the natives. But my I still struggle with like finding words, and because I don't speak much, obviously I'm in Morocco now. I try to hop on these calls on Discord, on other apps, to try to like speak more and get more to know
Practice.
and to this. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely the place to be if you want to practice. But the topic in here is Earth only, so
Yeah, it's been interesting, Olga.
a lot of big words in here also. So if you're obviously past intermediate, you're well on your way to speaking perfectly. And you're pretty young still, right? So the younger you are, the easier it is to pick up another language.
Yeah, I'm still young. It's like when someone sees me, like sees my face, they say you're like 24, 25.
Yeah.
25 max, but I'm actually 19.
All right. Well, yeah. So it should be pretty easy for you to pick up a language then.
Yeah, definitely. I still have space to learn something. Yeah.
I'm an old guy. I'm 53.
Really? It doesn't look like that in your profile picture.
Good genes. I'm from Sweden. Viking genes.
Nice, bro. You look 30 actually.
Thank you. I exercise. Stay in shape.
Definitely, bro.
One of the things that I started to do after I found out that the Earth was flat was taking care of my health better, eating better, questioning what they put into food and things like that. Fluoride, I stopped using that. I mean, there are many upsides health-wise.
Yeah, nice. You start to use? Did you start to use more organic stuff?
Yeah, exactly. I look into the food I eat. I buy from local farms and things like that. And my family is more healthy. I haven't been sick for like 5 years since I found out, basically. So
awesome, good for you. I'm trying to.
Don't brush your teeth with fluoride. It makes you can become 10% more smart. That thing lowers your IQ. Fluoride.
Really?
Yeah. There are studies on it. You can Google it if you want to, or ask AI. Fluoride is not good for you at all. It calcifies your brain. But I just said I wouldn't overload you with new info, and here I am overloading you with more info. Don't listen anymore to me.
Bro, don't worry. Don't worry, bro. I'm already like into this self improvement and like health stuff. I really watched a lot of videos on these because right now at the moment I don't have the choice to like. I try my best to not to do what's best to my health, but in my situation right now, because I'm still living with my parents, I'm not financially independent yet, and I'm planning that when I'm finally financially free and independent, at that time I will like try to fix everything that is wrong with my like food and stuff. Like my ideal day will be like this. Wake up early, like to pray the Fajr prayer, then go read some Quran afterwards, work like 2 hours before the sun rises. When the sun starts rises up, I try to a workout in the sun, get some vitamin D, like 9 to 11, 9 to 10 or 9 to 11 a.m. Then I go back, eat some meat, eat some eggs, totally organic food. Nowadays nowadays like if you try to live like a normal human being, just live an organic life, healthy life, it's like so much more expensive, it's so much more hard to just live like with normal food, normal healthy food.
Yeah. The sun is very good for you. That's another thing I discovered after I became a flat earther. people have been telling me my whole life you need to use this sunscreen and so forth. I just stopped using it. I never had better skin ever, and I'm more healthy than ever. That stuff has like carcinogens, like cancer in it. So I also say don't use sunscreen. You don't need to. God put that beautiful big sun above us to help us become healthy. You know, if you ever have a wound on you and you in the sun for a little while, it's going to heal faster. You know that already.
Oh no, this one is new for me, bro.
Yeah, it's good for your skin too. If you have like a pimple or something, you get out in the sun for a little while. It's going to be gone the day after.
I'm struggling with acne. You know, trying to fix it. Like,
sunshine is good for acne.
yeah, and I'm
Anyway,
really
we're getting away from the topic of the room. We have to talk about Earth here because we have listeners on YouTube. So I'm pleased that you are open-minded and that you came here. So if you have questions about the Earth, we can talk about that. But we probably should stop the chit chat for now.
definitely, no problem.
All right, who came in? We have Kingsley. We have Says Who just joined. Welcome back. We have some regulars in the room. Do we have any new people? No. This is it. I have my Swedish colleague Cedar Filla is here. He's
Is
up
this
late.
like open the whole day or it's like specific time?
24/7.
24/7, bro. Nice.
Yeah, you can come here anytime. There are people from all over the earth. T-Dub is
Nice.
here. Jaga Bruno is here. Relay Criterion. Matrix, of course.
Nice, bro. All right, see you again, bro.
Good night. Sure, good night.
Really fun talking to you.
Catch yours.
Get a little fist bump there from Says Who. Fist bump back to you. Thank you. Jaga Bruno, fist bump. Nice. Thank you, guys. And Matrix, my favorite Australian cat hunter. It's you and me on the leaderboard.
Have you caught it yet?
I don't know. I haven't looked for a while. Yeah. Something to do when there's no Globers. I guess we can
just
do
had
it.
someone new popped in. Band, welcome.
There's so much people muted, so this makes no sense.
We only mute so we don't overtalk each other, but we're all here. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Because if you believe the earth is flat, you have to believe that I'm the god.
Okay, so let's logically link the two of those together.
You got this one, Matrix. This is going to be fun.
So if someone believes the earth is flat, then you're a god. So logically link those together. How does the shape of the ground or a descriptor of the ground make you some kind of
god.
deity?
I'm the god, and you are living in the pizza. You know, flat pizza. You're like jalapeno for me. Or,
Yeah, in English, mate, I don't know what that is.
Ananas or whatever.
So,
if you were the god, you'd know how to say what you're trying to say in English.
Yeah, I don't need big English because I'm the god, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody knows that shit.
Somebody knows. Oh, so you're not a god.
Jesus.
So
is
you
just
don't know.
One fucking, spice on my pizza. On that flat earth.
Sounds like you've been drinking.
Sounds like you have never been in church of Made by Me.
So you believe you live on a ball. Why is that, Band?
I believe I can fly.
Yeah, I've been in aeroplanes too. I've flown. That's not a big deal. Buy your ticket, go to the airport, line up, jump on the little plane, zip over to whatever
I
other
don't-
country you like. It's great.
I don't need planes to fly. I just jump down from the highest roof and I believe I can fly. And then I
Splat. Yeah.
end up, every time.
Yeah, I don't recommend you do that.
Yeah, I end up hospital every time.
That is an excellent demonstration of buoyancy and density.
Yeah, I end up being.
Yeah, you'll end up
slapped
turning into
flat.
strawberry jam.
If the earth would be round, I would just go round and round and round, you know.
Yeah, no, I don't know where you get that silly idea from.
So is this actual conversation if earth is flat or not? Or is that fucking joke?
That is the conversation, yes.
So
without you joking,
you don't
why?
You think is the moon flat?
Okay, so we're not talking about the Earth then.
Is it just a flat cheese flying around waiting to land on Earth?
Okay,
making
Band.
flat pizza or whatever.
Band, at the title of this room it says 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I don't remember seeing anything about the moon in there. So why is it when you want to talk about the Earth, the first thing you say is the moon?
You don't believe that there's a moon?
I don't believe there's a moon. I go outside at night time and I can see it. Ben, hold on, mate. You just told me I don't believe in the moon. This is a false statement. The moon does exist. It is a thing. We can witness it at most nights, unless it happens to be doing its daytime part of its
You believe
path.
that moon is also flat?
I don't know where you got that from.
Okay.
At no stage did anyone here mention the moon being flat.
I believe
We're
your
flat earthers, not flat mooners.
Your nose is flat soon.
Yeah, no.
Oh yeah, no, you're a football fan. You know, football is round and your nose is flat. Ow!
I think you missed the clown car and you're just running late.
Been talking to you. Love it.
You're just here to troll. You're not here to learn anything.
I'm not here to learn anything. I'm just telling you the truth. Because
You're telling me the truth. So how's this the truth? Water takes the shape of its container and is flat and level on its surface, unless it's affected by an external source. So, you fill up your drinking glass. It takes the shape of the glass and has a flat level surface. You empty that water into your bathtub. It takes the shape of the bathtub and has a flat level surface. We now go and tip all that into a swimming pool. It takes the shape of the pool, has a flat level surface. We now go down to the local lake. It takes the shape of its container, lake shaped, and has a flat level surface. You can see a
because you
consistency
cannot
here with
see
water.
it from the existent level.
I can't see what from the existent level.
You see the fucking truth. Because
I can't see what. Okay, let's go back to that. I can't see
lake.
what. Yeah, hold on.
talk about the lake.
Hold on, yep,
Okay.
yep, hold on. Band, I know you're excited. I just want to get this step by step so I don't lose you. Or actually, I don't get lost in your broken English. I don't see what from my existent level.
Have you ever been in the high seas?
Unfortunately.
You know, when
I
you
don't see what, Band. We're going back to the lake. Back to the lake, Band. Back to the lake. I know you can do this. I know you're confused, and I know
lake. What
you're
the
hurting. Let's go back to the lake. You said I can't see it at my existent level. What can't I see?
I believe you cannot see anything because you're fucking blind. That's my last statement, and says
What
the
a
same
fucking
thing.
idiot. You're an idiot.
Well, Band, if this room is a little too complex for you, maybe you should go back to beginner English.
I'm here to practice. That's my thing.
In the beginner room, yep. At the appropriate level.
So you're saying that you're better than me?
You know what? Fuck it. Yes, I am going to say I'm better than you. By a country mile.
Hell yeah.
So you're a racist. And you're calling me nigger.
No.
Nice.
Not a
Nice
racist.
for you.
I
Nice
don't
for
know
you.
what race you are.
Oh,
at no
back
stage,
to your racist.
At no stage was race mentioned in that. It was just a clear cut, I'm better than you by a country mile.
TOS, see you later, bud.
Wow. Where's Plane? I should have left that one for you.
He did have the username for it, didn't he? Band.
Yes.
Yeah. That was a good one.
Pretty sure he was drunk.
At the start he sounded it.
I want that thing on the soundboard. I know you're excited.
But they do get excited. They get wound up and then they start running with it.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, just come back here. You've made a statement and now you've jumped to something that's not even connected to the original statement. I just want to break this down one at a time. Because what is quite common with a lot of these guys is they'll dump 20 different things on you, and then when you start at number one and going through them one at a time, they'll get upset that you haven't mentioned number 15, and then you'll jump to 15, then they'll get upset that you haven't gone through number 2 properly, and you flurfers don't know anything because you can't even answer my questions. Well, if you hadn't asked 20 questions at once, maybe we would be answering them. That's why I like to grab them by the back of the shirt, drag them back, let's go through them one at a time. You can ask unlimited questions. I'm not saying you can only ask one question then be on your merry way. You can ask unlimited questions. Just do them one at a time so they can be answered thoroughly. And there's more than enough people on the panel that can quite comfortably answer these questions. Crikey's, half of them could do it blindfolded. What have we got? Travis here, T-Dub, Sezu, Rayleigh, Plane. Who else we got? Kingsley's hiding up there. Flat's up there. Alaskans are hiding up the top. There's a whole heap of people that can answer these questions easily. Pop in, ask away, and enjoy yourselves. Anyways, guys, that's me having a rant.
Thank you. Band has been banned. I don't know why, but I found that's really funny. He probably seen that a bunch of times, the troll he is.
When he first started, it was funny for about the first 10 words. And yeah, so as a troll, he started off good. If he'd have stayed in for about 30 seconds and then took off, I'd have went, you know what, that's all right, be on your way. But yeah, he's just a drunk.
Yeah. And we have Biwa here. Welcome. How are you? Rion, have we talked to you before? Sorry if we have. I cannot remember your name. Rion, are you a flat earth denier? I think that was Dave Hinkle who came up with that one. I think he's been saying that. It's pretty funny to me. a flat Earth denier. Because it is the default position, right? So I like to call them that. Rion has been around for quite some time. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah. I have a hard time with names. I thought I recognized, but I wasn't sure. And we have Crit is back. Welcome back. Think I'm gonna go make some food and I'll be listening in the background for a while.
words cut clean. Every line on every screen is painted over what you say. Stand up the wise man of flat earth screaming. Question what they sell. He says it, nothing here is real. Why you so afraid of hell? Long distance truth in his telescope. He won't trade it for a crown. Stand up the wise man of flat earth. Won't let them turn his senses down. He won't swallow swing explanations. He wants friction, wants the fight. Trust your skin, your sight, your heartbeat, not their stories in the night. Set up the wise man of flat earth screaming. Question what they sell. He says it, nothing here is real. Why you so afraid of hell? Long distance truth in his telescope. You won't trade it for a crown. Set up the wise man of flat earth. Won't let them turn his senses down. Set up the wise man of flat earth. Won't let them turn his senses down. Set up the wise man of flat earth. Won't let them turn his senses down.
Slow step, chalk dust in the air. He writes his name like he's drawing the dare. Rod, coat dragging on the floor. Class is in session, he locks the door. He says, glow, but stand up. Bring that textbook brain, bring that memorized stuff. Pointer, drops on the board so light. Circle on the paper, but the ground feels tight. He smiles, 3 lines, 1 bet. Walk east, walk north, then we'll see what you get. Triangles don't lie, they only confess. Professor Triangle puts pride to the test. Professor Triangle's test, step by step. He checks your sense. You quote pages, he measures steps. You got book words, he's got proof on the deck. Professor Triangle's test, every angle he makes you sweat. You say I know, he says not yet. Professor Triangle's test. All day in the parking lot grid. Cones as his markers like a kid with the rig. He whispers, walk straight, don't guess. Your feet draw a shape, your mouth feels pressed. PhD, yeah, put that on the name tag. Radrian, letters on a black bag.
Hello,
Take your
guys.
globe talk, I'll take my chalk. You brought long words, he brought long walks. That's a triangle's test, step by step. He checks your sense. You quote pages, he measures steps. You got book words, he's got proof on the deck. Professor Triangle's test, every angle he makes you sweat. You say I know, he says not yet. Professor Triangle's test. Left turn, right turn, you spin in your tracks. He watches your path like he's reading the cracks. Trust your toes, not that chart in your head. Feel the floor, feel the line instead. He laughs when your route doesn't match your claims. You got facts on fire, but they miss the frame. Yep. Professor Triangle's test, step by step. He checks your sense. You quote pages, he measures steps. You got book words, he's got proof on the deck. Professor Triangle's test, every angle he makes you sweat. You say I know, he says not yet. Professor Triangle's test.
There you go, mate. How's it going?
Doing great. What about you?
Yeah, pretty good.
Nice.
What questions have you got for us today?
I'm just looking to talk. It's my favorite channel.
It's your favorite channel. Why is it your favorite channel?
I had great conversations here.
Oh, we've had a few great conversations in here.
Yes.
Seems to be a contention with the definition of the word great, but anyways, so what do you
one's your
think?
favorite?
It's flat, or is it a ball?
It could be flat. Yeah.
It could be flat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm going with is be flat, but if you're it could be, then there must be something that's concerning you. What are you having trouble with?
I don't know. I don't know exactly. What it is. Hello?
You don't know exactly what it is that you don't understand. Well, I'm going to have to apologise because as much as I've worked in the government, they didn't put me through any mind reading courses.
What did you work for in the government?
Well, for a while there I was working on the rail, and for another little time I was working in the jail.
Like a guard or?
Yeah.
And
And neither of them offered me any mind reading courses. So unfortunately I have to ask people questions and try to squeeze information out of them. So something is holding you back from understanding that what we live on is planar. So what is it? We know that water is flat, level, horizontal, unless it's affected by an external source. So how can you live on a ball if 72% of it's water?
Could be the gravity pulling it towards the center.
Ah, there it is. Gravity is what's, I was going to say, holding you back or holding you down?
Good one.
What is gravity?
It's just this force pulling things down.
It's a force pulling things down.
Yeah.
Right. So that would be Newtonian gravity. You know there's about 50 different theories on gravity?
Okay.
Pretty crazy stuff. Yeah, man. Let's see. I've got a little page here with a whole list. There it is. Gotcha. Get over there. I'll just chuck them up in the side chat. There we go.
What is that?
Theories of gravity. And look at that. Newton's law of universal gravitation is in there under theory. And if we go to Einstein, yeah, he's in there too. Wow. So they're just theories. You know, something interesting about gravity is no one actually knows. Science to date does not know what the causational mechanism of down is. We know we drop stuff, it goes down. Actually, where's my old favourite test? Grab me pen. Yep, went down. Why it does that? Scientists don't actually know. People have made theories on it. I've just listed 50 of them, of why things go down. Why not to the left and down? You know, why not to the right? Why down? They don't know. So now that you're up with the latest and greatest technology, what else is confusing you?
What's this picture you showed me? Don't understand.
That is a list of all the theories of gravity.
Yeah, but I never heard of these things. I only heard of gravity.
You've only heard of it called gravity, yeah.
No.
Gravity is a word. What is meant by it? What exactly is meant by that word? What does gravity mean?
I don't know, mate.
Weight or seriousness of a situation?
What? What'd you say?
I said weight or seriousness of a situation.
Wait for the seriousness of the situation.
Weight or
the weight.
Seriousness.
Look, I tend to believe it's flat, yeah. I'm not sure if it's a globe or flat. See?
So you're sitting on the fence?
On the
in
fence.
The middle. Yeah.
in the fence?
That's what we
I'm
mean,
not-
fence sitter. Could go left, could go right.
I don't know what you
You're
mean.
standing in the middle. Okay. You're standing in the middle because you're not sure.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. That's what we call a fence sitter. So on the left-hand side, one part of the argument, on the right-hand side, the other part of the argument, and a fence in between, and you're sitting on the fence, not sure which way to fall.
I have a question.
I don't know, bro. I guess I'm just not in the mood for a debate.
Who's
I'm
that?
I have a question.
just here for discussion and listening to others debate, bro.
There's not really a debate, but anyways, can't really debate measurements. But anyways, let's see what POTUS has got. What have you got for us, POTUS?
Sorry, it's the mic. I wasn't hearing. I think my headphones have been damaged. Test. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I don't know why this. Sorry, guys. I think I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna change this mic.
Okay. We can hear you quite clearly, but anyways.
He just wants to change the mic.
Yeah.
What's a new model?
Well, As long as it's not worse.
Do you guys? No. Forget about it. Can you tell me like an interesting discussion you had here, or like something funny or something like memorable? Maybe you had like a funny discussion with a professor or something, you know? Something worth telling others about. Oh, hello,
That's why
DJ.
they record. That's why they record this, so we don't have to remember and we can just play them back later on.
Great. So, can you just tell me one story like that? That was funny.
One story. Well, if you're in here probably half an hour ago, maybe a bit longer, you would have got to hear a clown come through. It just depends on what you define as funny. Some people think me tearing into trolls is funny. I think they're annoying.
No, I mean, you've been here a long time, right?
On and off.
It's like a memorable moment.
Well, they're all memorable for different reasons. Memorable moments for me is when people like Cyclone come in and school the shit out of Globers. Cool, calm, collected. And everyone just sits back, peacefully, calmly, nodding their head in agreement. That's the stuff I like. That's memorable.
Interesting. How are you, DJ?
Hey, what up, Elio?
Great.
I see you joined my Discord server.
Yeah, I joined just now.
All right, man. I'll give you some better roles in there so you can post media and stuff like that.
Would be great if I had something like that here as well.
Yeah, you get the permission automatically in this server. So after you're here for like a couple of weeks or something like that, it will automatically get applied. There's only one person that can give media permission, and that's Cyclone. He's not here at the moment, but you will get it automatically. It's works a bit differently in this.
Just in this voice chat or on the entire server?
On this entire server.
Oh, great.
But everyone gets it automatically. Just have to spend enough time in here.
Great. What was the lake called again? The one you told me yesterday about?
It's called the Great Salt Lake in Utah.
Great Salt Lake in Utah, okay. How long was the distance? 40 kilometers?
33 kilometers.
33.
Yeah,
Nice.
whatever 21 miles is. I think it's 33 or 34 kilometers. This is the distance in the side chat here.
Yeah, I mean this image is powerful.
Oh yeah, yeah, very much. There's a lot of these as well. This is just one.
Now I'm wondering how far away can binoculars see. Let's see.
It depends on the binoculars, how expensive and what their maximum magnification is.
Well, Google says you can see even in distant galaxies, but I don't know if it's true.
Yeah, but you know, they tell us that those galaxies are millions of light years away. And they tell us that all of those little stars that you can see up in the sky, they're all big giant suns that are much bigger than the Earth, and they're so far away. And they tell us that a lot of the stars that you see don't even exist. They died out a long time ago, but because they're so far away, you're seeing the light from them. You're only seeing the light. So I guess even according to the globe, when you look up at a star, you're not actually looking at the star. You're just seeing some light in the sky that was allegedly produced by, you know, the star a certain distance away. But it's all just a big story. It's all a big fantasy, theoretical, mathematical concept.
Because I'm wondering. Hold on, I still don't understand how far you can see. Because I'm typing in Google and it's like a super long response. All sorts of numbers it's giving me.
How far you could see would depend on how clear.
Just about a mile, I guess. 10 times 50 binoculars, wildfire can reveal details on an object up to just about a mile away.
Mm-hmm. Binoculars.
Okay. And then 8 times 42 binoculars. Bird watching. Can see birds clearly 50 to 100 yards. And then large astronomy binoculars. This is 25 times 100. Can resolve craters on the moon and see distant nebula. Because I'm wondering, you know, like someone from an island in the ocean, like someone from Hawaii, right, can just look with the binoculars and see California or something, you know?
No, it's much different when you're looking through the air, because the air's very thick. The lower you get to the Earth, the thicker the air is. So you can look up. The air is much thicker. Like the atmosphere is much thicker. So when you're looking through the thickness of the atmosphere, the maximum distance that you can see is 300 miles. And that's just a technicality. Usually it's much closer distance than that. Usually it's about 20 miles or something like that. Like if you go on Google right now and you check what is the average visibility rating in the area that you live in, it'll give you an answer. It'll say, oh, it's 15 to 25 miles or something like that. That's the maximum distance that you can usually see, depending on how clean the air is on a particular day. Okay, so I'll type in right now, I'll go to Google, and I'm going to type in, what is the average visibility in the city of Lublin, Poland, which is where I'm at, or close to where I'm at. Okay, so based on climate data for Lublin, the average visibility is approximately 12 miles, which is about 19 kilometers. So that's the average distance that you can see in my location. Just due to the weather, basically, due to the air.
Interesting.
All right, so I just typed in a different location. So what is the average visibility in the city of Bombay or Mumbai in India? So the general average visibility in Mumbai ranges between 2 kilometers and 3 kilometers. Which is kind of crazy when you think about it. Because there's a lot of pollution and dust and things like that in the air. Yeah, so when you're looking horizontally through the air, you can only see a pretty short distance. Sometimes up to 50 miles, 60 miles, maybe even a bit further in really, really clear conditions, but usually it's less than that. If you had hypothetical perfect conditions, then 300 kilometers is the absolute maximum. Sorry, 400 kilometers, I think.
Hey, DJ, do you believe that we live in the Milky Way galaxy?
No. No.
Why?
Because it defies, because nobody can validate that for starters. Okay, that's just part of the globe theory, the globe concept. We get told a big story about what the Milky Way galaxy is. It's just pseudoscience. It's something that you're never going to be able to validate. It's just a story that you can choose to believe if you want to. There's no such thing that anyone can prove of outer space, like the vacuum of outer space existing the way that gets taught to us. A big giant vacuum with all of these balls floating around inside of it.
But when you go to mountains, you would see Milky Way. You would see a
Yeah. But okay, yeah, we see it, right? We see like a cluster in the sky that's called the Milky Way, but then we get told a big story about how far away it is and what we're looking at specifically. Like they tell us crazy things that people just don't even question. For example, they tell us that there are distant exoplanets where it doesn't rain regular rain, it actually rains glass. And the glass rain is sideways. And they'll tell us things like on Uranus and Neptune, it rains diamonds. And all sorts of crazy, like, sort of fantasy style stuff that no one's ever going to be able to validate. And people just believe it without questioning it. But we question the fundamentals. Okay, so they say that we are on a ball, a globe, that's covered in water, and then there's air surrounding the globe, gas, and then that's inside a big giant vacuum of space, moving at all of these different speeds, which we are so fast that we can't even comprehend. Over 1.5 million miles per hour in all of these different directions is what they tell us that we're doing right now, inside a vacuum. So we would challenge them and we would say, okay, can you validate that you can have a ball covered in water and gas inside a vacuum? And they're not going to be able to do that. They're just going to be able to give explanations. And then when we ask them to demonstrate the explanations and prove the explanations are possible, they don't give us any empirical evidence. They just give us more explanations. And it requires faith.
So scientists say that there's a layer, there's an atmospherical layer which protects gas from leaking in the space, right?
No, they say that gravity is stopping the gas from leaking into space, but they say that there's a lot of gas that does leak into space.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, they say it's gravity. That gravity is kind of like the magical force that answers all of the things that don't make any sense in reality, like all of the oceans sticking to the outside of the globe and orbits and gas and all of this kind of thing. It's just gravity, gravity, gravity. How can we have upside down people in Australia? Gravity. Everything's gravity when it comes to all of these things that don't make any sense. People just believe it, and they can't even prove what gravity is, where gravity comes from. When they get asked what is gravity, they say, "Oh, we have no idea what gravity is. We just know it has to exist in order to have this heliocentric model."
Yeah.
This is what the astrophysicists are saying. Like, they don't know what gravity is. They don't know where gravity comes from. Actually, if I'd play the clip of them saying that, if I could find the clip right now. I don't know if anyone's got like a YouTube link or a clip of that. It can't be in a video MP4. It won't play through the player.
I believe that they say that gravity is a property of mass. It's an inherent property of mass, attractive force that acts between masses.
Yeah, that's the claim. That's what they claim, and how does mass form gravity? How does a mass, if you have a large mass, where does the gravity come from? What's the mechanism that creates the gravity? Where does the gravity come from? What is the gravity? They have no answers for that. They just tell you that mass is attracting mass, even though we never experience that in reality. Sure, we can all agree that when you drop something heavier than the air, it's going to fall through the air. Right? That doesn't mean it's being attracted towards the earth. That just means that it's sinking through a medium that's very light, that can't support its... Right?
The reason is gravitational force is a very weak force. You need very large object to actually observe it. So you
Yeah,
need
exactly. So you'd have to do it to experiment on it. You'd have to have something like as big as the Earth or something like that, right?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
the claim.
So you can never test it. You just have to believe that that's true. So they've made it unfalsifiable. Basically, they said, yeah, you can't test it yourself because when we test it on a smaller scale, it doesn't happen at all.
Yeah.
So they say that, oh, it has to be such a big scale that you can never test it. So you just have to believe it. But
They say that we have tested for you. We have tested for you, so believe in us.
yeah, exactly. Well, it's
So-
kind of
so-
like that. Yeah, exactly. Good
It's not a
point.
blind belief. Blind belief. It have some logic as well, right? Because they have tested for us.
Well, show us the tests. That's what we ask. You know, they haven't tested for it. They've only tested for it in mathematical form, in calculations, not necessarily in reality. I mean, we can all agree that things fall at a certain rate. Now, if you want to call that gravity, that's different. Okay, that's not really mass attracting mass. That's just observing something falling at 9.81 meters per second squared. Not necessarily proving what the cause of the effect that we all see is, right? Because they'll say that there's a downward force, whereas on a flat Earth, we don't need to explain things like that. We don't have that problem where we need to explain how you can have water sticking to the outside of a ball. Okay, we would say water needs to have a container, right? If you want to have a large body of water, you need to have a container. It's a requirement to have a body of water. You must have a container, and that the water will conform to the shape of the container, and the surface of the water will be flat on the top. I just got to go on mute for a second. I'll be back in a second.
Okay. Hello.
Hey, what's up?
I think they have few.
DJ, you're back.
Yeah. Might have to mute every now and then, but yeah.
I've sent a model in the site. You defend yourself.
Yeah, it looks like one of those lollies that you suck on. It's got the different layers with the different colors. Jawbreaker. But yeah, I mean, like that's what they tell us. But in reality, the deepest hole that anyone's ever dug down into the Earth is just 7.6 miles deep, which is only just a little bit deeper than the deepest part of the ocean.
Yeah, it was the Soviet who did that. And speaking of that, bro, like you know that why the Soviet have to stop, because they couldn't dig much further. Their instruments were melting because of the heat, because of the severe heat.
Yeah, exactly. I think they tried for many years to dig further down, and they kept breaking their drill. And then eventually they ended up giving up. But you know what's interesting about that? They made a bunch of predictions before they did that, and they guessed what would happen as they would dig down through the layers of the Earth using the latest technology, ground penetrating radar and that kind of thing, and models, computer models. And they, well, maybe not computer models. I'm not sure exactly how they did it, but they got everything wrong. While they were digging down, they thought they were going to encounter water or rock or something like that, but it turned out they kept getting it wrong, and it took them a really, really long time.
So doesn't it prove that there's something hot inside Earth? DJ?
Do you have any other questions, Paradox?
Yes. I was asking, their equipments were melting, right? When they dug up the hole. So doesn't that prove that there's something very hot inside the core of the Earth?
Well, yeah, if you want to call it a core. But definitely, I mean, it definitely gets hotter as you dig down. We definitely have lava and things like that. Okay, like maybe we have big lava tubes or deposits. You know, definitely we have lava tubes. But yeah, volcanoes are an interesting thing, because I was watching a video recently where someone did a whole bunch of research, and volcanoes didn't seem to exist in the historical records before the Vesuvius account of volcano. They didn't even used to have a word for volcano before that, which is kind of crazy, because there's accounts of all of the other natural disasters, you know, tsunamis and floods and earthquakes, but not volcanoes, seemingly. So much so they didn't even have the word volcano or a word for that happening until, I forget exactly which year Vesuvius was, but pretty recent on a grand scale.
Do you believe in satellites, that every country is sending millions of satellites in this space? And these satellites are
billions.
Yeah, they're
trillions.
Brilliant.
Trillions. Yeah.
Let's
Yeah, I'm
say
not sure, man. What I find interesting is that when we don't have a single photograph of a satellite in space, other than, say, the ISS. When we go to Google and we type in photograph of satellite in space, we just get pages and pages of obvious cartoons. And if I were to ask you to pick a satellite right now, pick any satellite you want, and validate its distance and that kind of thing. I mean, you're not going to be able to do that. You might be able to do that if you involve a bunch of faith in like an application or something like that that's going to say, give you some information that you just need to take in good faith. Yeah, you can probably do that, but it's going to be one of those things that you're not really going to be able to test out. So I would say that there's definitely some satellites, but exactly what we're being told about them, whether they be orbiting around a globe, that's another story. That's something that would require the Earth to be a globe. And for the Earth to be a globe, you're going to have curvature over the surface of the Earth, which isn't present when we go out and test it. So whatever's going on up in the sky is happening above a surface that we cannot detect any curvature on.
Hey DJ, I've sent an image in the site chat. Okay, can you see it? So this GIF.
Yeah, that's a zero G.
It's zero gravity.
Yep.
So we can observe it. So you earlier said it is something.
That's a plane falling. That's inside of a plane while it's falling down. People start floating because they're falling with the plane.
Yep.
It's not. It's not.
Yeah, that's exactly what that is.
Dude, don't be a retard, please. I was having a nice listen.
Yeah, you can look it up, man. Like look up Air Zero G. That's what it says on the wall.
I was going to say, what's written on the wall is a dead giveaway.
Yeah, 0G. Right, so it's on an Airbus A310.
Oh, he thinks that's a room. Yeah, it's a room you go to at NASA, a special room, and they turn it on, and then you start floating around because NASA harnessed gravity now.
Can we change NASA to the Wonka factory?
Okay, I sent another GIF. Can you?
Well, just hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'm just going to show you the plane that those people go in when they're doing that. All right, so they're inside this plane. So the plane goes up and it does a parabolic arc, and it gives you about 30 to 40 seconds of floating around like that. Okay, so what you're showing in that second GIF there, right? That can easily be done, and like they do that in TV shows, they do that in movies, right? They're not in space when they do it on TV shows and movies. They even did it like 10 or 15 years ago on The Big Bang Theory, when Howard went to space. Okay, and he was doing all of the same things that they do on the International Space Station. But obviously it wasn't real because it's just a television show.
I see, but in the second GIF, water seems to be floating in midair.
Yeah, so they did that.
He just explained that to you.
Yeah, they did that on the Big Bang Theory. So you can do that in a zero-G flight as well. You can do the same thing in a zero-G flight. That's kind of like what the like the Blue Origin and that kind of thing. That's what that does as well, except it gives you more weightlessness time because it goes up higher and it free falls for longer. See, look, here it's happening right now in the GIF that I posted. Just a television show. You can do a lot of these effects yourself if you just learn a little bit about CGI as well. Very easy to do. It's very easy to fake, especially when you've got companies like NASA that get something like $70 million a day in taxpayer funding. See, have a look at the GIF that Professor Triangle just put in the side chat.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're just blatantly using CGI right there. So that little toy, it's not really there. It's completely CGI. It's called augmented reality. Have you heard of augmented reality technology?
Yeah, yes, I have.
Yeah. So NASA admits that they use augmented reality.
Man, they even say that Earth is a huge magnet. What do you think about that?
Magnets.
Yes. They say that Earth is a big magnet. It has a magnetic field, strong magnetic field.
So do you think that you're a magnet now? You think you're a piece of metal being pulled down like a magnet pulls you? Is that what you think? You're a piece of metal?
No, I don't think that. I think that's how compass work.
So not a piece of metal. So we should still be floating then.
I'm
There
not
is a
saying
lot. The Earth is a lot of things, and one of the features of it, there is magnetism, right? And there's that phenomena saying the Earth is a magnet. That might be some type of different claim, right? Because the Earth is a lot of things. It might have magnetic properties, yes, but is a magnet? I don't know about that.
in the Earth's core there's a lot of iron, and that is causing magnetism.
He's going off some kind of list.
No. I don't have any list.
Yeah, so there's a magnetic field. Yeah, that's definitely not something that's exclusive to Earth being a globe. And it's not that the Earth is a magnet either.
I posted his magnetic iron core for him, and I guess it's not that.
So once you heat a metal up to a certain temperature, it loses all of its magnetic properties. Did you know that?
Yes, I'm aware of it.
Yeah, it's called the Curie point. So what they say is a magnetic, what is it, an iron core.
Yeah,
and
iron core.
they tell it's at such a high temperature that is far beyond the Curie point that would be stopping all of the magnetic properties from being present. I'm sure they have an excuse for it, though. But it doesn't align. It doesn't align with the globe. The magnetic field doesn't even align with the globe properly. Like when compass points to the north, it's not pointing to the North Pole. What people think of as the North Pole. That's not where the magnetic north is, as you're probably aware.
Yes,
and then there's two magnetic south poles as well, which is kind of strange. There's a lot of anomalies with the magnetic field. Even the people that study the magnetic field on the globe side, that work for NOAA and companies like that, they say that they can't even predict what the magnetic field is going to be doing in 12 months' time. They have no idea because it's constantly shifting and moving and doing strange things. They have absolutely no idea what it's going to be doing in a year or two. They cannot predict it.
Do you believe that Mars is a planet or Venus is a planet?
Well, it depends what you mean by planet.
Planet is anything which revolves around a star.
No, I don't know what it is, but it's definitely not a big rock ball in a vacuum, like they tell us.
Orbiting a giant fiery gas ball, that would be crazy. That would only insane people could imagine something like that, make that up.
And the sun is revolving around Milky Way. That's another thing they say.
No. Oh, all that's over when when your globe turns into flat Earth. All that goes away. You don't have to worry about that anymore. Isn't that nice? You don't have to worry about any of that. You don't have to worry about the sun exploding or Venus running into Earth or Martians coming and invading your butt at night or whatever they do when they probe you. I don't know how that works.
You just made it sound like you know how it works.
I've read all the stories. I got cable TV. Yeah, we'll just tell you right up that, yeah. Did he leave? No, there he is. Hey, Paradox, space is fake, so you don't ever have to worry about that anymore. That's all imaginary. Like, that's just on television. Even the idea of it is just from somebody that you could float around in a vacuum. That's just made up. How you can't float in a vacuum anyway. So that's made up. Where's the bottom of the universe? How come you're not running into it? Where's the top? How come we don't hit the walls? Is the universe moving?
Yeah, what's holding up the universe? What's on the outside of the universe? What's it expanding into? Why do they say the universe is flat like a sheet of paper? That's kind of crazy as well.
It's like velvet. It's velvet. That's what it feels like. What do you think, Paradox?
I'm really confused, man, because these things are really new to me.
Hey, check out. I got some funny stuff that I saved. They have absolutely no idea what shape the universe is. Okay, you can look up what shape is the universe, and some sources like NASA will say it's flat like a sheet of paper. So Cambridge and Harvard, right? They'll tell you it's flat, and then other science websites will say it's nearly 100% sure that it's spherical, and then other ones will say it's shaped like a cone, and then other ones will even say it's kind of like a magnetic field type of like a torus type of shape, and it's kind of like a donut shape. And then other people have different theories about it being all sorts of crazy other geometric shapes. It's it seems like they have no idea what they're talking about. It's all just theoretical garbage.
I see.
Yeah.
Why are countries spending so much on their space organization and research programs?
Maybe it's a good maybe it's a good way to funnel money. You know, it's
They
like
just tell you they're spending that. They don't. You never see them actually sitting there handing suitcases of money over to somebody to make a round circle that fits inside another round circle that's got an oval on the end.
So, yeah, like you said, they're funneling money to somewhere else.
probably, yeah. And it's not their money, it's our money.
Yeah, the tax money.
Yeah.
What's the name of European space program? Space organization, rather.
I forget the exact name of it. The European Space Agency.
Yes. Russia have cosmonauts.
Yeah, they have cosmonauts, and you know, some of the people that have gone up with the Soviets, they say that the Earth looks flat when they go up, as high as they're going up, allegedly. And one of them recently said in an interview that if any person tells you that they've been to space, they're lying to you. Also, the head, or the previous head of the Russian space agency, he said that there's no that America faked the moon landings as well.
Yeah, so that's why it's when it comes out, NASA announces that they actually faked it. That'll be all right then, because I'm sure they probably told you NASA is now an intelligence agency. It's no longer a space agency. It's now a spy agency. So they say they've always been a spy agency. Did you know that happened 3 months ago?
When did that happen? I believe it's
3 months ago.
What
3
exactly
months ago.
happened? Like Trump signed an executive order?
Yeah. So that's that. Now we got to say, why is our spy agency shooting rockets off? Now we want to know why they're spending money. How's that?
Let's see.
Wouldn't you want to know?
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, they're going to be ending soon. They'll hand it over to somebody else. They'll be SpaceX and some other country, or maybe not even. Who knows?
Yeah, SpaceX and Elon Musk. Elon Musk is saying that we will terraform Mars. Mars would be livable
Yeah,
for
why
humans.
doesn't he tell them to terraform Earth and repair Earth first, and then we'll go and fix Mars. Silly.
How long has Elon been saying is that we're going to go to Mars for now? 20 years or something like that?
22 years. Yeah.
22 years.
Yep.
Oh gosh.
Like
That's
four of his facelifts.
That's that damn dirty clock. It just never slows down.
Yep. Keep kicking that can down the road.
That's the one thing they can't mess with is time. Keeps on ticking away and destroying their statements.
I mean, a lot of the footage of him recently, he's just tripping balls on drugs in the White House next to the president, just like spinning out. Looks like he can see freaking rainbows and diamonds all around him.
Do you people believe in any secret society? Illuminati, for example? There's a secret society which is
You don't have to believe. You don't have to believe in it. You just go join them. And if they want you, then you'll learn the secret part. If not, you'll just paying money every month like everybody else to keep them going, because there's two parts to it.
Yeah, it's definitely no secret that there's secret societies, but you know exactly who and what power do they have and that kind of thing. That's
Shit, my company is a secret society. We're not allowed to talk about what we do, obviously, or I would be talking about it. So, I mean, as far as details, everybody plugs wires in.
Businesses are like a cult. Like they'll bring you in and then treat you like family and everything. Like, and then you sign NDAs and all sorts of shit. Big companies and that, they act like a cult. Seriously, like look at Amway.
Well, yeah, that ours is not like a cult. It's a bunch of, well, I guess if you want to say engineers are in a cult, because some of them act like it, especially the ones that have a SpaceX desktop and weird shit. I go over and turn their shit around when I walk by. Yeah. But we do have to sign NDAs, and we're not allowed to really talk about what we do because we are on cutting edge of a lot of shit. It's fun, but hopefully this one that I got coming out, I can actually. Well, yeah. Hopefully this one that is coming out, I can get patented, and then I'll just show everybody. I don't care.
Yeah, companies have to protect trade secrets. Like they want to stay at the top of the game, right? Like, they don't want people getting hold of their idea and then becoming a competitor or tweaking it, making it better. Like they want to do that first, right? Plus, your services might be being hired by, clandestine agency or something as well. You never know. I'm not saying yours, just in general. Like a company's services may get, they get employed by, like a contract from the government or military or something. You never know.
What do you think of that, Paradox? It's not. Flat Earth isn't a disk in space after all. It's not anything that you imagined, is it?
Yeah, yeah, man. That's how the people lie, bro. The people who mock the flat earthers. That's how they lie. they say that these people are very unscientific.
We have all the science. We only use science when science is needed.
You know, bro, Professor, my real name actually translates to horizon.
Oh, there you go. That's awesome. Paradox means horizon.
Oh, what?
No,
Oh, you mean your real name? You mean the name you were born with?
Yeah, the name my parents gave me. It translates to horizon.
So there you go. They were telling you the Earth is flat when you were born, and nobody picked up on it until now. So 2026 is started off strange already. I had two people themselves become flat earthers the other day, and DJ had one yesterday, and we get them all the time now, more than just last year. It's just weird. I think people are just they've already figured out people are lying to them. Now they're like, well, what are they lying about? Don't ask me what they're lying about. I just know the earth is flat. If they're lying about that, figure it out.
Did you
Oh,
think
it's
that
like people have had enough of the jokes and all of that, right? Like, yeah, we've seen the meme of, how Japan attacked Pearl Harbor on Flat Earth and stuff like that, but that was like 10 years ago. So it's like, it's not that fun anymore. So now people are, the waters are chill and clear now. So now people are like, let's see what this is about, right?
So no red flags for anybody that NASA got reclassified as an intelligence agency from a space agency? No red flags for anybody? That's like super big news that people have treated like, oh, that's just paperwork. They just did that for taxes. And you can thank this channel right here for all that, for them being defunded and then being reclassified, not a space agency anymore. Huh, I guess that's why that CIA agent from 1980 said we consider NASA not a space agency. Now it makes sense. He was telling the truth.
Hey, Professor, does your country have any space agency?
No. Now officially, U.S. doesn't have one.
Oh, you're from US.
Yeah. It's not NASA. Oh, that's funny. I can't wait to tell my mom that my dad worked at he worked at a space spy agency. She's going to be like, what are you talking about? I'll say, yeah, they renamed it. She'll get all pissed. And I'll say, see, the earth is flat. And I'll come back home. And then she'll text me mean things about that for about a minute. You're crazy. But see, she's also 84 years old, so whatever she thinks, she's going to think.
Hey, Professor, are you vaccinated? Did you take the COVID vaccines?
No, but I'm not against it. I think all of you guys should get that.
Why though?
That sounds great.
Isn't it could be a huge conspiracy, right?
Oh, I don't know anything about that. Nope.
Could be.
I don't know. I don't know.
I see. What about other people? Do you think that COVID was an engineered virus?
I don't know anything about that. Mm-mm. In fact, we don't even really talk about that on here.
I see. But if the government can lie on about this thing, space and planets, it can also lie about COVID, right?
It can lie about that this country. It can lie about this country's at war when they're actually just blowing up things in some mountain so you can hear booms, and you don't even know what news you're getting these days. The internet is not connected the way you think it is. Some countries don't see what we're seeing. They're rerouted to other places. It's weird shit going on. That's why our line from China, to me where I'm at here, because we have one building out there, we have a line to China. All right, it's a direct connection. It's not, doesn't go through the air. It doesn't go, it goes under the sea, all that shit. But it's specifically our connection. So if we can have one, anybody can have one.
Hey, Professor, look the gift that I've sent. Continental drift. DJ, are you there?
I didn't know that. I didn't know everything was floating on water like that. That's crazy that you guys think that.
Man, Africa is splitting into two.
You don't think that's weird? You guys think that the water ball floating in the vacuum of space, which is impossible with air around it, which is doubly impossible, has land on it that's floating, rocks that are floating on water and moving around real slow. I'm going to start adding that in just to piss you guys off. Because if that land's all moving around, that means those rocks are floating. And then they're defying what we actually see when we drop a rock in water.
Do you know about the story of formation of Himalayas? They say that India used to be a part of Africa. Then it floated all the way to Asia and hit Asia. From that collision, Himalayas were born. So that's why Himalayas are so huge. Himalayan mountain range.
Don't forget to add an outer space.
Huh?
Yeah, I mean, isn't all that happening in outer space?
Yes. In outer space, yes. In a rocky planet made of rock. Yodel, what do you think about a supercontinent called Pangea? Yodel?
So how do you verify, validate, or prove such a thing even existed in the first place?
Yeah, Pangea.
Unless
I mean,
you've got
maybe
some
it
sort
did,
of
but
time traveling abilities that we don't know about. And apologies if you do, but yeah, you're never gonna. It's just more theories.
right.
we should
If
have
it did happen, then it didn't happen in outer space.
Let's say there is Earth and there's no outer space. But would you still believe that in Pangea, theory of Pangea, continental drifts?
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't discount it. I've been doing a bit of research into it recently. I think the mainstream story about how it happened and over what time period it happened is total bullshit, but it's definitely something that is interesting to look into, and there's some there's definitely some evidence behind it when it comes to similar geographical features being present in places that are said to have once been attached to each other. But it's Sunday almost, isn't it? So yeah, on Sundays we have
Here we go.
Speculation Sunday. But yeah, there's some great videos about it that really get you thinking. And look, they also say in the future that it's all going to turn into one continent again. They have maps of it. It's called Proxima or something like that. There's a bunch of different variations of it, but there's a bunch of ancient maps that kind of lean towards it as well.
I think
There's a famous case.
I think you're looking at maps when there wasn't as much water. That's why things look different.
Yeah, there's a lot of crazy shit with old maps. Like in some places on the old maps, there was much less water, whereas at the same time that there was less water in some places, there seemed to have been more water in other places. It's a freaking trip. Like,
Yeah, like the Great Lakes was like a gigantic thing, and then all of a sudden it turned into like 7 lakes.
yeah. There's a train line, or an old train line. It's a highway now. I think it connected to Florida Keys. You know about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And on old maps, that's actually all land. Like where that water is in that
I didn't know that part of it. I have to look at that.
Yeah. It's like shows that that's all land on old maps. Crazy.
Yeah, I guess we were close enough to Australian Sunday, aren't we?
Yeah.
Oh, it's well into.
Say in the Northwest United States, there's a famous case where a canyon and a mountain range formed in like a matter of months recently. Now, I don't mean like dramatic mountains that you can go skiing on.
Where is this at?
Somewhere, I think, near the Cascade Mountain Range itself. I mean, the whole point was to show that these geological processes that people say can take millions and millions and millions of years can happen within a matter of months. And it was observed to do just that. So,
And do they even know it was moving, or was it just doing it without a sound?
yeah, good question. I'm going to go find that article. Somebody had posted it. It's been reposted.
You would think that would have made, that would have made like something people had cameras on. But they don't want people to know about that stuff. They want you to think that took 10 million years to do that. Just like it only takes a couple months to petrify anything.
What is up with this New Zealand picture?
They are classifying New Zealand as 8th continent.
As an
New Zealand
Earth continent?
8th.
Understand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th continent. We have 7 continents.
8th continent. Oh, I see. Interesting.
Yeah.
A pretty tiny continent.
They say that New Zealand have a different continental drift compared
What
to.
about an island? Is it an island? I think it's just some land that's not covered in water.
Yeah, they call it the lost land of New Zealand.
It's just land.
Lost land. It used to be a land, but after ice age, it got submerged under the water.
I think you're right. I have seen something about that from the Graham Hancock's documentary about ancient civilization. Good stuff. He was talking about stuff underwater.
Are we allowed to tell ghost stories yet?
By the way, Professor, see the picture of solar system, bro.
No, it's true, bro. Some terrain is under the water, and there was civilization in some of these places.
Yeah.
There is, there is archaeological ruins, below waters.
Do you flat earthers
But
believe
I
in?
don't know what to make of that. It's just, it could have just been simply that their coastline was further out once upon a time. Maybe the sea level rose or something.
So do you believe in an ice age?
Yeah. That's how scientists taught me.
We're supposed to be in one right now.
No, we are not in the ice age. It ended 10,000 years.
Yes, we are. Yes, officially,
By
technically, we
definition.
are in an ice age. Yeah, we are right now.
And yesterday I had 10
still
inches
going.
of snow, and the day before that was green grass in the front yard. And then in one overnight while I was sleeping, so much snow came down that the trucks didn't hit, the road plow trucks didn't hit. So unless you have 4-wheel drive, you just sat home yesterday. So yeah, we're in the ice age, definitely not global warming, that's for sure. We haven't had snow like this in about, I don't know, 10 years maybe. Not to this magnitude. Each time you get a snowstorm here, like now, they're like 10, 16 inches of snow. Maybe for the last 10 years, it was like 2 or 3 inches of snow. And then before that, we were getting like 24 inches of snow, 36. So it just goes in a pattern.
Yeah, definitely.
If you look at the global average temperature, it is increasing.
No,
There's
that's
no globe.
if you have a look into that data and how they're collecting that data, it's very much different to the way they used to collect data. And quite a lot of the numbers are being taken from places that have airport strips and places like that, where it's hotter because of the terrain, the man-made terrain, like with the man-made, infrastructure, where they're taking these temperatures. I watched a whole documentary on it once. It was quite a while ago, so I don't remember a lot of it. But the way they explained it, it seems like it's manipulated to serve an agenda. Same with the water levels rising. The nonsense about the water levels rising, same kind of thing.
Yeah.
Wait.
You look at
You don't believe
old
in ice
photos.
In what? Earthquakes?
No, ice age.
Oh, ice age. Well, there's definitely. I think there's evidence that there's been like little ice ages and stuff like that. I've watched all Graham Hancock stuff. I find that stuff fascinating for sure.
The Younger Dryas.
Yeah, Younger Dryas stuff. Randall Carlson.
So you believe
Graham
that there
Hancock's
was
work.
like ice, and it started melting away, right? Like for example in Canada.
No, I'm not sure. I have no idea.
Bro, there is. They claim that they found remains like mammoths, woolly mammoths, with buttercups still in their mouth, preserved. Right, like the whole beast, and even the vegetation it was eating, the stomach contents is all intact, and they say that it was instantly frozen. That there was only one way that if it had frozen gradually over time, that would happen. There would have been some more extensive decay.
Well, what did they
was
find
flash
with
frozen, bro.
buttercups?
So something happened where they just went instant
What
ice.
did they find with buttercups in their mouths?
No, if you are instantly covered with mud, that's about 85 degrees, and your air temperature is 85 degrees, and you guys are instantly covered with that mixture, and it stays like that for about 4 months. Every single thing in you, on you, around you will turn into a rock, petrified. So it's not as instantly or within a couple of minutes, you can be covered in that stuff and not have enough time to even get shit out of your mouth because you're standing there going, what the fuck? And then all of a sudden you're covered in it. That can happen.
So what was the animal with Buttercup in their mouth?
Mammoth.
Mammoth.
Woolly mammoth.
Where did they find this?
North America somewhere. I think they still find frozen mammoth. Like I heard, now I don't know how true this is, but it has some places, restaurants have sold what they claim to be 10,000-year-old mammoth meat to cook, to eat.
That's hilarious.
So you don't believe in mammoths?
Yeah, I was reading an interesting article the other day, and it said that these mammoths that they had stored, like these mammoth bones they had stored away for a long time in a museum, finally they got tested, and they turned out to be whale bones the whole time, and they weren't even mammoths.
Oh shit!
Yeah, yeah, and these whale bones that were meant to be mammoths were found like 500 miles inland or something like that, and they have no idea how they could have got there. But what are these idiots doing that they are mistaking whale bones for mammoth bones? Like, it sounds like they have no idea what they're doing. Same with the dinosaur bones. Half of them are probably whale bones as well.
Dinosaurs are so ridiculous. Like,
yeah,
you cannot. It's impossible to tell what the fur and the skin, right, looks like just from the bones. It's not possible.
Exactly.
So they tend to make them look like these scary dragons because it's better, right?
Yeah,
for
like
the
Jurassic
museum.
Park. Yep.
Yeah. So, like, if you take the skeleton of a cat, right? Yeah, like, you just look at the skeleton and you don't know it's a cat. You could say it's like a predator monster or something from the Predator versus Alien or something.
Yeah, of
Meanwhile,
course.
it's
Yeah.
a cute creature, so, you know.
Yeah,
So-
yes, man. We had
And also,
dinosaurs.
I'm not sure if these bones are even real, anyways. Or
No,
maybe they are. I don't know. I haven't looked into that.
Not dinosaur bones, if that's what you mean. Whatever they dig up.
But
Maybe it's a
apparently,
whale
like biologists, paleontologists, right? Certain people in that field of study, they have to submit an application to like the Smithsonian or what other institute claims to like have the bones in storage, and if they want a sample or whatever, like they have to like go through this rigorous application process to like get hold of a sample of it, and then they don't ever get to see like the entire bone or anything like that. It's all locked away, stored away. They say it's too precious to just have any old paleontologist or scientist go fondling it, right?
They say that it's dangerous, that it's emitting radiation.
Really?
From the comet?
Not even joking. Yeah,
Is it from the
dinosaur
asteroid
bones
that
emit
hit,
radiation.
that hit the flat disk in space and then they flew off? Well, yeah, I would be
Yeah,
scared.
must
if it
have
did
been.
that.
And like when people have samples that they want to have dated by a laboratory, you can find this, like there's a form that you can fill out and send in with your sample, and they need from you your estimate of how old these things are, and then they'll be able to provide their estimate. I mean, there are cases where people would do this stuff with like dog bones and say, "Oh, I found this. I think it's about 480,000 years old," and they'd come back and say, "No, it's older. It's 1.2 million."
But
1 million.
we have a method to test the age, right? We have carbon dating. We can carbon date them.
Yeah, that's the problem I'm pointing out. It's circular logic. They only come up with millions and millions and millions of years estimates if they're provided input that suggests it was millions and millions and millions of years in the first place. So the way they do that is they have to date something else that they think was millions of years old and say that they found a dog bone or whatever in the same vicinity as this other thing. Yeah, it's circular.
Just a second.
But when you look up a real dinosaur inside hole, right? On Google, you don't see, because if you're an archaeologist and you discover like this huge dragon-looking gigantic dinosaur, whatever it is, if you find like something so huge, I would expect you take pictures of it, right? When you're digging the hole, you take pictures, right? But I don't see any of these pictures where
that's true.
They find this stuff.
No,
That's true. What they tend to find is like a pit full of bones, and then they just play games assembling them into creatures.
No, man. There are videos of archaeologists who
Hello, guys. Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hey, Yoda, do you think you can post the picture of that really weird looking one that you've got? It looks like a unicorn.
Bro.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Hold on. Let me post that. It's famous.
1 minute, please. Bro, I want to learn English, and I hope improve my language for speaking and listening. What I can do for this, bro? Please help to me. Give me some advice or any recommendation for you.
Just whatever you like, but search it in English. Maybe music or a movie or a conversation. No, like, look, a subject that interests you, a subject that you like, but watch a conversation about it or a debate about it on YouTube. I think it's helpful.
Okay. The first step and second step.
What?
And turn on the closed captions.
What?
Yeah.
What did you say?
Here's what paleontology produced.
Okay, I understand you. But I want to improve my speaking language by participate to native speaker in English. What I can do this, bro? In Discord, can help me.
A good thing to do to learn English is that you want to use three frame of reference from learning. So you want to be reading the letters, and you want to be listening to the sound of the word and looking at an image that is in relation to that word and what it means. So you want to see visual, text, and sound. And when you combine those three through the learning experience, you're going to learn faster, though. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, bro. Thank you very much, bro.
In this case, in this conversation, just do the listening part and maybe go to the text and look at the text and read the text. Because the guys here were touching into some topics. So go ahead, guys. Take over again.
Very nice, bro. I really actually I am engineering. I'm mechatronics engineer. And I now prepare my master degree for HVAC and sustainable building to improve power consumption for any building to achieve zero energy building and improve sustainable for all building on all the world. This is my scope mainly.
Zero energy building, you said?
Yes, bro. ZEB, zero energy building. That is mean building low consumption in electricity, in water, in chilled water for air conditioning, like that, or
How?
gas.
How?
How?
Can you tell
Okay,
me
Depends
I
more?
will
what chat room
explain.
he's in.
I will explain. I will explain. Okay, no problem.
He will
And
explain, guys.
actually,
He
The
will
title of the
explain
room.
it. Just hold on. Just hold on. He will explain it, guys. Come on.
okay, bro. Can you explain by share screen, bro? Can you share my screen, bro?
The
Or
answer to
not
that question is no. We do not share the screen. That is the answer. No.
Okay, no problem. I will say. Okay. And actually, uh, any building have many equipments like transformer, generators, air conditioning, lighting in corridors and lighting in rooms. Uh, all that equipment is uh, emissions energy, like lighting, like generator, like a transformer, like chillers or electric heaters. All that equipment uh,
That's great, man. Do you see the room topic, the name of the room?
So, out of all of those things you've just mentioned, which one of them necessitates that we live on a ball for them to work?
Good question.
can you explain or stop?
Out of all of the things that you just spoke of, generators and the like, which one of those things requires us to live on a sphere in order for them to work?
Uh, Mainly, anyone know for BMS, building management system? Anyone listen for that's meaning before that?
Hey, bro. How does it work without energy? Just tell me simply. How without
Simply,
energy? How?
okay. By depend uh, in less equipment, bro. I explain this now. Okay. Can you write on Google jet fans? Jet fans like fans to extract air from parking and closed area to outdoor in case of fire. My thesis, I used this jet van to dual function. Okay, in normal case, can you distribute air conditioning and maintain temperature in all site? Okay. Second used in fire case, this fan work as extract the air from site to another site to another site to another site to end outdoor.
Oh, can you type? Do you see the side chat? Can you type in the side chat of this voice chat of this room? What is it called?
Okay.
Jet?
Okay.
Jet engine or what?
Jet Jet fans. Can you write it on
Just
Google?
type it in the chat, please.
What in the fuck is going on here?
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. Does this technology
I know.
work on a spinning ball in outer space? That's what I want to know.
I know it's
Yes.
not.
Okay.
I know I'm not supposed to like continue this, but I'm dying to know about this.
Great. You guys can DM each other. We can move on with the room topic.
Jet fans. Okay.
Jet fans.
I'll look it up. That's
And
all I need.
CFD and CFD computational flow dynamics. I explain the air distribution and air streamlines by simulation it by ANSYS. Anyone have ANSYS in BC on BC?
Yeah. If you see the room topic, my friend.
Yeah, this is about something else. It's this server. This voice chat is only about flat Earth. This is not the
Flat Earth?
right. Yeah.
This is your topic for talking about it. Okay.
Yeah,
Yes?
we only talk about flat Earth in this
Okay.
voice chat.
Okay. No problem, guys.
But thank you, though.
Okay. Can you continue?
Yeah. Thanks.
Anyone can explain flat Earth?
Airline pilots?
Yeah, the water doesn't curve. The water is flat. The top of the water. You'd know about that. All right, engineering. Level. Water surface, level. Horizontal.
Just show him the pictures taken from very long distance. I think these are the most powerful.
So, Elio.
Yeah.
Elio. Did you write JetFan and CFD on Google?
My name Jeff.
I did search it up. Why?
You search for JetFan?
Yeah, why?
What you say?
Hold on a second. Hey, listen, bro. Do you want to go to a different voice chat to talk about this?
Okay.
Okay, just click on feminism. It's right under this one. You see?
Click on what?
Feminism. You see it? It's right here under this one. It's empty.
Yeah, they'll appreciate that. They'll appreciate, the discussion of jet engines in the feminist channel.
Yeah, seems about right.
Oh, okay. So we can talk about Ice Age now, right?
Hello there.
Who's all excited?
Hello, I speak not very much English.
Okay. Well,
You
welcome.
speak English?
No, not really. I mean, this isn't really a English training channel where we teach people English.
What? What's a scam? What is a scam, bro?
This is more about an intermediate level channel where you get to discuss a certain type of topic, right? Specific topic, that being flat Earth. After you've learned some English, you can get to practice it, right? I'll help A out. Azeku. Let's see. Yep, I can move him to. You said the feminist channel, right?
Okay, if you don't want to.
Hey, guys, can we stick to the topic? Can we discuss flat Earth?
There we
Yes. Great idea. Ask your
Yeah.
questions, Paradox.
Let's go.
Yeah, we were on the Ice Age. So
Ice
why
Age.
don't you believe in the evidences of Ice Age? We have various evidences of Ice Age, right?
Yeah, well, it's all based on theoretical models. I don't think that it's kind of based on evolution and that kind of thing. And they're dating things that there's huge problems with their carbon dating systems. There's huge gaps that they can't account for when it comes to different layers. Yeah.
But when you say ice, which is frozen water, ice, just by having that debunks the globe right there. You cannot have ice or water doesn't work on the outside of spinning globes, though, in vacuums. It doesn't work. So in reality, you have real water across the surface of the Earth.
Since
Therefore, the Earth is on a sphere. We got water and ice age. There you go. Easy.
Okay.
Water, ice. Pretty simple.
No. Let me explain. We have water on in the Ice Age because the equator is much hotter than the poles. Because Earth is a globe.
No, Earth is not a globe because when we go out and test for the curvature, there's no curvature. So it can't be a globe because there's no curving water. Big problem, right? Let me demonstrate right now. Okay, so this will debunk your globe, Ice Age, and gravity, and every single other claim that goes along with the globe. Okay, so in the side chat, we have a clip from a full-length video. This is just a small clip that I pulled from the video. We have a guy named Dr. John D.
We have discussed it, man. DJ, we discussed it.
This one?
Yeah, this one.
Okay, well, what's your explanation for it?
Maybe the distance is too little to.
No, over the distance, we can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be. You can go on the internet right now and check. Ask how much curvature is there over 11.2 miles on a globe, and I can tell you the answer.
Clarence is
That
both
will give you.
That was what that alarm was for. So let me go.
What if every brain
Can someone mute the hot mic up? All right, so the distance to the object is 11.2 miles, which is about 18 kilometers. The eye height level is 3.5 foot, which is 1.07 meters. Okay, that means the horizon would have to be at 3.69 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we don't see the horizon at 3.6 miles. I mean kilometers. It's not there. In fact, we can see the water going far beyond the 11.2 mile mark. We can even see a boat at 14 miles away. So that physical geometric horizon that would have to be there if the Earth were a globe isn't there. And it's never there in any observations. It doesn't exist. The globe is a mathematical concept. And when we go out and test for it in reality, it doesn't exist. It only exists in people's imaginations or in formulas.
The store, you can go to the fictional section. You might find books about the globe. You can also go to the decoration section at the store, and you'll find globes that you can put on the table for decoration purposes. Those you can find kind of like in reality, right? Coloring book with a globe and a globe for decoration. Put it on the classroom or whatever. In your house,
I
behind
see.
your, next to your books, spinning globe.
So if Earth is not a globe, so why do we have low temperature at the poles and high temperature at the equator?
What do you mean by poles?
The North Pole and South Pole.
What do you? Yeah, but that you're just assuming the Earth's a globe when you're saying poles, aren't you?
Do balls have poles on them?
Yes. We can consider two imaginary points as poles.
Okay.
Also,
So it's just imaginary.
Points, yeah, imaginary. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and how come there's no curvature?
Okay, that's one evidence that I am not able to refute right now because.
How come you can't even imagine curvature? You can only imagine what you've ever seen in your life, which is flat. You can't imagine things being curved. How come?
I mean, I'm a little human. I can't see much further.
So you're just a little teapot, short and stout. Got it.
And even airplanes don't fly too further up in the sky.
So do you experience the Earth as flat and stationary?
Yes.
Yes, but you just believe it's a globe because you got told it's a globe while you were growing up.
Okay, let's imagine there's a ball of 5 kilometers as radius, and there's an ant on it, ant standing on a ball. That ant would feel that ball is a flat.
Right, but if another ant walked away from that ant, it would disappear behind a physical geometric horizon at a very easy to calculate distance. If we know the size of the ball, yeah. So that doesn't happen in reality. That will happen on a basketball with an ant, but it's not going to happen on the flat Earth because it's not a ball.
Okay.
Yeah. This is the killer argument that destroys the globe. No curvature. Right, you guys have to start trying to talk about things in the sky or something like that. You're like, what about stars? Or something like that. You're not going to be able to produce measurements of Earth curvature by a single person throughout all of history, which is kind of crazy, don't you think? Just, 10 miles should have 66 foot of curvature, which is 16 kilometers and 22 meters of curvature in metric system.
So why some areas on Earth experience snowfall, others don't?
Pressure systems, path of the sun.
So when you were in school and learned about that, what did they tell you? Did they say, well, because the Earth is a ball, or did they say where you live, longitude and latitude?
They said both. They said both.
Okay, so if they said Earth is a ball and that's why, how does it work? So you got told how it works. How?
They said that Earth is a ball and equator is a little bit closer to the sun as compared to the poles, North Pole or South Pole.
But in wintertime, where I live, the sun is closer, and in summertime, it's farther away. So that's opposite of what you just said.
Yeah, that's why the ice melt.
No,
in the win- No.
Yeah, you didn't understand what he said. He said that the sun, like when it's winter for him, he has snow right now, okay? And the sun is like 3 million miles closer than when it's summer, according to the globe model. Isn't that crazy?
Say it again. Say it again. I didn't understand.
So right now, Professor Triangle has winter time, and it's freezing cold, and he has snow. But the sun in the globe model is over 3 million miles closer to the Earth than during summertime.
Yeah, since the orbit is elliptical. Yes.
Since the orbit is elliptical. Yeah. So
Yeah.
when you go closer to the fire and you turn on a little bit of an angle.
He said the
He said-
elliptic, right?
he
So,
said-
so
he
you're
said
saying
it's,
that
it's farther away at the same time. It's actually closer. See how they do that? Everything has to be both in a globe. You have to have both for it to exist. It's close and far away at the same time.
you will have to demonstrate that you can supersede being closer to a fire and the fire getting colder, or the thing getting closer to the fire getting closer, and getting closer getting colder, right? And by it doing an elliptical orbit, it was gonna get colder. The elliptical orbit causes the object to get colder. That's what he said. That is the reason it's getting colder is because elliptical orbit. That's the cause of the effect.
Yeah. Yes. That's what I mean.
There you go, guys. So elliptical orbits causes things to get colder. Learn something.
Yes. Yeah. I tell you why. Let's say you know what an ellipse is, right? Ellipsis.
Yes.
So let's say there is a sun on the center of an ellipse.
So now you're really wanting us to feel motion, since you want everything to be flying through ellipses. Then you would always feel weird and funny, like you're going to fall over, even if it's not from the spin of the earth, but just from the motion of the earth making that arc. You're going to feel that on an ellipse. So you just threw an even more crazy motion for us to play with.
It's not me, man. It's the scientist.
Those
So,
aren't
I'm not-
scientists. Those are just storytellers. There's no science is required. You don't do science for orbits. There's no orbit science. No such thing.
Yeah, you could call them pseudoscientists, I guess. That would be accurate. It would match the definition of pseudoscience, I guess.
Anyways, let me explain the elliptical model. So if the sun is on at the center of an ellipse, of course all the points of the ellipse, of the locus of that ellipse, is not at the same distance from the center. So if a sun is radiating heat, of course all those points will not receive the same amount of heat. Wouldn't you agree?
Right. So where would you receive more heat? In the shorter points or the longer points?
At the shorter points.
Okay, so during the longer points, it's winter time in the USA.
Yes.
Yeah, in the longer points, it's summertime. And in the shorter points, it's wintertime.
Is it? Is it?
Yeah.
I'm not aware of it.
Yeah. Look it up.
Yeah. I read.
Yeah. So during the summer, the sun's like 3 million miles further away. And when it's winter, it's 3 million miles closer, approximately, according to the globe law.
But that doesn't make sense on any shape of the Earth.
Yeah, well, that doesn't happen on what we're claiming. So
What doesn't
right now, I'm in Poland, and it's freaking cold. It's like negative 15 degrees or something like that here at the moment. Okay? And
Colder
even
than usual.
we had a sunny day today, and when the sun was out at midday, it's still freezing cold. It doesn't even defrost any of the ice at all. Okay, but in Australia, where my family is, the sun is taking a path directly over the top and it's extremely hot. When it's midday, the sun's basically right above them, like right above your head at midday. That's because the path of the sun is much closer to where it's hotter, which is logical. Obviously, if the sun's taking a closer path to that part of the earth, it's going to be hotter. And I'm further away from the path of the sun at the moment here in Europe, so I'm not getting the heat from it. It's freezing cold here, even though I can see the sun during the day. It's freezing cold because the light isn't able to heat up this area very much because it's so far away. It's actually taking a path closer to the, where Australia is or where similar latitude continents are.
So what's different during the summer or in Poland?
The sun, okay, so if I go out during the day, say it's midday, and I go out, the sun's going to be almost directly above my head at midday, and it's going to be 30 degrees, 40 degrees Celsius.
Yeah. And that's...
Because the sun's closer. The sun slowly, as it starts to get past summer, each day the sun will be a little bit lower in the sky and a little bit closer to taking a path over the Australia, for example. Let's use it just Australia as the example in the south. Okay, so each day the sun's going to get further and further away from me as it passes over the top of where we're at, and it's going to get colder and colder each time the sun gets lower and lower in the sky, and it's going to get hotter and hotter in Australia as the sun takes a path that's much closer to Australia. So in that's what you would expect. If you have a heat source and you're closer to it, you're going to be hotter. That's common sense. But in the globe model, it would be the opposite. Okay, so when it's summer in the globe model, the sun's further away.
I see what you mean. So you're
and when
saying during the winter, it's
closer.
It's
3 million miles closer, apparently. Something
so
like
when
that.
it's summer, it's upper in the sky, and that's why it touches Poland.
Yeah, anywhere that it's
when
summer.
it's closer, it doesn't touch Poland.
Yeah, most places when it's summer, the sun's going to be almost right above you in the sky. Not right above
But I
you.
feel like that's still
much,
not true
much
because
closer.
that would mean it's even hotter in Africa during winter than it's in the summer. I don't think this is true.
You mean in the globe model?
No, in the flat Earth. Look at
No.
Flat Earth. Flat Earth don't have a space model. Remember?
Yeah, it's hotter during wherever the sun is taking a path closer to you. It's going to be hotter during the day.
This is what you're talking about. This image right here. So it makes sense.
Let me check
what you said about Poland and Australia, but then it doesn't really make sense. Well, forget this map. This map is like, I don't know what's wrong with this map, but you get the point.
It's just to make a point. Yeah, that's not a flat Earth map.
But this is the best example I could find.
Yeah, but the sun doesn't just continuously stay in that circle that you can see there. In fact, there's a lot of mystery to what the sun's actually doing and what the sun is. But what we can observe is that when it's summer, it's going to take a path much closer to you. It's going to be much higher directly up in the sky. During winter, it's going to be very low in the sky. It's going to be taking a path above a different part of the Earth where it's going to be summer. It doesn't change that much at the equator.
I don't understand.
What are you confused about?
Can you just explain again?
Okay, so I'm in Poland. We're going to use two examples, Poland and Australia. Okay, so when it's summer in Poland, the sun's going to be right up in the sky above my head when it's midday. And it's hot. Okay, so the path that the sun's taking, the sun's moving east to west, and it's taking a path directly over the top of my house, basically, from my perspective. That's what it looks like. Okay. And then slowly over the next 6 months, the sun's going to take a path that is much closer to the south. So each day, from my perspective, the sun's going to look like it's further away from me in the sky, right? Which is going to make it look like it's lower in the sky. It's going to have a lower angle because when things move away from you, they converge because of perspective. You know what I mean about convergence?
If the sun is smaller, yeah, I get the point. Smaller.
Smaller than in the globe model, but there's a lot of mystery to it. We don't know what the sun is. But look, that takes a path over Australia when it's summer in Australia, and at that same time it's winter in Europe. And then 6 months later,
it's hotter now? Is it hotter now in Australia than in the summer?
No, it's the opposite. So
Okay,
when it's
so if the sun is closer, so if during the winter the sun is closer to the earth, if you're living in Australia, okay, right, then it should be hotter in the winter in Australia. No?
It's not closer to the earth. It's taking a path that goes over the top of that part of the earth. I need to try to find
so you're saying it's not getting closer, it's just changing the path. It's like rotating.
Yeah. I'll try to find you an example. Okay,
Yeah,
so
I
this isn't going to be a model. Yeah, I think you
No,
get
I
it
see
now.
now. I see what you mean.
Yeah.
So it's like no longer rotating over Poland, let's say. Now it's rotating over Australia and South Africa and so on.
Exactly.
I see.
Yep, exactly, man.
No, that makes sense.
Yep. You got it.
So that would mean that. Oh, so that's why it's like, yeah. Makes sense. But that would mean that these glaciers from the ice wall, if there is something like that, they're melting away in the winter. But yeah, I don't know, but yeah, some of you don't agree about the ice wall, so.
But we don't necessarily claim that there's an ice wall that circles the Earth.
Because if there was one, it would be hotter there during the winter, right?
Why would it be hotter during the winter? So during
the sun is closer.
No, when it's winter in the south, the sun's closer to the north. So you're going to get 24-hour sunlight if you're in somewhere like Iceland.
What? Can you repeat?
Like if you're in Iceland, right near the north, the Arctic. Okay, so the sun's going to be taking a path in the sky that's going to create 24 hours of daylight in the north at that same time.
When? In the winter?
When it's when it's summer in the north, we have really long days.
Okay,
yeah, like in Poland, it gets light at like 3 o'clock in the morning, and then it gets dark at about 11 p.m. in the peak of summer.
Okay,
but then when it's winter, you have really, really short days. And you have
that
much
makes
longer.
sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense, but just imagine the flat Earth, but it has the ice wall around it, or just ice around it, right?
Well, you'd have to imagine that, but yeah, it's that would be a speculation. It's not something that we could validate, or that anyone's validated.
You don't believe in that?
Well, I don't have any evidence for it. I like to stick with what I can back up, because if someone asks me to prove it, then I would want to be able to prove it. This is what I would say. I would say that to have a large body of water, you need to have a container of some kind, right? So if you have a lake, the lake is going to have a shoreline. If you have a sea,
probably just land or ice.
Yeah, something like that. That would be logical for sure. That there would be some kind of shoreline to this world pond that we live in.
But it will be interesting because if it was ice, and it could be since we have ice in the middle, could just be ice over there also.
Yeah, it could
And if it
absolutely be
was-
ice. I mean, the sun. Yeah, it could be. Like, I mean, all I'm saying is that we don't know for sure. So it's going to be speculation, but it's speculation Sunday, so we can entertain this argument.
Yeah. So if it was ice, speculation Sunday. If it was ice around the Earth, then since the sun is getting closer to this ice, right, to the rounds of the Earth, I don't know what it's called. Then it would be hotter. Well, it would still be cold, but it would be hotter during the winter.
It is
around this ice wall. If it
well,
was
yeah.
true.
In the far south, it's hotter during the winter. I mean, during the summer than in the winter.
That's another thing. What do you mean by south?
South, away from north.
Southern hemisphere? Do you mean the southern hemisphere?
No, I said south. Did you hear me say hemisphere? We don't live on a globe.
So you just believe in. So what about south? Okay, so south would be everywhere.
Yeah. So which if you have a compass and it's pointing north, right? You turn around, that's going to be south.
Interesting.
Yeah. And there's a lot of mystery
Yeah,
when
it
it comes to the
makes
far
sense, yeah.
south. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. What's interesting is that nobody's ever kept going south and see what happens, because if you're on a globe and you keep going south,
yeah,
like you could follow any line of longitude and keep going south. You should come back up around the other side of the globe after you go over Antarctica and come back to where you started. You'd think that someone would have done that by now, considering how many people have done it east to west. Nobody's ever done a north to south circumnavigation, which would be impossible if the Earth was flat.
So considering. So this is what I'm saying is about light, but also about heat and cold, right? But it's gonna make sense. So considering how cold it's getting in the winter, right? When the sun is not over the closer to the North Pole or whatever. Considering how cold it gets when we don't have the sun, right? Then for me that tells something about how powerful the sun is. So therefore, when we look at the moon at night and the moon is so bright, right? Because of the sun. Then
allegedly, yeah.
Then it's like it would have to be that the sun is super close to the moon in order to make it so bright. Because if we were on a globe model where the sun is like, let me see, the sun is 150 million kilometers away from the moon. That's what it says. Then you see my point? What I was trying to say with how cold it gets when the sun is not here. So the sun just moves a little bit away. It's already freezing cold instantly, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like
Well, on the globe model,
How
the
can
sun's closer. The sun is closer when it's freezing cold. That doesn't make any sense.
Like what I'm trying to say is that the sun would have to be very close to the moon in order to make it so bright. If it was 100 million kilometers away, it wouldn't light up the moon so much, wouldn't make it so bright. Like the moon is extremely bright at night when we look at it.
Yeah,
It's almost
not
like a light
not,
bulb.
not in the moon landing footage.
I was going to say, can you imagine how bright it is at night? I mean, and when it's a full moon, like you have actual shade in your backyard. Like you can go in your backyard and see shade like it's daylight. And if you were standing on the moon and it's 246,000 miles away, the moon would have to be like you were standing on the sun when you're there standing on the moon for it to be that bright.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it makes more sense on a flat Earth. So why did you say allegedly that the sun is making the moon bright? Like you don't believe in it either? Doesn't make any sense. DJ.
What the sun is an observable phenomena of unknown mechanisms.
He says that because of inverse square law. Can you imagine how bright the moon would have to be to have that the bright moon down here? How bright it would be if you landed on it?
Oh yeah. No, he said allegedly when I said that the sun is lighting up the moon.
Yeah, that's allegedly because eclipses debunk that.
Also, the angle of where the sun is in the sky doesn't match up with what's being apparently lit on the moon.
Can you repeat
the angle? Yeah, I'll put some photographs where the portion of the moon that looks like it's lit up doesn't align with the position of where the sun is in the sky. So I'll post some images, then you'll know what I'm talking about.
Oh, well, we have a problem then. Yeah, how come the moon is never just full? Should always be full, right? That's a big problem.
Hey, Professor.
I think the Earth is a globe. No.
Because of what?
Because the moon is not always full.
Yeah, so that what would that have to do with the globe? Even in the globe model, they don't say that the moon phases have anything to do with the, like, it's not the shadow of the Earth or anything like that. So have a look at this picture in the side chat.
But what do you think makes it not full? There's a
lot of mystery about the moon. We had scientists in the 60s that were absolutely certain that no one could ever land on the moon because the moon is plasma.
Well, there's clearly a shadow from a round planet over it, blocking the sun.
Yeah, so what's lighting up the moon there?
The sun.
The angle's completely incorrect.
What do you mean the angle is incorrect? Correct.
So look at it. It's not lighting up that section of the moon that's in the direction of the pink line. Okay, it would have to be right up to the left. You would have to go up and up and up with that sun that's there in the picture for it to align with that. This happens quite often. Logical Observations just put a video in the side chat of a scientist explaining how nobody would ever be able to set foot on the moon because the moon is plasma. There's a lot of mystery to the moon, right? You've been told a big story about the moon.
Okay,
You're
but
not
what
you're
does
not
this?
able to go to the moon to validate anything that you've been told when it comes to the size of the moon, what the moon's made out of. Okay, the moon rocks that they said they brought back from the moon turned out to be fake. Okay,
What
they
is the
gifted
eclipse then?
no idea how the sky works. We can't validate that. What we can validate, it's not caused by a globe Earth, because when we test for curvature, there's no curvature on the Earth. So
DJ, we can validate that the Earth is that the sun is round, right? Because of
yeah,
solar.
the sun is round. Okay, but eclipses don't validate anything about the Earth being a globe, unless you make a bunch of assumptions.
No, I'm talking about the sun right now.
Yeah, the sun looks
is
round.
and it is spherical. Don't you think that?
I don't know what shape the sun is. It looks like a round disk. And that's what they call it. They say the disk of the sun. They do claim it's round, but how can you validate exactly what the sun is? You just have to choose whether you want to believe them or not.
Correct.
How does the shape of the sun determine the shape of the Earth, dude?
Yeah, they call it the circle of the sun, but a circle doesn't mean sphere. So when you're saying, look, the sun is round, therefore the Earth is a sphere, you're making a logical leap, fallacy, nonsensical conjunction or nonsense.
Exactly. This is
Maybe for entertainment, we can ask him to walk us through the logic.
Okay. So the logic is I don't know anything about space, right? So what I can do I can see how masses operate in space. Earth, sun has mass, moon has mass, and the Earth has mass. I can know for sure that the sun and the moon are round, are spherical. So what's stopping Earth to be a sphere? It should be a sphere, right?
What makes you think that Earth is in outer space?
That's what they told me. That's I have been told since childhood.
So it's just a belief then, isn't it? It's not something that you know. It's just something that you believe because some people told you.
Yeah. Who told those? Who told those people?
I've been told that Yuri Gagarin went to space and became the first.
I think they lied to you.
But how come the moon is sometimes full if the sun is
If the sun is a pineapple, how come the moon is not a beach ball?
no, if the sun is lighting up the moon, sometimes making it.
Yeah, sun and moon are nothing to do with each other at all. Nothing at all to do with
Why
each other.
sometimes it's not full. It should be full all the time.
I don't know. That's your globe model problem, not ours. We don't worry about the sun and the moon on flat Earth. Just globers worry about it. So that's some problem you guys have.
Yeah,
So maybe you should.
You guys can't. You guys don't know what the moon is. You don't know what medium the moon's in. You don't know how big it is, or how far it is, or what the sun is, or how the sky works. You've just been fed a story about it, and you've been given explanations which you're able to partially repeat. Right? It's not knowledge, like the other guy admitted. It's just a belief. He said, "I know this because I was told it when I was young."
I have a question. Can I ask?
Yeah.
Does the flat Earth theory, I guess, does it believe in gravity?
No, not as gravity in the sense of mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time. That's something that would be kind of like a globe-dependent thing. Okay, so you have to have you guys need to be able to explain on the globe how you can have oceans sticking to the outside of a globe, and how you can have a gas pressure system stuck to the outside of a globe that's in a big giant space vacuum. These kind of things, you're going to need some magical force like gravity to be able to explain these things that don't make any logical sense at all. In reality, on a flat, motionless, contained system, you don't need to have that mass attracting mass, right? We don't have oceans stuck to the outside of a ball or anything like that to explain. We would say that to have a body of water, you need to have a container.
But like without gravity, we wouldn't have arrived like this much of a technology, like electricity and Bluetooth. All of them are just connected with gravity.
What does electricity have to do with gravity?
Bluetooth. You're making my stomach hurt. What's happening to this education system?
What does electricity
all
have to do with
electricity.
gravity?
Yeah, none of these
It's
have to do
all
with
the
gravity.
math,
Well,
the
hold on a
math,
second.
the
I can
physics.
answer your question.
Like
No, it
the
doesn't
old
have to do.
law.
Hold on
Okay.
just a second. Okay, so some if you're talking about gravity as just that things have an average rate that they approximately fall at in a vacuum, 9.81 meters per second, that's what we can observe. Okay, but then on the globe, you're claiming that there's a cause of that effect. Okay, and you're saying that it's gravity caused by mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time. Right, that's a different claim to just observing something falling at a certain speed. So if they're calculating 9.81 meters per second squared, or little g, into their math, right, that's just an observation. It's different to claiming the cause of the effect being the Earth's a big ball and things are getting pulled towards the center of it. So it depends what you mean by gravity. I mean, there's like 80 theories of gravity or something like that. I would say specific gravity exists, which is relative density, or Archimedes' principle, where things will rise or sink due to their density in relationship to the density of the medium that's surrounding the object. That's something that we can test and explain why things are rising or sinking.
Hey, DJ, I've sent the formula for gravity in the side chat. So this
Oh,
is what.
sweet. Hey, dude, check it out. I'm glad you sent that because I wanted to see where circle the part where it says Bluetooth for me.
Yeah, so are you able to show a scientific experiment that proves that? Proves the cause of the effect?
So the capital G. So the capital G you see here, right? It is not constant for every material. It depends on which thing are we talking about, right? It changes as the material changes.
In a vacuum?
Yes.
So things don't fall at approximately the same rate in a vacuum?
Yes. Yes.
Really? Like what? Approximately the same rate, I'm saying, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So if I drop a feather and a bowling ball, they don't fall at approximately the same rate in a vacuum?
They do, but
Okay, so what are you talking about?
I'm saying to observe the gravitational force, you need to have big masses, right? Masses as big as the Earth and the Moon.
Oh, okay. So you can't test it then?
We can test it, but computers can.
Oh, how is a supercomputer testing it empirically? It's not going to. It's just a computer. So it's just going to be a computer model. That's not an actual experiment. That's not empirical evidence. That's just a computer model. I can make Grand Theft Auto, in a computer model. Can make cars fly and things like that, right? It's a computer model. You can do anything in a computer model. But when it comes to reality, You can't test it. It's just faith-based.
The thing is, we can test it because we are layman humans. We don't have the equipment to test it, but scientists can.
So who tested it and what did they do?
As I said, they tested it via supercomputers. They formed models.
No. That's just a model. You can model anything in a computer. We just went over this. That's not a scientific experiment where you actually vary and manipulate the proposed cause of the effect in a scientific experiment using the scientific method. A computer model, you can do anything with a computer model, anything you want, but it's not going to be real. It's just going to be a computer model. So you would have to test that the computer model actually happens in reality.
Bingo. Right. We don't benchmark our claims to a computer model. We benchmark to reality.
Yeah, we can see.
How do you think they measured the mass of Mars?
I don't know. How did the scientists do it?
Science doesn't measure Mars.
Yeah, they don't. Exactly. They don't measure Mars. They never measured it.
They can provide you with the tools.
They created a model. What they did is they created so many models, and they found a handful that seemed to match the observations. And they said, therefore, this is true. That's not proving anything. That's backfitting observations, backfitting data to fit a desired outcome. There are multiple models of the solar system. Some are quite advanced, and they don't put the sun in the middle of it.
But we experience gravity ourselves, right? When you jump, you land back in Earth. You fall down, right?
Yeah, I have no problem with that. But how do you relate this to the motion of the planets?
Yeah, but when I jump in water, though, when I jump in water, I don't fall back down. That's weird. Must be the medium. It must be the medium that you're in, not something else.
Water and air are two different things, right? Water and land, I mean. They're two different things. You can't
I know where this
compare
is
them.
going to go. How are you breathing air if outer space is a vacuum?
No, there's a barrier. There's a protective barrier, which is causing.
Oh, yeah, like a shield. Shields up,
like
Captain.
Like a condom.
Star Trek.
Yeah, like a shield, which is
Star Wars.
which is protecting gases from leaking into outer space.
Wow, you couldn't even say that without smiling.
What's the shield made of?
Gases themselves.
Gas shield. That's hilarious.
Gases are shielding gases. Other gases.
Oh yeah, sure they are.
With other factors too. There's magnetic field as well.
Oh right, really?
So now we got magnetic fields and gases, gas shells, solid gas shells. Weird shit these guys come up with. Where do they get this imaginary stuff from?
What role does the magnetic field play in this containment of the gas, containing the gas?
I'm not aware of the exact role, but it plays a role for sure.
Yeah.
You know, bro.
This dude gave up. He's just at this point. He's just saying anything. He doesn't even know what he's saying now.
Yeah, I agree. I think he agrees probably as well.
I'm saying the thing that I'm saying the exact things that the scientists say.
No, that's not what they say.
What do they say then?
I'm not telling you. I'm going to keep it a secret for a little bit longer.
Okay, so the reason why Earth is.
I think I already told you earlier. I'm pretty sure I already told you earlier
Not
what
this.
they claim.
No, not this. Not this. But why do you think Earth has an atmosphere and Mars don't? It's because of the magnetic field, right?
You can't have an atmosphere at all, right? Because atmo means gas and sphere, right,
Is a
means
sphere.
sphere. You can't have spherical gas. Gases don't have any particular shape, right? Gases fill space. Gas particles move at random in all directions. So what happens if you have a car tire and you put a hole in the car tire? What happens to the high pressure system inside the car tire? Why does the air inside the tire rush out violently out of the hole?
Because of pressure. Yeah.
Why? Yeah, so what's the gas doing? It's trying to fill the available space, right? So you have
Yeah,
a low pressure system and then you have a high pressure system.
yeah.
Yeah, so
and tire rubber is a barrier in this
right.
scenario.
And to have the high pressure system, you need to have a barrier of some kind, right?
Yes, correct.
You can't pump up the tire without the tire. You can't pump up the balloon without the balloon. So to make a gas pressure system that's higher than the atmospheric pressure, you have to have a container. And it's actually in the definition of gas pressure. So the necessary requirement to have gas pressure is a container. So that's why we could safely assume that we live inside a contained system because we have gas pressure that we're breathing. Let me show you what happens when we have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a physical barrier. Just a second. All right, have a look in the side chat. Okay, you can see the diagram. The demonstration.
Yeah.
Okay, so the bottom chamber is a gas pressure system. It's gas pressure. Okay, and then the top, and that would represent what we're breathing right now on the Earth, right? We have 14.7 psi gas pressure at sea level. And then the top one would be a vacuum. That would represent outer space. And then we have a physical barrier, a valve in between, which is closed, a closed valve. If you hit play on the video, you'll see what happens as soon as you release that valve. Gravity's not going to hold. Oh, well, you didn't even mention gravity. There's no type of gas that you could use instead of that valve that's going to contain and stop that gas filling the vacuum, filling the available space, right? There's no magnetic field that you could apply that's going to stop that happening either, is there? And obviously gravity doesn't stop it because when you hit play, you'll see that all of it just equalizes instantly. So they're telling us that we have this system here that you can see in the diagram without the valve, without a barrier. Like having the car tire without the car tire. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't work when we do a demonstration. Goes against natural laws. Second law of thermodynamics. Entropy. Goes against a whole list of gas laws. Goes against common sense and logic. And the more you look into the globe, the less sense it makes. Once you start actually looking for empirical evidence to back up the explanations. The explanations are great, you know? They got explanations for everything. But they don't have empirical evidence to validate the explanations. And the water's flat as well. Do you know what a terrarium is? Or a
No,
vivarium?
no.
Can you see this thing in the side chat here?
Yeah. Vivarium. Yeah. I know vivarium.
Yeah. There's some really cool videos on YouTube. People have giant ones, and they have animals and little crocodiles and all sorts of things, and it rains, and it's like a little ecosystem that's completely enclosed and self-contained. Like this guy's one in the side chat, thriving since 1960, my garden in a bottle, seeding sealed in its own ecosystem and watered just one time in 53 years. Okay, he hasn't opened it in 53 years, and it's self-contained ecosystem. What do you think would happen if he took away the container and put it in a vacuum chamber? It wouldn't last long. Yeah, it would be pretty. Wouldn't work well. Yeah, it would be pretty bad situation for the little plants. So I would say the Earth is something like that. It's something like a giant, complex version of a terrarium type thing. You know, obviously there's a lot of unknowns when it comes to how the sky works. But logically, as far as we could experiment here on the Earth, it would have to be something like that because we have gas pressure.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's still like this ecosystem has evolved, has a barrier. The Earth has barrier too.
Well, it would be safe to assume there would have to be some kind of barrier, and it's certainly not going to be a layer of gas as the barrier.
Keep a barrier to keep us from what? What's the barrier for that you said it has to be to keep us from what?
From leaking into outer space.
Oh, so you're claiming space is a vacuum. See, I don't claim that. You do. Then you need a magical barrier. You're correct. You need magic, maybe a toadstool or an eye of newt, maybe a bat wing, and you mix that into a bowl, you dry it out, and you make powder out of it, and you mix that into a glass of milk. That's how your magic works.
No, it's not magic. You can even observe it yourself.
No, you can't observe gas holding gas around a ball. I have a vacuum chamber, so I can just debunk you like in 5 minutes.
No, you can't. When you go to higher altitudes, the pressure drops, and you don't have much gas as compared to lower altitudes.
Yeah, the pressure
that's
drops.
because you got it. Yeah, because you said pressure because you're in your pressure requires a container. So why you keep invoking some container?
Earth
If the container was infinite, that space is claimed to be, then the gas would expand forever.
Can you repeat?
Yeah, if the volume of existence is infinity, which is what outer space is said to be.
Yes.
Then the gas will move infinitely.
Mm-hmm.
Almost all the gas that you breathe is produced and exchanged down here at the surface. So I would expect to find more pressure, more gas available at the surface. It's also warmer at the surface. It's colder on top of mountains. Also, being close to the surface where gas is generated, you're walking on one of the walls of the container. That's right, the ground is one of the walls of the container. The reason why you find more gas here is because this is where it's being generated. This is where it's being consumed, and it's also warm.
Yeah, that is that's fine.
Yeah, the warmth increases the velocity of gas. And that increase of velocity means it's producing more temperature than the same number of molecules that would be moving more slowly.
Hmm. And earlier you said that you don't believe in rising sea levels, right?
I don't know. It doesn't matter to me, really.
Well, according to all the pictures from the last 100 or 150 years, it hasn't even moved an inch. So,
But no, it have been moved an inch. In fact, we have countries which are getting destroyed
no, we
because of it.
don't. Who told you that?
Yeah, which
There's
one?
one country.
Yeah,
There's
I want
one
to know.
country.
I want to know these countries that are falling into the ocean.
Oh, okay.
Atlantis. We lost Atlantis.
Oh, Atlanta, Atlantis. It's
Atlantis,
it's
yeah.
Atlanta now.
There is a country in Oceania, the continent Oceania. So what's happening? It is losing land so fast. They have to move their citizens to Australia.
Wow, sounds
Which
amazing.
one is that happening? Can you show that?
It's
You're going to say it's
amazing.
the Maldives. You're going to say it's the Maldives. I know it. But there's no
It's
actual
not-
evidence that that's happening. They're taking precautionary measures.
But yet, billionaires are buying up sections of Miami Beach like it's going out of style.
Yeah, if it was a major issue, I'm pretty sure insurance companies would be not insuring people in those areas.
It's a very slow process. Rising
So
sea level.
they're doing that. They're moving that city so in 18,000 years they'll be safe.
Seems so. Yes. I don't know the exact numbers, but could be. But it is a slow process.
Okay,
So
so yeah,
small.
that doesn't make any sense. So since we can't see it moving, but yet it's rising, but we really don't know that it is because this is for 25,000 years into the future. Those people will see when it rises. Don't you think that's a little bit ridiculous?
No, it is not ridiculous because we can
I
see
think
that.
I think it's crazy. Because if my backyard was flooding right now and I'm going to die in 50 years, you know what? Then my backyard's going to flood and I'm going to die, and then my neighbors are going to get a flood because I don't care.
You know why is it a matter of concern? Because the average global temperature is increasing so fast. We know that because the average global temperature is rising.
No,
Right. So I just posted
that's a
a
load of
video
bullshit.
of a billionaire's $8 billion property in the Maldives. He doesn't seem to be caring if that's happening.
Man, billionaires have so much money to spend. They can do whatever they want.
Yeah, well, they didn't get it by wasting money.
What do you think Elon Musk is doing? Terraforming Mars?
Nothing. It's a TV show. I think he doesn't do anything. That's what I think. You guys think he does all this magical shit and he's a scientist and he's the world's smartest guy. And when he's really just a fucking idiot. And I can tell you that. You can tell by the way he talks.
He's Tony Stark. Yeah, this
Man, like
That's exactly what they're trying to make him be. Next, we're going to see flying suits. We're going to see suits you can wear that fly. Only certain people can have those, though. It's just special people.
Okay. If Elon Musk is saying that space would be open for tourism soon, right?
Yeah, I think next year, I think that the space hotel opens up on Moon 17.
So, if it is open, would you go?
Hell yeah! Who wouldn't want to go sit in a vacuum sealed room where you can't go anywhere because you might die if your air leaks out? Who wouldn't want to do that? everybody in here would want to do that.
Yeah.
You would
And
want to
then,
go sit. You would want to go sit in a room where you can't go outside because you're going to die if you do, right? Or
yeah.
or put a special suit on so you can go work and dig holes in a special suit. Is that what you want to do? And then come back being all like you were out in the oil fields working on an oil rig, and come back and play cards with your buddies. And then a monster comes and gets in your stomach, and then it shoots out your brain, and all kinds of weird shit happens on the moon.
Hey, Paradox, do you think that if you're able to measure the surface of the Earth continuously and validate that it's not curving,
Mhm.
the Earth cannot possibly be a globe?
Yes. I
Okay.
believe that.
Okay, so you should look into that more, because that's been done in different locations all over the world using all sorts of different methods, from lasers, right, to long distance radio wave signals, high powered lasers, all sorts of different methods over and over and over again. These have been repeated and repeated and repeated. There's literally thousands of tests that have been done now. Every single one validates that there's no curvature over these distances where there would have to be curvature. And there's not a single test from the globe side throughout all of history that shows that there is any curvature. It's all computer models and mathematical models, and talking about the sky, talking about the things in the sky that you've been told stories about.
Do you have any YouTube videos for this that I could watch and learn?
Yeah, there's a ton.
Yeah, please send those, man.
I'll send you a friend request.
Yeah,
Because
I'm accepted.
I can send you like a big list of different videos that have been done. But just for anyone else as well, I'll put a list of laser tests into the side chat right now.
So what do you think about Elon Musk? Do you think he's a fraud?
I think he looks. I think he's pretty. Don't you?
Yeah, pretty for
We
sure.
know he's not the one in charge of SpaceX.
I don't think he has anything to do with them anymore. Besides, be some kind of advertising agency guy pretending to put cars in space for some kind of car commercial.
What does religion say about flat Earth model? That's what does Bible say?
It says that the Earth is flat. Like all of the it's a similar depiction than all of the other ancient cultures' depiction of the Earth. So I'll show you a picture in the side chat. Just a second. So this is what all the ancient cultures depicted of the Earth, and it includes the biblical depiction as well. So just a second. Right, here it comes. So yeah, it depicts like an enclosed system with a firmament.
Mm,
So you can see the one that says Hebrew. That's the biblical depiction.
okay. Even the Islamic, they also believe that Earth is flat.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, like in modern times, same with the Hindus, right? In modern times, the globe has been pushed into their cosmology. So, but the ancients, right, the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Hindus, the ancient Muslim depictions, these kind of things, they all depict the same kind of thing, a flat Earth within an enclosed system with more of a localized sun, moon, planets, and stars. You can see the Islamic, I think it's in the it's the bottom one
photo.
there. So if you go to Islam Wiki, it'll show the same type of thing, same type of depiction. There's a lot of verses as well in the Bible, for example, that says that the earth cannot be moved. It's like clay under seal. There's like 200 verses or something like that lean towards a flat earth cosmology. Same with the Quran as well.
Mm-hmm. Hey DJ, how long have you been a flat earther for?
Since 2017. I started looking into it in 2017. 2018 or 2019, I went and did a whole bunch of long distance observations myself, just to check for myself. And I've done a lot of research since then as well. Quite a lot more in the last sort of 3 or 4 years.
I see. What about you, Professor? How long is it been for you? Professor?
I think most people in here, it's been sort of 4 to 10 years, like most of the moderators that are in here.
I see.
There's some newer people as well.
I believe the server owner himself is a flat earther, Vivek. Is he?
Yeah, he is. Yep.
He doesn't say that in other VC. He pretend not to.
Yeah, because it's met with, there's a lot of ignorant people that don't know anything about flat Earth. So most people think that flat Earthers are, like, they have a stereotypical impression of what they think flat Earthers are. They think that we claim a disk floating in space, and they think we think crazy things that we don't claim. Because
and
of
you'll
the
probably find he likes
propaganda.
to keep each room to their subject matter.
But yeah,
That's
when
why
I
he doesn't
first
discuss it in other rooms. Sorry, man.
exactly, and when I first met Vivek years ago, he wasn't a flat earther. But we had a flat Earth channel in here before this one years ago. It was run by BoxOps, another guy from our server, and yeah, he gave Vivek a lot of information, and Vivek was denying it all, but eventually he saw too much information that made too much sense. And yeah, he comes in here and talks about it with us quite often.
I see. Usually, whenever I come here, come to this VC, you'll be cursing at people. People would be cursing at each other. But today we had a nice conversation, man.
Yeah, definitely, man. You and who's the other guy? He's not in here anymore. But yeah, you guys have been good to talk to. This subject really upsets people. This goes against people's core belief system, goes against their worldview, and some people react very, very emotionally.
Yes.
And also, a lot of people come in just to troll as well. What people do as well is they think they're going to be able to debate some morons and easily win a debate. So they have a false impression of how much knowledge they have about the globe. So they come in here thinking that we claim a bunch of really crazy things, like a disk floating in space and Australia doesn't exist and these silly claims that we don't make. They think they're going to come in here and have a walk in the park and just destroy some flat earthers. But very quickly, they'll realize that we know a lot more about the globe than they do. And they don't know any of our arguments. So they come in thinking that they've got all of this ammunition to win a debate. And then once they've entered into the battle, they realize that they don't have any ammunition at all. And then they need to try to work out how they're going to deal with the situation that they've just put themselves in. So sometimes, quite often, they just get really angry and try to get themselves muted because their ego won't let them leave on their own and take the loss. Sometimes they'll start just ridiculing and mocking. Sometimes they'll concede and say, hey, look, I'm not a scientist. I don't know much about the topic. I'll have to go do some more research and come back another time. Sometimes people listen and they say, hey, show me your evidence. I want to see your evidence. That's interesting. And they'll analyze it logically. People act differently, but quite often it makes people rage, especially when you get hardcore atheists that are fresh out of university and they think just because they've memorized some textbooks, they think they've got all of this knowledge or they've just come out of debates, some debate course that they did at school, and they think, oh, I'm so good at debating. I'm going to go destroy the flat earthers and show off my debate skills. And then they get a rude shock when they come in here because we've heard all of these questions 1,000 times. Everyone from the globe side seems to have this list of like 10 or 20 questions that they all ask. What about boats over the horizon? How can you guys explain eclipses? And there's this whole line of questioning that's just completely repetitive. We can almost predict what they're going to say next.
But that's my question too. How would you explain eclipses?
No, you have to explain eclipses. How do they work?
It's so funny that he asked that question right after DJ has says we can almost predict what you will say next, and this is one of the things that people say next. Anyone go eclipses? Lol.
Anyway, no, hold on. He needs to tell me how an eclipse works on a globe so I can tell him how it works on flat Earth. How does it work?
That's fair.
I already did it.
No, since you asked the question again for YouTube, you're going to tell us how it works again. And then what was the answer we gave you before?
No, you didn't give me any answer of your model, but we
don't have a model, but that's okay. So go ahead and give me your answer again, and I'm going to go ahead and post some pictures for you while you do that. Then you can explain how that doesn't work. Go ahead.
Wait.
Is that it then?
No, wait. I'm looking for the GIF that I sent earlier.
You don't know how eclipses work?
No, I'll be. It would be better if I explain it with a diagram.
I put one in for you. Go ahead and look at the one I put. Go ahead and explain it at lunar eclipse. What's happening there?
Couldn't find that GIF right now.
Well, yeah, you don't have anything that shows how eclipses work.
No, I sent it earlier.
Yeah, but it's just a cartoon. I have those. I have cartoons. So go ahead and look at what I posted then. Here's your eclipse.
Okay, okay.
Here's how your light rays work with the sun during eclipses. The last one
Okay,
I
so
posted. You see how they bend during an eclipse? All the light rays bend towards the moon when you have a solar eclipse. You see how that they all just bend that way that day, and then you have a little spot on the Earth. But normally it would just be a big, gigantic, whatever, 1,200-mile wide, whatever the moon is supposed to be. Shadow, but no, it's only 70 miles wide because the sun rays, they bend around, they go down diagonally towards the Earth because during eclipses there's some kind of communication between the sun and the moon. Bend your rays. Does that make any sense to you? Or because here's another drawing. These are all from like NASA and how to explain things.
Oh yeah, I was about to send you this. Yeah, the second drawing that you sent.
It's perfect. Does that explain it? How on those days, some days the sun rays go really tight on an angle, and some days they're a little bit wider, and some days they're parallel.
Okay. So the phenomena is wavefront. So light doesn't travel in a straight line; it travels in a wavefront.
So now light doesn't travel in straight lines anymore. Okay.
It does. But there's a wavefront. Do you know about wavefront?
No.
Do you know the diffraction of light? Diffraction.
No.
Wait. Let me send you.
I don't want anything. So what we're going to do is we're just going to finish debunking you really quick. So that one here that I posted right now. So what's happening here is the sun is in the sky at the same time as the moon, and yet somehow you think the Earth is in between, causing that shadow on the moon also to be upside down, and it's in the wrong direction. It should be like this. If you were at actual eclipse and the sun was down where you couldn't see it, it should be like in the picture that I'm sending. According to your globe Earth model. But since it doesn't happen like that, and we don't see it like that. Any explanation for that eclipse? You were supposed to tell me how eclipses work. Here's another one. Sun is coming up behind him. That's why you can see the light on the mountains. It's in the morning. That's moon is going down. It's eclipsing from the top down. When you can see the sun behind you and the moon in front of you, how is the shadow flying up to the moon and then flipping over onto the moon? No, don't show me how the double slit experiment works.
No, I'm telling you that how
retard.
Please don't abuse. Don't
Paradox. Look at what he posted. Okay, diffraction of light isn't going to make the shadow on the moon be upside down. Okay, the curvature of the Earth is convex, but the shadow on the moon during these eclipses is concave. It's upside down. Okay, like the horizon should curve. Right? It shouldn't curve like the inside of a donut.
Yes.
Can you see the problem there?
And
there isn't an explanation for that. They call it the impossible eclipse because it doesn't match up with the explanation of how an eclipse works on a globe. Also, we can see the sun and the moon both above the horizon during the eclipse, which also goes against the diagrams that we see of how the lineup works, between the sun, the moon, and the Earth.
So yeah, in that next picture, you have to explain how that works. And that's how it's lined up according to you guys on a globe. That's what's actually happening. But yet that shadow is somehow upside down. And there must be a double slit somewhere in the magical sky that does that. A double slit shadow.
It's not double slit. It's the wavefront, as I was.
No, you're not making up shit. You can't make up shit when I'm on the microphone. It's going to get really fucking ugly.
I'm not making this up, man. It's wavefront.
So
Light travel in
we're
waves,
not,
right?
so we're actually not seeing it as something else. So when we shoot rockets at the moon isn't really there. Is that what you're saying now? It's some kind of double slit moon.
That's not what.
Plasma slit moon now. Could you guys just make up anything at this point? What else you got for the moon? Is it hollow? Is it hollow? Does it ring like a bell?
You don't see this image as a double slit experiment.
No, I never see a double slit experiment when I'm looking at an eclipse. Never seen those two put together in my life. You're the only person who can say double slit experiment, eclipse. Ta-da! And then we all go, wow, you might actually be a super moron. That's what I do. Like a super villain, you're a super moron in Flat Earth.
Oh my God, so many abuses.
No. That's what I said. Oh my
So
God,
many
what is he
abuses.
doing?
Don't take his insults personally, Paradox.
Are you going to be able to explain eclipses without a double slit experiment? You didn't bring up double slit experiment when I asked you to explain eclipses.
The image of double slit experiment.
Never had a double slit. I said, how do eclipses work on a globe? Oh, well, let me get a double slit experiment. No, the first thing I pulled up, you said, that's what I was looking for, not a double slit experiment. Then when I showed the impossible eclipse, you said, oh, we've got double slit experiments in the sky like that. And I said, whoa, you got to prove all that shit before you can do double slit experiments in the sky. But I skipped all that wording and I just called you names.
So I want you to understand what wavefront is and how light travel in waves.
I don't care about wave fronts. I don't care about them at all. Has nothing to do with the ground curving or not.
So what are the two slits you're looking at when you're looking at an eclipse?
Neglect the two slits, man. Look at the wavefront.
Yeah. You're talking about the double slit experiment. So when I'm looking up in the sky and I'm seeing the moon upside down as within the impossible eclipse, what are the slits I'm looking for in order to cause the wavefront to flip? Exactly. So as you see, your argument is now null and void due to the lack of double slits. So, go back to Professor Triangle's questions.
I'll research more. I'll research more on these things and get back to you guys.
Yeah. So why you need to research why the shadow is upside down.
Don't research anything else except why is the shadow completely upside down in all the Selenilian eclipses. And that's why they're called that. Because I don't know why it's called that name, because some guy that didn't exist probably made it up too.
Okay, but it would require me time. So give me some days, and we will get.
Listen, we've been waiting. I personally been waiting 13 years, so one more day isn't going to make a difference because you're not going to find anything. Oh, and by the way, on a real eclipse, if you were to take a flat thing, like a flat disk in space, and eclipse the moon, here's what it would look like. Flat disk in space, eclipse in the moon. Look it looks like an eclipse. Isn't that weird? So even if you want to pretend that shit's floating in space, we still win. We still win. It's still flat, no matter how you look at it. How do you like that? Now you got to figure that one out too.
Yeah, it's maybe because the angle of the light, the incident light. Bulb
oh yeah, so you don't know why the moon's lit in the first place. Obviously, it's not. Obviously, it's not the sun or the moon. The shadow wouldn't be upside down. So now you got to figure out where that light's coming from, or explain how you have circles upside down. Because I know this. I know it doesn't twist in the air. Like it's just like going towards it, and then it flips over, and then up appears somewhere else on the moon. Like the shadow moves around, or the light's moving around. You got to tell us which one, because nobody's given us the explanation yet. They all say, "I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'll be back tomorrow." We never hear from them again, or they come in and they're flat earthers. See, one or the other. You don't get a choice.
Yeah, I'm gonna say the exact same thing to you. I'm gonna be back tomorrow.
I understand. I know what the feeling. I've heard the feelings in here many times. I never went through this, so that's a good thing. So I just accepted it right away because why not? Didn't make sense when I was little. Doesn't make sense now. Flat Earth makes all the sense. Don't use AI for your answers. It doesn't know, and it's just going to make up shit and hallucinate for you.
So guys, it was nice to talk to you. I'm gonna go now. Bye, DJ, and bye, Professor.
Catch you later, man. See you next time. I'm going to head off too.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Hello?
Hello.
Yellow. Yellow.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So silent in
Doing
here.
good. How are you doing? Are you a flat Earth denier?
What?
Do you think you live on a ball in space?
I thought I got into the relationships one, but this is flat Earth.
Yes, it is.
He left.
Okay. Yeah.
Relationships.
We could have had a relationship with him, but he didn't want any. So I guess he left.
Hello, people. Are you really 19 people muted here? No topics to talk about, eh? Maybe I'll come up with something.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Very good, man.
Are
It's
you
pretty
flat
quiet.
Earth?
Hell yeah, man. Earth is flat.
Good.
That's
how flat?
that's what I came here to discuss. If you look very far in the sky view, it doesn't do a curve, you know.
Okay.
It's flat.
But how flat? Like how many centimeters? Degrees or radians?
Very very flat. Fuck, I will have to Google some flat Earth like proving things, you know.
Why are you not a flat earther?
I am, but I have to find some
I don't believe you. I think you're
evidence.
trolling.
Some evidence.
I think you're joking on us.
No. I'm never joking. Flat Earth evidence.
I can hear it out of your voice that you're joking with me.
Okay, all I can find is NASA. They faked the moon landing. They never went to moon.
I know.
And if you actually watch the videos they took from the moon, it's kind of sketchy, man.
Mm-hmm. I know. You think I don't know? You know how many years I'm into this?
You're in this shit, man. Yeah.
Yeah. You know how many years?
10 years.
No. 0.756 years.
Okay, so you started today.
No, 0.756 years.
Okay. Okay.
Why are you laughing?
Because.
Can you not do maths? 0.756. Can you not do maths?
No, I'm not a math person. You know, I'm more of a stupid person.
It's not. It's a bit more than 9 months.
Nice, man.
Yeah.
You're German.
No, I'm Bosnian.
You have this pretzel in your picture.
Okay.
Isn't it German?
Yeah, it is, but I like it.
Hell yeah, it's good. I buy those from Lidl.
Ah, are you German?
No, I'm not. But it's very good with beer. I like it.
Where are you from? Spain?
Finland.
Why?
I was born there, man.
You know köttbullar?
Köttbullar. It's a Swedish traditional food. Very good.
I know. Do you go
Yeah,
to Finnish sauna?
Of course. Every chance I get, man.
I think I have a theory, but I don't know if I can tell you.
Please tell me.
I think Finnish sauna is a hoax.
What do you mean, man?
Because I don't believe that people can breathe after 60 degrees.
You can breathe. It's
No. You cannot. I know that you cannot. I proved it scientifically.
just man. It's yesterday. It's Friday, right? Yeah. It's Saturday. Last Friday, I was in sauna. It was like 80 degrees.
Yeah,
Very
but that's
nice.
what they. Yeah, I know. That's what they tell you, but it's not the correct degree.
No. Okay, so they lie to us.
Yeah.
The thermostat in my sauna, it lies to me.
You think that the thermostats are all correct? Do you really believe that?
Yeah, I do.
Then you're stupid. I'm
No,
sorry
it's
to tell you.
I think it's a physical, a contraption that.
No, I don't think so.
engineered
You know
to
that you can just change it by
show a
40
certain
degrees.
degree.
Yeah, I know. I proved it scientifically that it's converging by 40 degrees. So you have to like if it's writing down 80 degrees, it's actually converging to 40 degrees. So you have just 40 degrees Celsius of sauna warmth.
You have been outside when it's like 50 degrees in the sun, right?
Yeah, of course. But I'm telling you, 60 degrees is the maximum a person can breathe. No, it is. It is. Of course it is. Look, in the sauna even, you think you
Have you
are...
ever been in the sauna?
Of course.
In 80-degree sauna?
Yeah,
And you
there
couldn't breathe?
is no 80-degree sauna. I was in a fake 80-degree sauna, yes.
Okay.
Like, of course, it's 80 degrees, but that's what they write. It's not really 80 degrees.
Okay.
I know you think, ha ha ha, I'm so stupid. Or you think probably, I'm so intelligent, I know how degrees work, blah blah blah. But no. You didn't prove it scientifically. Like, you literally have no clue.
Man, I think you're the one who has to prove it, not me. That you can't breathe
I am
in
the
a
one
sauna.
that proved it. I am the one
It's
that proved
possible.
it.
No, you didn't.
I did. Trust me. I have many Excel sheets and work on it.
I can't tell you if you're serious or not.
Are you okay? I'm for real.
I'm okay.
You know that I spent much time on this.
Schizophrenic people spend a lot of time like writing a lot of papers and they don't say anything.
Okay. What do you want from me now?
How's life in Bosnia?
Good.
In Google Maps, it says Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Yes.
What do you think about Croatia stealing all of your beach?
I'm gonna fight everybody.
From Croatia?
From everywhere.
Okay, man. You have this little bit of Neum. You can go to beach in Neum.
To beach? I
Yes.
don't go to beaches. Why are you laughing?
Do you think Sarajevo is a good vacation place?
It's the best place. Come visit me.
I'm not.
Then I can show you my thermostat.
You seem like a scary guy, man. You seem like you would fucking flip out in the middle of a drinking session.
No, I would
and
not.
Stab me.
No. Why would I
Man,
do that?
You sound like it.
I'm not a nigger.
But Sarajevo, it's a good place, yes?
Yeah, of course. Come visit.
Oh my.
What is that? Hello? Hello?
Hello. Do you think it's weird that it's 20 people listening to us? You're a famous person here.
Of course, it's weird. I have no clue why everybody's muted. They have to unmute and talk.
Yeah, me too. But it's okay. It's okay. How about Serbia? What do you think about Serbia?
I fight everybody.
Yeah, is Bosnia Christian
No.
or Muslim?
Yes.
Okay, okay. That's why you are this way. Yes.
No, no, no. I'm just a crazy guy.
Me too, man. It's all crazy people here.
Really?
Yes.
Why?
It's 3 o'clock, man. It's way too late for people to be talking on
3
internet. Come.
o'clock.
Okay, maybe 2 for you. What you been drinking tonight? Vodka?
Nothing.
Some
Water. Milk.
milk.
Hmm.
Oh, you know about estrogen in milk? Makes
No.
you grow tits.
No.
I'm joking, man. It makes your bones stronger, you know.
I know. Makes everything stronger.
Yeah, makes Bosnia strong.
I know. Come to Bosnia.
I don't feel very welcome, but I'll look at the flights.
Why would you not feel very welcome? I'm inviting you the whole time.
Wait. Oh, it's expensive to go.
Yeah, but
Oh,
you
never
live,
mind.
never mind.
132 euros from Helsinki to Sarajevo. And I would guess that Sarajevo hotel and vodka is pretty cheap.
Okay.
At least like a good price, you know.
Mm-hmm. But let me invite you to a coffee.
What would we talk about? Same things as in here, yes?
No, I would talk about so many things.
About flat Earth and how 80 degrees is too much to breathe in.
No, I'm not crazy. I'm not flat Earth theorist.
Okay, I am a flat Earth man.
Okay. No, it's okay. I don't know. But 80 degrees, that's how it is, man. Yeah, I have to show you my thermostat setup in Sarajevo. Come.
Brother, you come to Finland, I show you sauna. We can go to 100-degree sauna. We can breathe. We can breathe in 100-degree.
Okay.
Welcome. What if we die? What if I'm just lying and we die? It's a sad outcome.
Then
But
I have
possible.
to add you. I have to add you, okay?
All right. What did I miss? Did someone say they were from Sweden or Finland? No takers, huh? Kiitos. That means hello in Finnish.